Welcome in. It's the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, Day 2, Part 2, live and for free here on Clutch Sports Media. I'm Jonathan Michael here alongside Jim Lynch and Mike Pluggett, ready to bring you Metamora against the Victory Christian Academy Storm out of Lakeland, Florida. Metamora, the reigning state champions, Class 3A in Illinois. They started with a big win last night. Victory Christian Academy, a power down in Florida. Gym's starting to fill up, guys. It always does so in the evenings. The games always get just a little bit better as the sun starts to set.
I tell you, there's not a better place to be right now than this gymnasium, Torrey Gym. Watch a little bit of basketball, and you know tomorrow you got nothing but eating and enjoying more basketball, perhaps football at
and
home.
A little football,
yeah, a little bit of football. But what a great place to be right now.
And a good matchup. You bring teams in from all over the country, and some of you just not going to see during the course of the season. And Metamora is always fun to watch, unless you're on the other bench.
That is true. Was it fun for Peoria Notre Dame last night? Metamora beat them 64-45. It was the game that was the margin was a little bit wider than the final score indicated. Big games all around, just a truly good all-around effort from Cooper Koch and Matthew Zobris, who had 17. Koch's first game in the Metamora uniform. Tyler Mason also had a 10 for the Redbirds, who started out 1-0. And guys, you mentioned that last year Metamora had a massive year, obviously winning the state title, but their only 2 losses were here in this tournament. They can keep it going with some more wins here. Now, who knows? Obviously, the state title is what matters, but if you do so with an undefeated record, I think that's certainly the toughest part of Metamora's schedule right here.
Yeah, no question. I mean, that's what I was just thinking. The last time they lost a game was in this tournament last year. They haven't lost a game since then. So you're right. This is a very, very challenging tournament for anybody involved. And you know what's kind of interesting too is, I'm looking down here and you're talking about, Koch last night and Zobris last night. And Mason kind of, third one. Mason was the Journal Star Player of the Year last year, and he wasn't the best player on the floor last night as far as statistically. I mean, he does some of the other things. So what a team they have, and they just play with a ton of confidence and very well coached, great program, and interesting to see how this team from Lakeland, Florida matches up against the Redbirds.
Tyler Mason last night on the defensive end was a catalyst for the Metamora team. Just wreaking havoc on the Irish and creating trouble for their guards to get the ball across the court, which generated so much offense for the Redbirds. And it'll be interesting to see how he matches up tonight. He's such an exceptional ball player.
And he's just a winner. He's a kid you want on your team, and he's going to find a way to get his team a win.
And about Victory Christian Academy, they come in, again, from Florida, one of the longest road trips of any team here to the Tournament of Champions here in Washington, Illinois, just outside of Peoria. They're led by a Florida Atlantic commit, LJ Cason, 6'3" senior, and that Florida Atlantic team really surging to prominence lately in the college basketball ranks. So even though they're a mid-major, still a very, very good school. Cason's a big-time player. We keep an eye on number 2 in white. We're ready to get things going. And here's Cason with the ball, driving in on Luke Hop.
Boy, he didn't waste any time, did he?
No,
well, that took him about 4 seconds to make you look like you knew what you were talking about, John. That was pretty good.
Always appreciate when players make plays to make the broadcasters look good.
Right.
And here's another steal, and Cason slams it in! Oh, my word!
Cason not wasting but a moment as we're 30 seconds into the game, and he's leading 4-0.
Yes.
That was one of the most vicious slams we have ever seen in this tournament so far this year. There may be more where that's coming from. Here's Zobris on the other end. No good. Rather, that was Ashton Greaves. Hop down low, battling with their
good
center.
job by Hop.
Ball.
Getting the ball in the hoop.
Good play by Koch. Koch got the ball to him in a good spot, and Hop caught it, went right up with it. There's Cason again.
That slam by Cason was a legacy solar slam. Oh, and he steps back on a Hop after the crossover off the back iron, but still remains with the Storm. As you get to hear the Metamora cheerleaders, they've made the short trip Here, Kason, Euro stepping in. He's got 6. All of them for the Storm so far, and he himself is a Storm right now for Metamora.
Just doing a great job as he's attacking the hoop, creating separation and giving himself the open look on the layup.
This team's not real big. The big kid, they look at the 6'8" underneath the basket, kind of stays there. Didn't really come out. They're switching on at least on with him, but they look like they could really pressure you, put a lot of pressure. It'd be a good test for Metamora.
Mason gets the bucket to go for the Redbirds, and here's Gall down low. They're a big man, short range bucket. Out of Bravo.
Gall. He's got length, not only the 6'8", but he's got probably +2, +3 on the wingspan there, and he's gonna be trouble inside.
Yeah, you look at him; he's guarding. I think his man may be Ashton Greaves, but he's really not doing a whole lot with him.
Big three for Koch.
That one will get the Metamora side going. A big deep ball from Koch, who really lit it up from deep last year. Mason, a nice strip there on Kason as he charged towards the hoop.
One of the things I noticed last night against Metamora is they don't offer a lot of help. They match up man-to-man, and if you get beat, you're probably going to get beat. That they do not want to give up the 3 on the help.
Right.
And that's impressive defense. I mean, that's a team who's in the gym working.
Yeah, everybody's got a little different philosophy on how they're going to do that. Some teams will double everything down in the post. Some teams will switch on everything. Looks like Metamora strictly, you are one-on-one.
Right. You can talk about their offense all day long. It almost overshadows how exceptional their defense is.
And not shutting out P&D, but obviously, shutting them to 45 points was quite the effort last night. And, a lot of those, decent amount of those points came in garbage time. So,
yeah, really,
they only allowed a little over 30 or so to P&D, who's very strong, talented, scoring team. As we have a brief stoppage here, the Victory Christian head coach C. Fitzgerald having a brief, good-natured interaction with the referees, just looking for clarification, but we're ready to get things going. It will be Kason inbounds, and you can't forget about the inbounder, especially if it's him.
I don't think that was drawn up for 23 to get it, but thank goodness he was there.
This is Mike Andino driving in.
Nice
Layup to the left is good.
Strong move.
Nice left for Andino.
This team appears to play with no fear. They're not afraid to take the ball to the basket. They're going to get up your face and guard you. And look right now. You can see where Ashton Greaves is by himself. Ball is what they got here. But goal is just staying under the basket, not coming out too far. Greaves gets the ball. He may come out and reach it, but they're going to give that up.
Greaves drives in, gets it
nice
stripped away.
ball.
Here's Gall up to Kason. 3-on-3 break. Deep ball from Tucker Fox on the way, and good.
And again, they're going to put Kason on Greaves and try to create pressure on that ball. Not a whole lot of press outside of that.
Foul there. Andino got a little bit too greedy, looking to take it away from Greaves, so that'll be the first foul of the game. But Metamora in a early hole, probably not what they were expecting, but it's tournament champions. Never know what could happen. These are some of the best teams in the entire country.
Right, and you don't know what you're getting. You're basing things off of what they did a year ago. Well, kids graduate, new kids come in, some kids get better.
You have no film from this year, at least, to watch. As Hop goes from deep off the mark, but there's Greaves. The tiny guard puts it back in.
We saw that last night for the Redbirds. Second chance points.
And down low, kicking it out. There's Jordan Lanier, one of Victory Christian starters. Fox drove in, fell to the hardwood, but nothing doing.
Yeah, a little out of control.
No bailout call on that.
Shot from Mason is off the mark. Koch trying to box out Kason, and he did, so we'll stay with the Redbirds. That's a heads-up play.
That was smart play. Knew if he tried to come up with it, he may not be able to gain possession of it, just let the ball roll out of bounds.
So far, very good. I mean, we're 4 minutes into this quarter. I feel like we've seen a half.
Yeah.
But it looks like both teams have high IQ, which is going to make for a great 3.5 more quarters of basketball.
Three is no good. Son of Metamora head coach Danny Greaves. Now here comes the break. Zobrist slips and falls, but he's okay.
Yep.
Here's Kason. Driving up against the much bigger Hop, and he got it to go. How'd you do that, LJ Kayson?
It's kind of funny. Metamore's asking for a travel. Victory's asking for a foul, and it just was 2 points.
Yeah, nobody's happy.
No.
Now low Hop, no one around
I
him.
don't think Hop realized he was unguarded at the time.
Gets it up, then no good. He'll keep it in. No, it's Victory Christian ball.
I think at the moment Hop had that ball, he didn't realize he was completely open underneath the hoop, which is rare. I mean, why would you be?
You don't expect that.
And playing with her back to the hoop, that sometimes happens to you. You just turn around and you're like, what do you have here? Here comes Victory Christian and Kayson, who's got
Boy,
8
Victory
so
got lucky
far.
there. Just careless, good hands.
Mason, coast to coast for the lay-in.
That was Koch and Mason just creating all kinds of problems defensively.
I think that's a term you're going to hear a lot. Koch and Mason. Koch and Mason. They're just, the two of them working together is going to be exceptional this year.
Kayson, how about this one off the front iron? And here comes Mason. Pass over to Zobrist. Quick trigger three, no good.
Good hustle by Koch, plucking the ball away
And
from
Koch
Kayson.
to Mason, you called
There
it.
it is.
That's a combination.
Get loud.
And quickly, you see Mason with 6 here in the first quarter.
He's relentless. Koch has done a great job getting his hands on a couple loose balls.
From way out, that was Jalen Dorsey, the 6'3" senior, and he's looking for a call, didn't get one. Kayson charged today, got it to go. He's got 10. A
No
microwave,
call.
he's lighting up quick.
I'm waiting for them to put the arc in under the basket at high school the way they do at the college. Then that call there would be, whether it's going to be a charge or a block, it's a little more easy to determine. Hop's doing a great job on the boards.
He's got
He
a
really
third
is.
chance, but couldn't fulfill it. But there's Zobrist out to Mason. Now back to Zobrist. From three is no good.
Those weren't ones Zobrist was missing last night. He
No.
was so hot in that first half with 15.
Kayson trying to sell the call. He'll make it a D1 scholarship in basketball. Maybe not so much in that team.
I was going to say he sold it in both physically and vocally. I could hear him.
It's quite a distance all the way from down there on the floor to up here in the booth as get a brief time out here by Victory Christian. It's been a very fast-paced game so far, high scoring. This one maybe the first one to 70, 75. You never know. Usually these tournament games, you're still trying to adjust to a lot of things. You're trying to adjust to the travel, the new gym, obviously maybe time zone changes for some teams as well. There you don't see it as always some high-scoring games, but this one is the exception to the rule.
Right.
Yeah, this has been pretty wide open. Teams are playing. It's almost like a mid-season type game right now. It doesn't seem like this is the with Metamora's second game, and I guess Victory Christian's first game of the year. Doesn't look like it the way these teams are flowing right now.
Storm to inbound. It will be Kayson. He scans the floor, looking down low. He's got Lanier off the mark. Here comes Metamora the other way.
Koch did a nice job. Just stood, walled up, made it very difficult for him to get that shot.
There's Hop. A legacy solar slam from Luke Hop. I think we're going to see a lot of dunks from Luke Hop this year. Here comes Kayson the other way. He always gets to the rim, and he does so in a hurry. 12 for the FAU commit.
Yeah, they may have to make an adjustment how they're going to defend him right now. He's beating him to the basket, and he's finishing very strong.
Incredible ability to adjust speed.
Yeah.
Just Kayson's ability to stutter step, a little hesitation, and then all of a sudden it's a layup.
Yeah, and it's against this is a good team.
Yeah.
He's not doing this against a bunch of stiffs. He's doing it against a really good team.
Mason inbounds it to Zobrist. Pressure brought there by Andino. Mason got a step on his man. Dorsey, three ball from Walker is around.
And you gotta love that when your first guy off the bench, Nick Walker, is knocking down a three.
Very good pass. He caught it in rhythm.
Kayson, side steps, three ball, got it. Oh my word.
Wow.
LJ Kayson's a walking highlight reel.
I tell you, the official did not like whatever one of the assistants said from Victory Christian. He turned around and almost had something to say back, but adjusted quick.
Nearly a backcourt violation. Koch keeps it on the Metamora side over to Hop.
Really good play by Hop. He just read where Koch was in trouble and came to help him out.
How about Kaysen dive all over the floor too? But even, it was almost after the whistle had sounded. His motor is incredible. And still take a much earned breather on the Victory Christian sideline.
Yeah, that young man could play. He has shown it so far.
LJ Case, I could throw him out there in the Final Four like FAU got last year. There's going to be an over and back.
Yep.
Back to my point, I think Kason could probably put up a decent amount of points even in a Final Four game the way he's playing right now.
Yeah, and he's coming back in. Good move. Get him in on the offensive end.
He didn't get a whole lot of a break there.
Swig of water and that's it. Get back in there,
he'll get that quarter break. He'll be all right.
Well, 5 seconds left. We'll see if they do with him. He's got to go the length of the floor. And with 3, now with 2. He'll heave one up from deep.
Oh,
almost
boy.
made that one, too.
That wouldn't have surprised me if that had gone in the way he's been going.
What a quarter from Victory Christian and LJ Kason. 15 points in just 8 minutes of play. This is going to be a good one here between the Storm and the Redbirds. We'll take a quick break here on Clutch Sports Media to thank all of our great sponsors of this broadcast and the Kevin Rupp Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with Jake Wesson State Farm in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, whether it be auto, home, or life, give Jake from State Farm a call at 309-444-4441. And by Legacy Solar, they're a proud supporter of the Kevin Rupp Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And all of our silver sponsors, we'd like to thank Seth Q, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy Johns, Michael's Italian, Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Quicker Financial for their support of the KBM TOC. And by Keps, it's the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand, and you'll get a discount. Keps, great atmosphere, great food. And by PJ Hare, and thank them for their support of the TOC and the fight against glioblastoma, and also by the city of East Peoria, just on the road from Washington as well. Here we go, ready to go back for quarter number 2 in Torrey Gymnasium. Metamora and Victory Christian watching a very close battle. This one could be shaping up to be the game of the tournament so far.
It could be. These teams both are getting after each other on defense. A lot of scoring.
Mason, can he fulfill it on cue?
Big
He shows the scoring right there.
When we talk about those transitions between quarters, if you can get a little bit of a run, this would be an opportune time for Metamora to get after it.
And Dino was rejected by the bottom of the backboard. Now Mason again from 3, and it's off the mark. Look who's there, Nick Walker. Kason says no, though, takes it away.
Great steal by Koch.
Yeah, that pass didn't have much of a chance when you got 6'8", 6'9", good athlete like Cooper Koch.
Hop and Walker play a 2-man game, but no good. Here comes Gall, the big man running the floor.
Boy.
And Metamora
using that stride to get almost from the three-point line to the hoop.
He did without traveling.
I was about to say Metamora may have wanted to travel, but Gall's just so lengthy like that. He's got 4 so far. Now it's Koch taken away. No. And Dino almost had it. And that's a charge. How about LJ Kason?
Kason was set there perfectly.
This team is just
perfect.
a pesky team to play against. They're up into you in every position or every possession. They're contesting everything you want to do.
Both high IQ teams.
That charge brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm. That one hits the top of the backboard and out. Oh, you don't see many charges outside of the arc.
Outside of the lane. You're right.
That's great awareness by Kason. Could be the player of the tournament so far. Still in the early going though. We'll see what he's got in store. Mason finds Koch. Taken away by Andino. In transition, he'll lay this one up. Easy.
Andino's just tough player. Strong. Anticipates defensively exceedingly well. Love the way he plays.
As Walker and Zobrist backing down Andino. Decided against the fadeaway. Kason takes away. Boy, Victory Christian is hounding Metamora. Kason.
Oh,
The
almost
foul,
got the and
almost
one.
got it.
Yeah,
Anytime the ball leaves Kason's hand, you feel like it's got to go in the
Right.
hoop.
This defensive pressure that Victory is putting on has really been causing Metamora a lot of problems. They're doing things a little quicker than they normally want to do, and they turn the ball over more than they normally will.
Kason will get 2 free throws. He misses the first. One of the rare chance to breathe for him. Kason's been just all over the floor. Second one is also no good. So he hasn't done much wrong, but
They found
Another
something.
tip
They
ball.
found something, but he gets his hands on the ball anyway.
I think I know an unbeatable strategy in basketball, and maybe not even the 95-96 Bulls could be to have 5 LJ Kasons on the floor.
Yeah, I'd like your chances with that team.
Metamora trailing by 5. Here's Mason, crosses up.
Oh, great
Chuck
pass.
Fox. Here's Hop from 3, but Greaves says, "Look right
Graves
foul."
again, second time.
It just, I love Greaves reading the weak side of the hoop on the shot.
That's what it is. He gets, he's a weak side offensive rebounder. This young
And
man.
a four-point
boy.
play.
4-point
Mike
play here.
Andino gets it to go. Mike
Andino's
Andino's
a player.
He's the Robin to LJ
Yes.
Kason's Batman.
I tell you,
That's a great way to
Andino.
put it.
Andino's confidence right now is incredible, both on the defensive and offensive side.
Andino's got 7, make it 8.
He's tough.
And Victory Christian leading by 7 here in the first half. Still lots of
boy.
basketball left, and Metamora can hang on to it. The Greaves to Zobrist connection just a bit too high.
Because that was really not very good defense on the part of Victory Christian that time, and Zobrist made a great read, just couldn't catch the pass. But
So this does not happen often, but I suspect Coach Greaves is taking a timeout here, 30-second timeout, just to regroup and chat. Down by 7 in the second quarter with 5.5 left to go. When was the last time that happened for the Redbirds?
Oh, I'll tell you this. I remember very vividly. Now, it wasn't too long ago, 'cause if you go by number of games played rather than by amount of time. In their state championship game against Chicago Simeon, which I was on the call for, they were down by a decent margin in the second half. Can't remember exactly what it was, but a very low scoring game. Couldn't really get much to go offensively. And they had just a massive third and fourth quarters game, and eventually ended up winning that game and getting that state championship. But they did it in the semifinal game and the state title game.
Right.
I was calling the title game, and I was like, I don't know, can they do it again?
Sure enough.
An unbelievable comeback against East St. Louis back in the semifinals, and they did it again in the state title game. As here's Andino, got it. He's up to 11.
he's having a game. Well, you think about, go back to the previous year in that state championship game against Sacred Heart Griffin. Metamora, the same thing. They just never quit. They're never going to stop playing hard.
That's the right call on that. Although, they could sell it that goal was stationary, but I don't think so. I think he had slid over, and that's a good call.
Yeah, I think he was up in the air just a bit. All very long and athletic at 6'8". Here's Mason finding Greaves off the inbound, and it's off the left rim. Now the other way, here comes Jordan Lanier. Now taken away, Metamora has numbers, 3-on-2, Zobrist to Koch.
Great
Lays it in.
play. I love Zobrist's ability. Yeah, Zobrist looking right, knowing full well he had Koch going the full length. That was a great play by Zobrist. Good
Deep
finish.
ball from Fox, nothing but Twine. And he yells towards the Metamora bench.
Yep.
5'11" sophomore, got playing with a little attitude.
I don't think he's making a lot of Metamora friends tonight.
Well, considering they're more than 4 states away, I don't think they're here to make friends. They're on a business trip.
No, they're not.
This is a business trip for the Victory Christian Academy Storm, and they have gotten lots of business done so far. Here's Kason finding Andino.
Nice patience from Andino.
They'll get the picks from Gall, kicks it out, Andino with
Can't leave
three.
him open. Just cannot leave him open.
And now for Victory Christian after Quezon started with 15 quick ones, and Dino's got 14. Yeah, Fox hitting threes, and boy, oh boy, Metamora has to watch out. Hop from beyond the arc is off the mark. But Zobrist, little Dirk step back.
That was
just a nice little touch.
Yep. That was Dirk.
Nice hustle from Koch.
Koch has made some really nice defensive plays so far this game.
Lanier drives in on Mason. They're going to get Mason with a foul. That's Metamora's fourth, so one more, and Victory Christian will be shooting two. For all of our Florida viewers, if you're watching Victory Christian, obviously the new rule this year, you may or may not be familiar with it. You shoot double bonus free throws after 5 fouls in the quarter. Hey, come here. Kick it back out. Here's Andino on the perimeter, driving in on Zobrist. Floater with one hand is good. They can't miss.
He has had a half.
Yeah.
Offensive foul against Metamora, and everything. This is turning into a landslide of momentum for the Storm.
I'm not. You know, I thought Hoop was stationary. I thought Hop was there. I thought Hop was there. I'm not sure I'm not sure he leaned into that. He was. But again, you put a shoulder to almost to a chin, you're gonna get the call for the offense there, or for the defense in that case. But I really thought Luke had gotten position on that.
Here's Lanier on the drive, beat Walker. Victory Christian is so fast and they can shoot so well.
They are really quick, with and without the ball.
And defensively, Walker and Gall had it taken away. 3-on-1, Quezon says and one, but gets Lanier for the finish.
Great work there by that's number 5, Lanier, like you said. Just staying with it.
Taking the ball away
from
the guards.
Quezon. It's showtime in Washington. The lead is
20-point lead.
Victory Christian Academy coming in with a statement in Central Illinois. This gym is stunned.
And like we talked about earlier, though, it's 20 points, but it's 20 points with 2:50 to go in the second quarter.
Right.
Not in the game. And, you know, if you watch Metamora enough, they're not going to stop playing. So, you know, there's a long ways to go in this game. But the way Victory has come out and playing, they are really, really impressive.
They absolutely were ready for this game. I mean, they came in. I don't know how they got here, whether it's bus, plane, what have you. I'm not seeing any sign of exhaustion, any kind of jet lag, anything.
Nothing.
Well, the length of the floor is still the same as it is in Florida. And baskets are still 10 feet. That's the infamous scene from Hoosiers.
Absolutely.
Doesn't matter where you play, but obviously the travel is certainly part of it as well. Never easy, especially at the high school level.
Like
you're
you
not
said,
used to it.
A time zone change.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure where Lakeland is, but
I'll tell you a quick look. I believe it may be sort of near Central Florida.
I thought it was outside of Orlando, but don't quote me on that.
All I know is it's a lot warmer there than it is here. So they get to go back to that too. So anyway, this is a good team, a really good team.
And from anyone tuning in from the Sunshine State, watching this show from Victory Christian, glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports Media. Glad you found us as well. Happy to bring you all of this week's games. Yeah, we'll have Victory Christian Academy tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central Time against Great Collegiate Academy. That would be 3 p.m. in Florida. And then, or rather 5 p.m. in Florida, I should say. Then we've got P&D at 12:30 Central Time on Friday. Also on Saturday as well. So catch it all live and for free here on Clutch Sports Media.
P&D's not going to enjoy this pressure.
No,
on Friday.
they're not. Out of the frying pan into the fire with these guys. I mean, it's a
whole different bag of things you're dealing with as opposed to what that Gray Academy was.
Colin Ramage in the game for Metamora now, trying to give the Redbirds a spark. Koch the board.
Nice strong move by Koch. Fought for it again, but Victory Christian is everywhere right now. Good hustle by Koch. Yep.
Turns it away, and here comes Metamora the other way. It's a 4-on-4 break. Koch settles into a transition 3 off the front iron. Almost got his own board. He'll go out and stay with the Redbirds.
And that's a shot Cooper can make in transition. That's not a bad shot for him at all.
But I tell you right now, Koch's intensity has to be matched by his teammates.
Yeah.
He's getting on the floor. He's tipping balls. They all have to turn it up to that notch right now.
I think they're a little, you said it, John, the crowd's a little stunned. I think Metamore's a little shell-shocked right now. This team just came at them just full barrel.
Don't remember the last time that Metamora was down by 20. Again, this is the reigning state champion in Class 3A in Illinois, and arguably the favorite to repeat as state champions this year. They have a steep hill to climb for the duration of this one. And coming up at halftime, we'll have Gavin Russell in the Auto Group Tournament Central. Inbounds to Koch. 3, got it. Metamora, a necessary bucket.
And that's all that Metamora wants to do right now. You just chip away at this thing. You're not going to get 17 points back in a minute. But you got to do it on this end.
Count the basket for LJ Kason. He's back at the score sheet like he never left. And Victory Christian will get a chance to counter Metamora's 3 with a 3-point play of their own.
So he's looking to get his 20th point. And his teammate, as you call him, his Robin, has 16. So that's a pretty good 1-2 punch. That's 20.
That's more than Metamora has alone. Kason and Andino with 36, Metamora with 30 at the moment. Here's Mason finding Nick Walker, who drained a 3 earlier. We'll see if he does so again. He thought about it. Now Mason pulls back, trying to set up the offense. They'll take the screen.
That's going to be.
Yeah.
That's 3 quick fouls. No, that was 10. I thought because 5 had picked up a couple. If you're Victory, you're right now you're not interested in putting Metamora at the free throw line.
No,
not with a 20-point lead in the last minute to go in the half.
The clock has stopped. You want to just
solid
run
defense.
this out, go into half.
Metamora just wants to end the half on something positive.
Walker's 3 is off.
There's Zobrist for the offensive board. He's double teamed and taken away by Thought Gall.
This quickness, that was Andino's hands in from behind, and Gall had the wherewithal to pick the ball up, but they're just relentless on defense.
That's great defense from Koch, but
and
I tell you,
Jalen Dorsey with the finish.
I don't know what else Cooper could have done there.
No, I mean, textbook defense, he did it perfectly. And again,
here we go again in transition. Kason behind the back. Like a ballet dancer, a pass to Nick Walker. Andino driving in, no one near the rim, but he can't finish it.
He just showed that he was human, though.
I don't know if we've seen him miss in a while.
Zobrist, a rushed 3 and off the mark. Here comes Kason the other way. 4 on 2. Kason finds Gall, up and under for the lay-in.
And I have all the faith in the world that LJ Kason could have gone up with that, but just took take a breather, give his teammate a nice easy layup.
Here's Mason with 3 on the clock with 2. Metamora will get a shot up, but no good.
Boy, what a
Victory Christian Academy is on pace to hit the century mark.
54 points. Just exceptional. Oh.
And really, when you recap the half, I don't know what you can say other than Victory Christian they came out and just never took the foot off the pedal. And they came out initially. Kason starts the game,
Kason with that,
back-to-back baskets, second one being a dunk. And Andino has stepped up, and they are just relentless on offense. I mean, Metamora scored 30 points.
Right.
A 60-point game, what that translates to is not bad.
No.
At the high school level, they scored 30 and they're down 24. This team is just relentless. They come after you, and we'll see how Metamora adjusts and does some things at halftime to get back in this thing.
Lots of defense leading to offense for Victory Christian Academy, who went 24-6, lost in their region finals last year. The way they're playing right now, they could be a state title contender just here in their second game of the season. They lead 54-30 over the Metamora Redbirds. I want to thank all of our great sponsors here of this great tournament. We'll step aside for messages from those guys and come back with Gavin Russell in the Upton Auto Group studio here on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
I want to thank all of those great sponsors, including the title sponsor OSF, Uftring, Titan Industries, all of the other guys. Set down to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. Gavin Russell standing by with Shelly Dankoff. Guys, down to you.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium, the second half between Victory Christian Academy and Metamora. Guys, I think we may have a now tournament favorite through the first half of play. What a half from the Storm out of Lakeland, Florida. So they'll get the ball to start the second half.
Very impressive. Not only do they have a 24-point lead, you get the ball to start the half. All the momentum, they just played great. They're relentless. And they go to their go-to guy right away, Kason, and you can see he picks up the foul right away.
Yeah, he's not messing around. He just gets after it immediately.
Really foul on Mason. And guys, I want to pose this question quick to both of you and all the wisdom you guys have. What do you think Metamora needs to do in the second half to climb back into this game? Because you see them do it before.
Well, the number one thing, they got to take care of the basketball. And part of what's happening is they've been sped up because this team will speed you up in a lot of ways. But more importantly than that, they got to find a way to make some stops. They've been almost, 56 points in just a little over one half. That's if you can't find some stops, you're in trouble. And I think the intensity, they just haven't matched the intensity that Victory Christian has brought so far this game.
Absolutely. One of the things they did so well against.
That's an offensive foul right there.
One of the things they did very well against Notre Dame is that they match up very well against the drive. They shut down the drive exceedingly well. They need to do that. Stop the perimeter shooting. We've been so mesmerized by Victory Christian attacking the lane that their outside shooting has been exceptional.
Yes.
And that that is Andino has been so good from beyond the arc. But one of the other things is we need to see number 30 for the Redbirds get the ball more. Yep, and right there it is, Greaves.
Well, doesn't matter who it comes from. Metamora gets 3.
But again, the ball in number 30's hands more for Redbirds is going to help this team.
How about Gall, the big man from the wing?
I was just going to say, that's probably not the shot Victory wants. Yeah. And Gall's around saying, shut up. They know what they can do. They got to get this guy going too.
So
Metamora is matching intensity right now. Now they've got to get defensive stops.
Kason in and out. One of the rare misses he's had today is now Greaves pushes it up the other way. Now Zobrist will dial up another 3 front iron. And here comes Kason. And Plikovnai is down the floor. Here's a lob up top to Jordan Lanier. Raise the roof, young man. That's a legacy power slam.
And if Metamora makes that 3, that it was a good shot. If they make that 3, it's a 14-point game. You may get in a timeout from Victory.
And they're probably not getting that dunk in transition
That's
either.
That's exactly right.
As here's Kason down low to Lanier. Up and under. What a move that could have been. And they airmailed Koch. That ball nearly flied into the trainer's room along the baseline.
Well, Victory Christian has got Metamora playing their game.
Right.
Up and down, which is exactly how they want to play, but I'm not sure that's Metamora's game, at least not at this point in the season.
Redbirds down by 22 after a dominant win over P&D last night. It seemed like they could do no wrong. Now on the opposite end of the spectrum right now, facing a 12 test against Victory Christian, and there's a foul on Zobrist. That will be his second, and Metamora's second team foul.
But it's in these half-court sets where Metamora really has to get some stops.
Yes. Got to get a stop, you got to get the rebound, then you got to come down and just take care of the ball and get that good shot.
Lanier's open down low
And
again. He gets fouled by Koch. So Metamora, 3 quick fouls in the first 2.5 minutes.
Not where they want to be.
And if you watch that play, who was the one that gets the shot? That's the guy that threw the ball in bounds. Threw it in. Cooper turns his head. He beats him back door. By the time Cooper
attacks the hoop. Absolutely attack the hoop.
This is a very well coached team, as is Metamora. A little discussion here. Quite sure what they're talking about out here.
And Dino's telling Lanier, let him finish.
Yeah.
You're going to get your shots. I don't know what the discussion could have been about that. But that's why we're up here.
Yeah, if they wanted us to know, they'd tell us.
Here's Lanier with the second of 2 free throws. He's putting together a nice third quarter, and that one is nothing but net.
Yeah, he's a nice looking player as well. We got another senior, got some experience. That's just good defense again. Their hands are everywhere.
Wow, and it's just a breakdown in communication right now for Metamora. Starting to see a little bit of frustration, and that's one thing they can't have. They've got to stay together.
I saw a little bit of that in the first half. Thought maybe they'd get that back together, but this is a crucial stretch for them right now. You better find him.
Here's Andino with a 3 off the mark, and after Metamora, it was a running clock win against P&E last night. Hop's 3 is short. Metamora, they got to fight now because once that lead reaches 30, it's running clock for the rest of the game, regardless of how much they come back, I believe.
That's right.
As long as it's the start of the fourth quarter.
Okay,
30 points in the fourth quarter. You can cut it to 2. That clock's still running.
Checking in for the Redbirds, number 12, Kendrick Chapman.
So yeah, you never even thought about that possibility. You're exactly right.
Here's the Storm inbound with Tucker Fox. He'll trigger it. Got Gall down low through traffic, no good. Kason keeps it in. Finds Gall again, spins out. Kicking, finds Lanier off the back brick. No good, but there's Andino.
Yeah, Andino's not going to miss that jumper right there.
I'll tell you, Metamora's just like a step off. They're just missing that rebound.
A lot of these second chance opportunities they were getting last night are just not falling their way tonight. That's a great take. Oh, Kason
through the arm. I think that's what he's going to say.
That'll go on Kason, just a bit out of control there. That charge brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm in Peoria.
I don't think, I'm not 100% sure, but I don't think Coach Fitzgerald agreed with it. The look on his face.
I've never seen too many coaches that do agree with that call.
On the other end, here's Walker. He decided to shoot a 3, no good. Metamora not getting the same amount of luck from beyond the arc as they were last night. Gall almost walked with it. Metamora believe he did. Now there's
that was a possession you want to scratch that off your highlight reel.
Victory Christian hasn't had too many that they'd want to take off. That was definitely one of them.
Well, Gall is just shown right there. He's probably not a point guard. Metamora did a great job. He picked up like he was going to make the pass. Someday they took that pass
There's
away.
Walker for 3. That's what Metamora needed. Lead cut down to 24. Walker's got 2 triples. How can the Redbirds get a stop?
Well, that's a long one.
And Dino barely drew the front rim as Zobrist now in transition. He'll lay it up and in.
And again, Metamora just chipping it away.
They will. And that's the thing, Victory Christian can't. That shot was probably unnecessary.
Some of these screens are getting a little hard.
Yeah.
Here's Lanier down low, no good. Metamora gets a stop. Walker barely keeps it in bounds. chance for Metamora to get it below 20. Nice little run they're putting together here. Zobrist finds Koch, got him going for the volleyball line.
Oh, boy, big hit for number 30.
And he can
Big
get his
hit
range.
for number 30.
My word, that may be the deepest we've seen this tournament. That was in between the top of the arc and the half-court line as Walker nearly comes away with it.
Metamore's got a little life again.
That one rolls around no good, and it will go Metamora ball. Now this gym is getting some more Redbird energy.
Yeah, now you get the crowd gets into it a little bit. You know, get this thing down. It's 19, get it down to, 15, 12 points going into the fourth quarter. Anything can happen.
And you really can't count the Redbirds out ever until there's zeros on the clock.
Zobrist, mid-range, no good, but there's Walker, and he airmailed Koch. Yeah, really loft one up to airmail Cooper Koch, but that one just a bit too far upstairs.
And I think with Metamora too, and this is gonna develop as the year goes on. You got some guys playing that didn't play together a year ago. They're gonna continue to figure those things out. Yeah,
Near
that's
to
gonna
the
be a
inbound,
foul.
that's going to be a foul there on Zobrist. That's his third. And that should be Metamora's fifth, so that should trigger 2 free throws here for the Storm.
Tucker Fox going to get an opportunity to put himself up on the board here.
Yeah, that's a long time to be shooting two. You're looking at 2.5 minutes in an 8-minute quarter to be shooting 2 free throws, and Metamora's going to have to come out and guard them. So free throws could be a factor here.
Fox has got 6 tonight. Can't make it 7 there.
And that is about the quietest 6 that I have seen all night. He is.
Kind of wonder where they came from, right?
Comes in
really
off the bench,
stands out.
does his job exceedingly well. That's a 5'11 sophomore grinding it out very well for this Victory Christian team.
I do remember a 3 he made in the first half, right in front of the Metamora bench. Boy, that just not converting that. And again, just the hands, the quickness.
Chaffron with the strong take, but again, this is not what Metamora needs right now. Putting the Storm at the line, shooting with the clock stopped.
Got the lead down to under 20. And now they can get it back above that. Here's Quentin Wilson. Guys, he's an 8th grader. Quentin Wilson is.
No. Yes.
He sure is. They've got a couple of them on the team.
Yeah, they also have Ethan Knox in 8th grade as well. So some young talent for Victory Christian as well.
My goodness, I didn't even pay any attention to that. Well, when you got a school of 238, you probably, they have to include,
Sure.
And a lot of states, they do that. They will go down and they'll play.
Victory Christian's got some seniors. Kason being one of them. Lanier, Jalen Dorsey. Good amount of juniors and sophomores too. And there's the 8th grader Wilson, the foul on the senior Cooper Koch. Now, Wilson doesn't look like your typical 8th grader.
You got an 8th grader guarding
6'3".
an Iowa recruit. 6'3" is an 8th grader, yeah.
They'll go up top. Walker, top of the arc. Now Mason, he'll settle into a 3 off the front iron, and Gall corrals it. Numbers the other way. Here's Wilson up and under.
Strong take.
Who
for
cares
Wilson.
if he's in middle school?
My goodness.
That is a big play for the 8th grader.
Now, of course, Koch into a deep 3, and buckets like that, they're forcing Metamora to take quick shots. Not a bad one from Koch, but
Good play by Koch right there.
Mason will lay it in. The Winona State recruit, I should say commit. He's got 11. Wilson down low to Gall, and Greaves fouled him before he got the shot off, I believe.
Still going to get a pair to shoot, though.
Yeah, I forgot Mason's going to Winona State because that is where Owen Dillon's brothers are.
Sure enough.
Brothers who are twins here at Winona. So it's a good pickup. I'd take Mason on my team any day of the week.
First one no good from Thought Call, who's got 9 right now. Could get into double figures here. Hit his mark down low, but also hit that wing triple earlier in the frame. Or back in the second quarter, I should say. gets that one to go. Lead back up to 23 for Victory Christian. And we'll get Mike Andino checking back in for the Storm.
Well, the good news so far this quarter is Metamora has outscored them.
Yeah.
But it's only been by a point. But at least they've got the game on a level playing field again.
Big second quarter for Victory Christian. Walker's three, no good, but Redbirds were only down 22-18 after that first quarter, but that massive second frame from VCA.
Yeah, that's a 32-point second quarter for.
Just changed things completely in this game.
A lot of points in 8 minutes.
And
That's
here
a
it
great
kicks to
pass.
Wilson, to Andino. Great ball movement.
Another great pass.
Down low again, Lanier.
Interior passing for the Storm has been
Andino's
something to
really a
watch.
good player.
That's one thing that's impressed me has been their ball movement today. They're playing hot potato out there. They'll turn it back over. Victory Christian ball. Substitution now for the Storm. Jalen Dorsey checks in for Gall.
Just checking to make sure he wasn't like a 6th or 7th grader the way they're bringing kids in here, but these guys can all play.
Coming up next after this, we'll have another state champion, Alexander, out of Arkansas. They'll take on Maumelle.
It just seems like at times when you're playing against a team like Victory that there's 7 or 8 guys on the floor.
Right.
They're just everywhere that you turn, there's a white shirt.
And shot clock is off now for Metamora. Well, that's Alexander not in Arkansas, that's Maumelle. They're from Arkansas. Alexander is state champion down in Georgia. They're coming up next as Hop lays it in.
Nice patience from Luke Hop there to get the layup.
Yeah, Hop made a really nice play.
You know, and if Metamora can get a 3 here, they cut it to 20 with a quarter to go. If my math is correct, and believe me, my math needs to be checked.
But crazy things happen.
Mason
There
got
you go.
the 3.
There it is.
And the lead is now down to 20. Wilson.
Trouble is, they're going to get. Oh, they did.
A good strip. Good strip.
And the clock will expire. Koch wanted the time for a half-court heave, so Metamora gets a little bit back. Still a lot of work to do. Stay tuned to see if they can mount a improbable comeback here inside Torrey Gymnasium here in Washington. As we take a break, I want to thank all of our great sponsors that help make today's broadcast possible, starting with Jake Weston, State Farm in Washington. Full of your insurance needs, give Jake a call at 309-444-4441 or visit him at jakewestoninsurance.com. Maybe even visit his office. It's right down the road here from Washington Community High School. And also, SunPower by Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KBM Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolarpower.com. And all of our silver sponsors. We'd like to thank SEFCU, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, Pat Sampson Country Financial, with the support of the KBM TOC, and by Kep's Sports Bar and Grill. If you're watching from Kep's right now, big shout out to you. Glad you're enjoying the game. Hope you're enjoying your meal out there. Great atmosphere, great food at Kep's. Also by PJ Hair. I want to thank them for their support of the TOC. Also by the City of East Peoria as well. Here we go in the fourth quarter. Metamora gets the ball back, so as big, Mason elevates for another 3 off the mark, but Koch keeping track of it.
Koch has really played hard this whole game.
Drives in, up and over. The teardrop is no good, and he still corrals it, but this one will stay with Metamora.
I tell you, one thing you'll get out of number 30, Cooper Koch, is that motor will not shut off.
And he hasn't tonight. He's played really, really hard.
Mason
Oh,
went
boy.
down.
They just
They
missed
missed him there.
Koch was wide open, but they get 3.
But not a bad trade-off.
Yeah.
Maybe that was by design. Here's Cooper with the steal.
They down to 17. It could be 14. Zobrist not quite, but Mason
No.
top. It's down to 15. Here come the Redbirds.
Like
And
we
again,
said, you can't count them out to
You
the
got a shot
zeros.
clock in the threes. Anything can happen. And Metamore's not going to quit.
Here's Kason, who's quieted down after a big first quarter. There's Koch with the steal.
Oh,
You
way
play
to get it
defensive
down.
back. Here's Zobrist through contact. Metamore screaming for a foul. They won't
Everybody
get
wants
it.
a foul.
Now Kason the other direction quickly. No good. There's Lanier and one.
Boy, what a turn of events. They don't get the foul at one end and come back and a chance for a three-point play at this end.
That's tough. That is tough.
But you know what? You got to play through it.
That's a potential 6-point swing. Zobrist went up strong, couldn't get the bucket or the foul. But Victory Christian gets one on the other end. As Steve Fitzgerald from Victory Christian calls timeout.
That's a tough situation. Like you said, a potential 6-point swing here.
Yeah.
When nothing happens down here with, and I thought Zobrist went after it. Maybe shied a little bit away from the contact. But again, come right back down and maybe Koch made contact. The referee obviously had a better view of it than we did, but it looked like a much softer situation than what was down on the Redbird side of the court.
Right. And I think a lot of times you're seeing at the high school level now, a little more like college, that little verticality thing where if on defense, if you go straight up, even if there's a little bit of body on them, they're not going to call that foul the way they used to. And that's how the college is. There's some plays in college that it looks brutal sometimes, and it's a legal defensive play.
That's why this tournament is rough too. These referees doing a really good job
They're phenomenal.
of letting the players play
They
for the
do.
most part.
Well, people came to watch the players play, not the officials.
Exactly. I think these guys know that's some of the best in the business here in Washington tonight. Here's Zobrist driving in, trying to find Hop, but it was a bit too far upstairs.
I like the look away, but let's make sure.
Yeah, right now you got to make the right
going.
play
Yep.
instead of a great play.
Still time for Metamora, especially with the shot clock.
Yeah, again, it just starts on this end. You got to make stops, give them one shot.
They're going to bring the double team and Kason will
Metamore's doing
drop
a
back.
little switching on defense.
Active hands from Mason forces the steal. Now here comes the Redbirds. Ramage to Zobrist. Turns around, steps back.
He likes that
ball, no good.
Good hustle by
brings in
Hop
the
to keep
offensive
it.
board. There's Ramage swatted away by Lanier. Poked away though by Koch. His three, no good. Mason or Zobrist is there.
I love Zobrist using the backboard right
Yes.
there. Fantastic move.
Under control on that rebound.
LJ Kason right now just slowing down everything.
Yeah.
Is a brilliant move.
VCA is just too much dribbling right now. They're getting away from, they had 3/4 of crisp ball movement and too much dribbling right now.
Up by 16, where do you have to be?
Kason driving in, and they'll get Mason for a foul. That's his third, team second.
But that's one thing. I'm sure Coach Fitzgerald's saying, yeah, we have a 35-second shot clock, but we don't have to race to get it off in the first 5 seconds. Let's use this clock a little bit with a 16-point lead.
Yeah, and let's do what got us this lead. Let's continue to move the ball, play together, be aggressive, but don't be out of, there you go.
Goal down low with a big slam. Bending the rim big time. Looks like Metamora wants timeout. That's a Legacy Solar slam from Thought Gall.
I don't know if somebody thought there was going to be a switch and the switch wasn't made, or somebody just lost the assignment, because Metamora the last couple of times has switched a little bit more on defense than what they've done before. But they got lost on that play.
A little miscommunication for the Redbirds.
Big time scoring performances in this one, 78-60. Already one of the highest scoring games this tournament, if not the highest scoring game already. Started yesterday. Look at Victory Christian. LJ Kason's got 22. Thought Gall's got 12. Lanier has 13. And Dino's got 18. Tucker Fox has 7. Those are the 5 on the floor right now. For Metamora, Mason has 14. Zobrist has 14. Koch has 11. And Luke Hop has 8. A couple of big buckets from Nick Walker as well. He's got 6.
But again, you look at that. You look at the Victory Christian team. They've got 4 guys in double figures. The amount of weapons that this team has right now, as a coach, you've got to love that.
Right. They can score in a lot of ways. They can beat you in a lot of ways.
Even the bench contributors from VCA have played well. Ramage kicks out to Hop. Dribbles past Kason. Back to Hop.
Nice
Spins.
move. Yeah, Hop got.
Gall wanted to travel, but won't get it.
I don't think you're going to get it.
He might have traveled after he was grabbed and pushed, but
Mason will true the inbound. They go to Koch right away off the inbound. Got it to go.
And again, this is. Go ahead.
Say Koch up to 14 now alongside Mason Zobrist.
yeah, he's keeping them around.
As we talked early in the quarter, this is where the Redbirds absolutely have to get stops.
Now by 15, it is possible to come back. And another foul on Mason. That's 4 on him. Zobrist also is 4 as well.
Yeah, that's key. When you're trying to come back, you need your offensive weapons on the floor.
Looks like Danny Greaves may just ride out his guards as long as they can stay in the game.
Well, you trust them. You know your players. You trust them.
Colin Ramage from Metamora getting some big minutes. What a screen by Gall to set up
Great
Lanier.
defense. Great defense.
Other way, here come the Redbirds. Mason, active hands by Case on Pop. Flips it to Greaves. No good. Now Gall out transition.
Last time he tried doing that, it didn't work real well.
Lanier met Koch at the rim and almost threw it down on the Iowa commit. He'll head to the stripe for 2. That's Koch's second. Metamora's 4th.
That was a scramble because Metamora's in a position, they get a bucket, and all of a sudden it's a 13, possibly 12-point game. And
I know people were looking for the Gall travel. I'm not sure I saw it, but boy, the Redbird fans were calling for us.
It looked weird, and when it looks weird, a lot of times they want that call. But I think, last time he did that, and rather than travel, he threw the ball away. This time he got a little bit lucky with it.
And Lanier goes 2 for 2 at the stripe.
2 big free throws.
He's up to 15. 3 players with at least 15 for Victory Christian. Metamora's got to go fast. Greaves, the deep 3. No good. Deep ball just not quite there, but how about the hustle from Koch? Stripping away from Gall and going out of bounds.
Yeah, they're doubling up on it. Get a rebound.
High IQ play by Koch.
Well, you had Koch and Hop surrounding you. That's 2 big bodies. And Gall's got to be a little bit better than that with the ball.
Hop finds Koch on the wing.
Oh,
Nothing
boy.
but Twine.
I tell you.
He stares down the sideline.
They're going to him. And he's delivering.
Halfway through this quarter.
Now the Redbirds need a stop. They're still in this one. Down 14. Basketball's a game of runs. Metamora could use one. Gall sets the screen. Lanier, or rather, Kason kicks it out to Fox. No good. Big chance for the Redbirds. Mason's 3 ball. He got it to go.
For the Redbirds.
11-point game.
Here we go.
I love that the Redbirds are pushing this quickly.
Yep.
The transition basketball right now and still hitting the 3.
And Victory has done the opposite.
Yep.
They've not doing what they did to get that lead.
Kason driving in. No good, but Kason gets it back to go. And Steve Fitzgerald wants a timeout. Kason wanted a foul on that. He almost got stepped on after he got that one to go. But how about that transition 3 from Tyler Mason? That's a gutsy shot.
And that's what Metamora can do, and that's what they're going to have to do that right now. You don't have a lot of time. I mean, 3.5 minutes is a decent amount, but you get that first available transition 3 with guys that can shoot it. And Mason, like we said earlier, he's a winner. He'll find a way to get that ball in the basket.
These are moments where you'd love to have coaches mic'd up just to hear what they're saying. Certainly from Coach Fitzgerald's point of view, where you got a 13-point lead. You're a state champion. Are they state champion last year for Florida? I'm not sure.
They were not. They lost in the region finals.
Okay.
So.
Boy, there's a lot of talent in that state then.
Yes.
But no doubt, it's Florida. But then again, Coach Greaves, what's he saying to his team with a 13-point deficit, 3.5 to go, in a team that is favored to win again? I'd just love to know what's he sharing at this moment.
Yeah, and it's these guys know their team, and what they want to do. But I think they're just going to have to with Metamora. It's keep doing what you're doing. Your intensity level has picked up quite a bit. Knock these shots down. That's a hold.
That one may go on
23, I think.
But the key is going to be, though, keep making stops on the defensive end. That's what you have to do.
They can keep the Storm, keep them stuck on the number. They'd certainly love that.
Well, you know, they had 54 points at halftime. They've scored 28 points this half, so they've done a much better job defensively. But you got to continue to do that.
Hop has the open look, will pass up on it. Instead, he'll go to Zobrist, driving right, steps back, jump,
That's a tough
three
shot. That's a
off
tough
the
shot.
backboard. Kason controlling it. He's being hounded right now by Hop. He's got 3 fouls, taken away by Mason. Mason the other way. You go up. Oh my word!
That was big
Mason
time.
hang on to the rim. That could have been a dangerous play. His head could have hit the backboard.
Yes.
I mean, I think he hung on the rim just for safety's sake.
He had to.
High flat action in Torrey Gymnasium. This is what you come to see.
This is big time. He took the ball to the basket hard. Defense rose.
It is November 22nd, and it feels like March.
Yes.
This is great.
Mason again, pretty decently sized guard. He really bulked up in the offseason, but just his ability to get above the rim like that, and you know, he saw, I'm sure, the VCA defender closing in and still decided to go up with it. And he got 2 free throws, which he makes.
And here we go. We got just under 3 minutes to go, and you got an 11-point game.
And I love Mason's intensity right now. Playing with 4 fouls, he doesn't care.
He is locked in. Is Kason locked in? He
You
is.
got to be kidding me.
Wow.
You got to be
Man,
kidding.
oh man. Kason's up to 27.
That took some guts right there.
That's a big time shot because Metamore gets the board. They come down and score. Then Steve Fitzgerald's probably chewing him out, saying, "What are you doing taking that shot?"
Right.
Now he said, "Hey, nice job."
You missed that shot. They come down and score. It's in single digits, and anything can happen. This gym's going to go nuts. That just takes the air out of the Metamore crowd right now.
Completely.
Look, you said it for the entire fourth quarter. Every time there's a stoppage, you think, Metamore's coming back, they're inching back. VCA is always there to get a bucket when it's most needed. And who else but LJ Kason, their leading scorer. He's also playing with 4 fouls right now as well. So a lot of physical play. I know there's a stretch back there. Kason and Mason kind of went back and forth at it. Physical plays with each other and no fouls called.
And they're not backing down, are they? I mean, they are going after with 4 fouls. It's like we don't care.
Leave it all out on this hardwood at Torrey Gymnasium. This has been an absolute classic here at the KBM TOC. It feels much closer than a 14-point game. Victory Christian Academy has played outstanding against the defending state champions, Class 3A in Illinois. So if you're watching from Florida, be on notice. This Storm team is going to make life tough very hard. And here's Mason, a deep 3 off the mark. Can Greaves pull it in? He can, but he passed up Hop, or rather Cooper Koch. You think Kaiser's at South Alabama.
Wow.
Here's Lanier
Nice
with
finish for 5.
That was really
Lanier
a
with
good
great
play by
finish.
Lanier.
Great patience. He's got 17.
You know, they're probably going to hit the 90 mark before this is over.
Greaves' 3 is good.
Don't know what Metamore's going to end up with, but it is, that's a lot of points against a good team. They've just been filling it up in a variety of ways.
Here's Kason to slow things down. They can take it down to 1:30, but Kason won't off the back iron.
And that's one where I could see Coach Fitzgerald say, we just don't need that right yet.
Hop, quick pass over to Mason in the corner. Who's got the rebound? Volleyballed around, and Andino has it. And here come the Storm. It's Kason. He was
They're going
fouled.
to count that. They're going to count it.
Did he?
I don't know.
Yes, he does.
They'll give him the continuation, and Kason has a chance to make it 30 for him tonight.
And that'll be the 5th foul for Tyler Mason.
What a game for Mason. He really gets Metamore in that game.
Absolutely.
Also plays all around, finishes with 19 points, some big-time shots. Unfortunately, it will be just a bit too short for Metamore.
And, as well as, Koch has played some other guys. Mason's definitely the leader of this team.
Oh. Tyler Mason, I know he's frustrated, but he played a fantastic game.
And they also know that this is not the end of the season.
No.
You said, we said at the top of the broadcast, Metamora lost 2 games here last year, still won the state championship. The only 2 losses came here at this tournament. Greaves' layup is good. He's got 12.
Talk about a young man coming into his own right now,
Yeah.
and doing it at this tournament is impressive.
Yeah, Greaves, son of head coach Danny Greaves. He's going to play a big role as Fox keeps it in bounds. Kason down to Lanier. I thought he was going to put the exclamation point on this one.
I did too. He said, no, maybe I just better make this.
He said he wasn't ready yet. Oh, nice move by Greaves.
Greaves has done a nice job.
All with the board. First time in this tournament we've seen a team reach 90. We usually see a couple times each year. I remember a couple years ago we had a game that finished 111 to 103 between
Is that
Northwell
right?
Christian and St.
Wow.
Rita. No defense at all in that game. A little bit more in this one. But what a point total being put up by the Storm.
Well, that's
Tons
the thing
of guys in
here.
double figures.
Defense has been played in this game.
Right,
It's not
right.
like they haven't guarded. There's been a lot of good offense. There's been some lapses, but it's been good offense.
Shot clock is off for Victory Christian. They will give the Metamora Redbirds their first loss of the season. Storm will advance to 2-0, if I'm not mistaken, but big win and an absolute statement for this team. I think some people in Central Illinois are going to come back later in the tournament
Yes.
to watch
I
this
have no
Victory
doubt
Christian
they're going to
team.
want to watch them
And-
play again.
And just think, Friday we have Metamora playing that Gray's Academy.
Right,
Man,
right.
what a game that's going to be. So, no, this tournament, it's worth the trip over, that's for sure.
Big time game from Victory Christian. They take down Metamora 92 to 76. That was a fun one. Lots of scoring. Cooper Koch is 17 for Metamora. LJ Kason with 30. Jordan Lanier adds 19. And Dino with 18. Gall with 12.
I think Mason ended up with 18, was it, or in that ballpark?
Yeah, Mason might have been
Yeah.
in that
Mason
area.
at 19.
19,
So
okay.
just lots of big time players taking the floor. That's what the KBM TOC is all about. It's also helping defeat the fight against glioblastoma. I want to give this quick shout out to the KB Strong Foundation for more on how you can help fight the fight against glioblastoma. Go to kbstrongfightingthefight.com for more information, or the Washington TSC website for more information on how you can help find a cure and also support the legacy of Washington head coach Kevin Brown, who passed away from that terrible disease a couple years ago. That about wraps things up from inside the gym here. We'll step aside for a quick word for our sponsor. We'll start with Jake Weston, State Farm in Washington. For all of your insurance needs, auto, home, or life, give Jake a call at 309-444-4441 or jakewestinsurance.com, or by SunPower, by Legacy Solar. They're a proud sponsor of the KBM TOC. To learn more about going solar, visit LegacySolarPower.com. And all of our silver sponsors as well. There's lots of them. You can take a look at them on your screen right now. They all play a big part in this tournament. And also by Kev Sports Bar and Grill, just right down the road from Washington. Again, the official pre- and post-game hangout of the Tournament of Champions. Stop by before or after your trip to the TOC with a ticket in hand. You get a discount. Kev's great atmosphere, great food. And also by PJ Hair and the city of East Peoria as well. And we're going to set it down in our studio to Gavin Russell of the Honor Group Tournament Central. Gavin, it's all you.
Welcome back into the F-String Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Alongside me is Brad Mahoney. Brad, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
It's always great to have an array of guests, and there's a lot of parts that go into this tournament other than the great basketball we see in the gym here at Torrey Gymnasium. There's also all the stuff that goes on around it, including the kids' camps, all the stuff in the community, everybody getting involved, and you have a big part to do with that, also working with Morton Community Bank. So just kind of give us a little bit of an overview of what that entails, who's involved, and how many people are involved.
Sure, absolutely. Well, we have been involved really since the beginning of the tournament. So I think it's been 18 years now. So it's been a great partnership, and that partnership has continued to grow. So as the tournament's grown, our relationship and partnership with the tournament's grown. So our biggest, what we help sponsor and help with is the clinics. So we have 2 clinics here in Washington in October. There's over 200 kids from town. Coach Schimmerhorn, his staff, I think probably every kid that plays on freshman through varsity here help out with those clinics. So they get a lot of kids involved, and it's grown. The last year and this year, now we have satellite camps. So whereas the clinics are always in Washington, now they have this year up to 8 clinics. Awesome. Yeah, it's been great.
The satellite camps, what does it take to get that set up? Is it, teams that come and play here, or is it just reaching out to coaches across the state that may, and even across the country that may be involved,
Sure.
wanting to be involved?
Yeah, good question. So I think the thought is St. Jude runs has all these satellite runs, and so it's kind of with the same approach. So predominantly it's going to be schools that have teams that are playing.
Sure.
They're going to host the camps. They're going to be more likely to be involved. So. And that's, for the most part, what it's been. We have had some who have come to us and said, hey, we know about your cause. We want to help out in our community, so we'd love to host a camp. So we had a couple of those this year, and then just some with just prior relationships that have wanted to stay involved and host a clinic.
And then obviously some of these kids' camps have come and gone for this season, but obviously I'm sure they'll be back next year.
Absolutely.
Maybe somebody out there watching from across the state even that may be interested in getting involved in one of these kids' camps. What do they entail? What can they look forward to maybe next year?
Absolutely. They're great. One key feature of the clinics is if you go to the clinic, it's typically kindergarten through 8th graders. You get a T-shirt, and that T-shirt is your ticket into the tournament. So if you wear that, you're in. So it's usually $30, $35. You get a T-shirt, you get a pass for the whole week if you're a kid. So as far as getting involved, I would say reaching out to anybody at the Tournament of Champions. We'd love to grow this year over year. So reach out to any of us. We'd love to take that on.
Indeed, and I know you may not be involved in this directly, but there's also the ball boy and ball girl experiences. So a lot of opportunities. If you're out there, maybe you're a parent or you're a kid watching out there, there's a lot of opportunities to get involved, which I think that just takes away, it's obviously for a great cause, but it also makes it a lot of fun for these kids out here.
Absolutely. I mean, typically this is all about kids and families, right? So, and if you get kids excited about basketball, that's fantastic. There's not many kids that are going to be able to go see Division I, 50 Division I kids in a week. So it's an unbelievable opportunity, and kind of the mindset is if you get the kids involved and get the kids coming, the parents are going to come too, and they'll see what it's all about as well. And now that it's for such a great cause, I mean, it's anything we can do to continue to raise funds and raise awareness, we're for it.
Indeed, and I don't know if you had a personal relationship with Kevin at all, but he meant so much to this community. He mentioned it's for a great cause. Every time we're on this studio, I want to make sure people are aware there's a lot you can do to get involved with KB Strong. What are some of the things to get involved with KB Strong? And also, how important really is it that we all continue to participate in that? Absolutely. It's hugely important. I mean, glioblastoma is one of those cancers that you just don't realize how prevalent it is. So, volunteering at the tournament is opportunity number one. So we probably still have some opportunities yet this week to fill in. But getting involved, honestly, coming to the tournament, KB Strong has fundraisers throughout the year. Get on their website, Facebook too. Follow them, see what they have going on. But, just this afternoon, it was pretty cool. We have parking as one of the slots where we have volunteers. So a gentleman had signed up for parking. I didn't know the guy personally, but he said, yeah, I'd love to help. And he had checks for KB Strong. I said, oh, cool. What's your relationship to? And he said, well, my wife actually just passed away recently, and she had a glioblastoma. So he had heard about an opportunity at his church to serve here, and he stepped up and served. So, but no job here is too big or too small. It takes a lot of people. So. Yeah, indeed, and I got to thank all the people that, may be watching this throughout the facility here. We've got the TVs and stuff set up. Everybody from ticket takers out there in the foyer, all the concession stand workers, people in the hospitality room. They've done a fantastic job. I got to say, they've taken care of me, and I'm sure you as well, very well. Absolutely, and Clutch, you guys do a fantastic job. This tournament would not be what it is without you guys, so really appreciate it. Indeed, it wouldn't be like this, though, if we didn't have the basketball either. A lot of great people going to putting this together. What have you just enjoyed about the basketball, maybe what you're excited for the rest of the week? Yeah, I liked seeing Washington win last night, so that's always good. I tell you, my daughter's a cheerleader, so she, sophomore this year, got to cheer at the varsity, so that was her first experience at the TOC, so she's thrilled. I was thrilled to watch her. So, honestly, just a lot of great basketball. I'm excited to see Dale, to see how they do and how they play. So I know they got Washington tonight, but. Indeed. Well, Washington, they got off to a fast start, and, hey, the crowd's going to be packed. It's already packed in the gym. It's a capacity crowd. So if you're not out here now, you might want to get here soon, or you can just keep watching our great coverage. Brad, thanks for coming on for a few minutes and talking with us. Thank you. We're going to send it back to the booth. I'm going to run up there really quick after a quick advertising break. Me and Michael Savoy on the call for Alexander Mamale in the next game. We'll see you soon. Thanks for stopping by the Upstream Tournament Central. Brad Mahoney, Gavin Russell. We'll see you soon.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftingAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium as I catch my breath coming from the Uftring Tournament Central. It's Gavin Russell and Michael Savoy on the call. Alexander and Maumelle taking each other on here in the 5 o'clock game here at the Washington TOC. Michael, it's a pleasure to join you here on the call. We got a good one in front of us.
It's a pleasure, and this is my first ever TOC, so this is a new experience for me. You know, I'm new to Central Illinois. I'm new to all these hoops. I'm just new to the tournament in general. It's been a great experience.
It really is a great experience. Just talked with Brad Mahoney of Washington, or rather Morton Community Banks. They do a great job putting on even things beyond this gym and these 4 walls with the kids camps, and there's a lot of ways the community has gotten involved. But of course, we're here to watch some great basketball, and you are too. Alexander coming from Douglasville, Georgia, and Maumelle coming from Maumelle, Arkansas. So a couple teams coming from down south, getting our first look at them. Michael, when you're traveling, to come up to a tournament like this, of course, these are two high-profile teams. However, got to knock the rust off. It's their first game of the season. Make the trip. What do you do to warm up a little bit?
First of all, the drive, like you said, the travel is just insane for these schools. Being from the south, it's got to at least be like a 10-hour drive that they took the bus up here. They might have flown to Peoria, but still, it's quite a bit of a travel. And warming up, you got to feel the court, you got to feel yourself. You probably fell asleep on your ride here. You had to stay at a hotel. You get a feel of where you're at. So it'll just be an experience for these two teams. You
certainly do. We'll start with Alexander, again, out of Douglasville, Georgia. Their head coach is Jason Slayton. It's their first appearance here in the Tournament of Champions. They are 2-0, so they actually have played this year, but not here at the Tournament of Champions quite yet. Last year they were 28-5, and they won the state championship, one of, I think, 3 or 4 state championships to be represented here, along with, I believe, Hoover, Alabama, and Metamora, whom you just saw in the prior game. What do you look for on Alexander, Michael?
I look for a team that has a lot of versatility. They're very deep. They're very talented in their own ways. Gregory Dunson, the sophomore, he's a point guard for Alexander. He's a floor general. He knows what to do when he has the rock. He's very poised for a sophomore. So it'd be interesting to see how he plays.
Indeed, and these teams are a part of the National Classic. So all these 4 teams are national teams from out of the state of Illinois. Douglasville, Georgia, Maumelle, Arkansas, Northridge, California, and St. Louis, Missouri are the 4 teams represented here in the National Classic. Let's switch things over to the other side for the Maumelle Hornets. What do you look for in Coach Michael Shook in their first TOC appearance?
I look for a team that, they finished the season 16-9 last year. They didn't win state. They lost in the 3rd round of their playoffs last year. So people can say they're not as talented as Alexander, but in my opinion, they can definitely compete with these top teams like Alexander. Like Alexander won state last year. They're obviously going in here as the favorite to win this game, but just look out for this Maumelle team.
Indeed, it should be a fun one. Teams are getting finished with their warm-ups. And we'll get you the starting lineups here momentarily. Again, remind you, we've got more games coming up this evening. The day of basketball is not even close to over. We've got 2 more intriguing matchups even past this one, so you better maybe order yourself some pizza or get the dinner cooking now, because we got lots of basketball left to be played here on ClutchSportsOut.com and the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Michael, you mentioned this is your first tournament here. There's a lot to enjoy, and maybe from your perspective as a first-time tournament viewer, somebody that's just come to this for the first time, we may have a lot of first-time viewers from out of state here on ClutchSportsOut.com. Just describe this tournament in a nutshell.
Tournament it's amazing. You know, a lot of people would think of Illinois as just being Chicago-based, and fairly enough, you know, Chicago being the 3rd largest city in the United States, you know, people will think of Illinois as Chicago, but Peoria area, this basketball is for real, folks. We have a lot of Peoria teams here, Washington, Metamora, and Notre Dame, for example, and they competed with the big dogs out of state, and it's just a great experience. You get a lot of good basketball. The hospitality is great, and yeah, I mean, it's a great experience.
Really a one-of-a-kind tournament you're not going to find anywhere else. If you're unfamiliar, you can go to the website and look up some of the history on both of these teams, as well as all the other great teams that have come through. The likenesses of Anthony Davis, Zion Williamson, Malcolm Brogdon, Tyler Hero. There's so many prolific players that have come through here that we can talk about, but you can go look for yourself.
6'8" senior number 5.
We're getting our starting lineups introduced right now.
And 6'4" junior.
Let them finish up, and then we'll get you the starting lineups.
The Cougars are coached by Jason Slate.
I'll start things off with Jermaine Fremont, 6'1" senior, wearing number 1. Alan Stodart, 6'6" senior. Gregory Dunson, the 6'2" sophomore. Braden Liu, the 6'8" senior. And rounding things out is number 23, Christopher Hutchinson, the 6'4" junior. On the other side for Maumelle, they'll be led out by Jonathan Frost, the 5'11" junior wearing number 2. Number 3 is Darren Fleming, the 6'1" senior. Wearing number 13 is their perhaps most prolific player, Jacob Lanier, the 6'6" sophomore. Wearing 22, Malik McGuire, 6'7" junior. And last but certainly not least, McLean Rochelle, the 6'5" junior wearing number 24. The troop of ball boys hands out the game ball to the referee. And the Hornets and Cougars ready to do battle. What should be an entertaining national classic matchup.
One of the rarities that you get 2 out-of-state teams playing in Illinois. So usually, you know, it's the Illinois teams playing against these out-of-state teams, but you don't really get the out-of-state matchups often here.
Representing Arkansas and Georgia, but they're going to have to play by Illinois rules here tonight.
Exactly.
One of those Illinois rules, and something that's being started to be adopted across the nation, is the shot clock. We'll get more into that in a little bit. But Maumelle and Alexander tip it off. And the Hornets with first possession. Hornets in the white jerseys with the really nice looking red and black striping. That's Maumelle, the Hornets, and Alexander in the black jerseys. Three-pointer on the way is off the mark.
Right away, Dunson looking to shoot from range. He's not afraid to pull it.
He's not, and we've seen a lot of great three-point shooters already come through this tournament. Perhaps even almost literally shoot the lights out, Michael. Banging down low, up and in. Tough two. Aklan Rochelle gets the first bucket of the game. Turnover, here comes Rochelle in transition. He'll back it out. Nowhere to go with it. Being guarded closely by Braden Liu. Now kicks it back to Jonathan Frost. Frost stumbles, goes up, blocked away, and it's going to be out of bounds. Braden Liu sent that one into next week.
Braden Liu, one of the many college commits here. He's committed to Kennesaw State, so he's a very impactful player for this team, a player to watch out for Alexander.
It was an athletic catch, but a foul right there. The crime committing is Christopher Hutchinson.
Great defense being played so far by both teams, and that's what you like to see, just good defense.
I think with just how skilled both of these teams are, really every team in this tournament, that's just a good product of it. Anytime you're a state caliber team, you're gonna have good defense. There's a steal right there and a foul. Just 2 points in the first minute and a half. Michael, one of the things I'm curious to see as we kind of get into this, both early in the season for both programs, how much do they really use their depth? A lot of players coming from both sides, about 11 or 12 from both teams. The depth definitely plays a factor.
It does, and in terms of how these teams play, as there's a three-point reach shot, it's off, but how these teams play, a Thanksgiving tournament is not defining your season. It's the beginning of most seasons for most teams. And, depending how you play, depending on if you go undefeated, if you don't win a game in the Thanksgiving tournament, don't take it with a grain of salt, It's just the beginning of your season. And, Metamora last year, we saw them go 2-2 last year, and they won state titles. So, Thanksgiving tournament does not make or break your season.
Indeed, it really doesn't. And Jeff Little, former Washington boys basketball coach, who was on the call with me yesterday, another steal for Alexander, up and in. What a nice finish.
Right now we're seeing the Cougars just run up and down the court, and they use their athleticism to their advantage.
Really a lot of athleticism. And boy, active hands, Michael, I'm noticing that. But it's making the point, Jeff Little, he said if your best game comes around Thanksgiving, you're doing something wrong. So the expectation is that you learn from these games and get better.
The expectation is that you come into the season, you come into the practice rusty, you get your kinks out in practice, and you come into this game in Thanksgiving, kind of rusty within itself. So you learn and grow, and you just develop. For most teams, I'd say your best ball comes during Christmas time. So.
Indeed, yeah. After about a month or so, you start to settle in a little bit more, figure out who the team is, especially in the high school circuit where you've got changing players every year. You get guys that graduate. You can take a big step up or down from one year to another, so a lot of time to figure it out. That's what it's all about. Hornets with the ball. Kicking it over, another tip. Kept in, three-pointer on the way, short off the iron. Driving down the lane, kicks it out. Three-pointer on the way, buries it.
That's Braden Liu, one of the players to watch out for this Alexander team.
Liu just has that appearance out there of one of the best in the tournament. Comfortable. His game already looks to be in stride in the young season.
I'll tell you what, first impressions of this Alexander team, they definitely came to play. They're doing it all on both sides of the ball, offense and defense. Defense all over the place, and offense, they're getting out in transition, they're getting east buckets.
Indeed, and normally we talk about this before the game, Michael, but after observing the first 4 minutes or so, maybe a couple keys to go along the way for the rest of the game. Maybe one for Alexander, one for Mamet.
Well, from what I've seen so far, transition defense has got to be huge because both these teams have been running on an offense and they try to get easy baskets as there's a three-pointer that's dropped. But transition defense for both teams is huge.
Indeed, Darren Fleming knocks down the triple, and we're deadlocked at 5. A lot of tipped basketball here. Not really errant passing, just better defense. There's Liu. Drives down the lane, tough shot, and got it to go. If you have never played basketball, pick up or school ball or otherwise, Got to tell you, that's not an easy shot to make.
That's a Division I shot if I've ever seen one.
Great way to describe it, up and in. Nice tip there by Michaela Rochelle. Down the lane, off the iron. Lou gets it back himself. He's everywhere, loses the ball, slips out of his hands. Going up court, Rochelle again, stuffed, but it's a goaltend or a foul. One or the other. Let's see what they call it. It's going to be a foul. Looked like a all ball, maybe just got a little bit of the lower body.
Both teams have been showing out their athleticism on their defensive end. No easy buckets so far.
You love to see it as the junior Rochelle goes to the line to shoot 2. First one is good.
Checking in for the Cougars, number 2, Christopher White.
Neither side going with a super deep bench yet, Michael, but just about 5 minutes into this ball game. Second one's off. Maumelle gets their own miss. Goes up again off the glass, and Alexander gets it. Another steal, though, by Rochelle, and he'll get up and in for 2, so it ends up being a 3-point possession as Alexander takes a timeout.
This is what happens when you don't give up on the play. You get another chance if you really want it. You get another chance, and he could definitely convert on that second chance.
Alexander's bench less than pleased with what just happened there. Jason Slate emphatically calls a 30-second timeout. You can see him coaching rather vigorously. I don't know if you can see it quite there on your screen. He's right there in the middle of the huddle. A lot of finger pointing, a lot of hand motioning, but that's a coach that really cares, Mike.
That's a coach that cares, and he cares about the small stuff, as you can see. That's something small that he knows his players can fix. That's just what happens when you get a rebound and you automatically look for your point guard, and once you look at eye at him, you just pass him the ball. Sometimes you just have to wait a second.
Got to be patient, but at the same time, you got to emphasize the details. Details can go a long way. And Alexander with the ball out of the timeout, just down by 3 points. Lou hits the deck. Moving it around. Cougars with just about 10 on the shot clock. Turns it over. Here come the Hornets. Free throw line, Jay, no good. Gets his own miss. Over to Rochelle in the corner. Buries the triple.
Silky smooth jumper by Rochelle. Nice corner 3.
White has the ball for Alexander. Loses it again, another steal for Maumelle, and a foul is going to be on Christopher White.
White with a frustration foul. He realizes they lost the ball. He wants to make a play to get the ball back, and he just runs into his guy.
And perhaps we can credit the condensed population here in Torrey Gymnasium and maybe a little humidity, making the ball a little slippery, so they'll try to rein that in. Off of Rochelle's foot, tipped away, and Maumelle turns it over. Alexander, Christopher White with the ball. He'll direct traffic. Dumps it off to Lou. Lou for 3. Nearly got it. Hornets come away with it. Fleming shoots from distance off the bank. Banks open late in Washington for Darren Fleming.
Late Wednesday night bank shot.
And a foul right there, Jermaine Freeman.
Fouls on the Hornets, number 1, Elijah Newell.
I tell you what, these teams in the first quarter are relentless with their defensive pressure. It just seems like it never stops.
Apologies, that was credit to Elijah Newell. The teams, very similar colors, get them mixed up. Lou throws one up. An offensive board, though, is up and good. As Alan Stoard gets it, and a foul. It's going to be an offensive foul. a little bit of pushing and some extracurriculars. That's just an unnecessary foul.
It's just what happens when you play a good defense, you play aggressive defense all the time. Sometimes you get a little antsy. Sometimes you think you can get away with certain things, and it certainly thinks that the Cougars probably try to get away with a few things.
Can't really afford. Oh, up and in! Legacy Solar slammed off the inbound. He got up for that one. Holy cow, Braden Liu.
What a finish by Liu. My goodness.
Don't blink, you might miss it. I almost did. Rochelle answering with a 3. But boy, Braden Liu got up for that one. Save some hops for the rest of us. Hop step in, nice finish by Gregory Dunson. Shot clock is off. Rochelle 3 again, no good. Offensive board. Maumelle will back it out. 3 on the way off the iron. Rochelle another offensive board. Down into the lane. Liu blocks the shot away. 7 seconds. Alexander has a chance for the last shot. Got numbers up. Nearly another lob finish for Liu, but he couldn't slam it home.
Oh my goodness, Alexander would have taken the roof off with that alley-oop. But in terms of Maumelle, I mean, I'm surprised they didn't go for the last shot. They were just trying to attack the basket. They could have held for the last shot, maybe try to get another 3 points or another 2 points on the board.
Let's catch our breath after a big first quarter action, 19-13. As Maumelle leads it over Alexander. We'll get a quick word for our great sponsors, starting with Hometown Community Banks.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer you.
There's Hometown Community Banks on your screen. Work out a few technical difficulties here. We'll jump back to our great sponsors in a little bit. We'll get a couple things ironed out on the technical side. But appreciate all of our great sponsors, including but not limited to Legacy Solar, SEPQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, Pat Sam's Country Financial, Jake Weston State Farm, Kept Sports Bar and Grill, PJ Hare, and the city of East Peoria. Second quarter of action on its way. As Alexander starts with the ball. Alexander and Maumelle both turned the ball over maybe a few too many times in that first quarter. Probably a point of emphasis, Michael.
When there's good defense being played, players will get flustered and they'll start to panic with the ball, and that's definitely what we saw.
They'll try to rein it in and settle down. A zone look here from Maumelle. Another lob to Liu, and can't get it, but he is constantly looking to literally tear the rim off.
Maumelle with the 1-3-1 zone. It's an interesting decision given that they're both athletic teams. Maybe they want to play man-to-man against each other, but with the 1-3-1, there's going to be a lot of corner threes, so hopefully Alexander realizes that and they get a lot of good corner 3 shots.
Maumelle will work it up here. Little dribble drive penetration. Newell has it. Has to give it up to McGuire. Swinging it back around. Travel. And a travel on the Hornets. It's going to be against Jacob Lanier. And Lanier, we haven't mentioned enough at all. He is one of the more prominent players in this tournament. He's a top 30 player in the 2026 recruiting class. Not to mention he's already got offers from the likenesses of Arkansas, North Carolina, Duke, LSU, Florida State, Texas A&M, and Ole Miss.
As a sophomore, if you have Power 5 offers like that, Power 5 interest, you're going to be a problem come your upperclassmen years of high school.
You're getting the first look at a emerging star in Lanier. Three-pointer off the mark. Same team, bounced back to Alexander, and he'll be fouled. That's one of those that you have a couple guys from the same team going up, a couple of the same jerseys, and it just bounces off. Bad luck for Maumelle.
It's just the willingness of two players on the same team wanting to get the ball in the same type of way, and sometimes it doesn't get communicated right away that you're on the same team, and it just happens. Part of the game.
Malachi Mays makes one of two. It's a 5-point ball game. Here's Rochelle beyond the arc. Just off. Another offensive board, and it's tipped. Gonna go back to Alexander. Alexander a little fortunate there, but it seems like they're just getting outsized on the glass a little.
Just a little bit. And I mean, when you have two teams that play ferocious defense like these two teams play, getting outsized on the glass isn't really the biggest problem.
They'll try to use their strengths in other areas. Up and one.
Gregory Thompson.
Held me on the and for a minute as it circled around the rim, right around the world, and dropped for two.
Tell you what, we talked about emerging sophomore star in Jacob Lanier, but when you talk about sophomore stars, you also have to bring up Gregory Dunson, number 4. He's been a difference for this team so far.
Really has. As he completes the three-point play. And it's going to be a hand check foul on the floor. Just a couple minutes gone by, and Maumelle has been held scoreless in the first 2 minutes. Backing him down, goes up, a tough shot. Better defense. Here comes Lou. Other way we go. Maumelle still looking to break the scoreless second quarter.
Maumelle's been cutting to the basket. That's been key to this very aggressive defense. Trying to trick Alexander, into thinking that there's a floating shot.
Nice floater right there from Elijah Newell.
Use Alexander's aggressiveness on defense to your advantage. Cut to the basket.
There's an offensive board, and it's going to be knocked out of bounds. As Christopher White was trying to go up for it. Make a couple substitutions here. Both teams getting their benches. Lou will sit for a moment. White to inbound. Gets it in, and it's stolen. Lots of steals going on.
Good transition defense. Getting back on defense.
Down the lane, another kick out to the corner for three, no good. Another offensive board. Off the glass. One man in there for Maumelle. Gets the board, another three try. This one's off, and Alexander finally recovers.
It's kind of difficult to justify yourself when you let one person out of the 4 of your guys there get the rebound. You just got to box out.
Malik McGuire getting in on it. Free throw line, Jay. Really nice looking shot from Alan Stodart. Just a 2-point affair now. Two fast-paced teams going at it very quickly. Three-pointer, deep one. How about that? Number 3 getting 3, Darren Fleming, the senior. Another quick shot, free throw line jumper doesn't hit anything. Here comes Lanier. He's double teamed. Tipped away and stolen by the Cougars.
Great defense.
Floater up, no good. Bounced away, Lanier gets it back. Down the court goes Maumelle, blocked away. Darren Fleming took flight. Not from Peoria's local airport, but from around the free throw line. He jumped way high to get that block.
Great transition defense. Do not give up on the play. It could have easily been 2 points.
You gotta like that if you're both coaches. McGuire got into the post, kicks it back out. You gotta like that if you're both coaches, Michael. Even after making a mistake, you're not giving up.
It just shows that you care.
Rochelle in and out.
You know, you're not just caring about the offensive side of the game, but you're caring about the overall game.
And again, that's where the small things do come into play big time. Down the lane, nearly another alley-oop. That's about the 4th lob try to Braden Liu. Rochelle up and a offensive foul. It's gonna be a Jody Brown State Farm charge.
You gotta love players that put their bodies on the line just to draw offensive fouls to help their team out. I know if I was a coach, I'd be pleased.
That's something that late Washington Community High School boys basketball coach Kevin Brown would talk a lot about, taking charges, selling yourself out. Of course, Kevin Brown, tournament named after him, he tragically passed away to glioblastoma, and that's what the KB Strong Foundation supports, but he'd love a good charge. That's for sure. As it's turned over by Alexander.
You know, talking about Kevin Brown, I interviewed Brendan Vanderheit before this game, and he had said that Kevin Brown, he impacted his family a whole lot. You know, he's a good guy. He cares a lot about Washington. He doesn't care just about the school, but the community. He's a great guy.
That's what this tournament's all about, getting so many communities from across the nation to come play the great equalizer, the game of basketball. Three-pointer, Lanier steps back, doesn't hit anything. Good defense. As Alexander trying to claw back to a tie ball game. Three-pointer from the other corner, no good. In transition come the Hornets. Tipped away. Now slow things down. More good transition D from both sides.
Both these teams like to run with the ball. They don't like to set up offenses by any means. They just like to run.
Up and in, nice flip from Darren Fleming. Fleming has found good success in double figures, one of 2 Hornets to surpass the double figure mark.
The 1-3 run once again by the Hornets.
Another 3 try, no good. Tries to get an offensive board, Lanier saves it, and a foul is gonna go on Alexander as Rochelle knocked down while trying to secure that offensive, or rather the defensive board.
You know, when you play a 1-3-1, when you're the Hornets, it's all about the weak side guard. Does he drop to the paint? Because if he doesn't, then that creates a lot of opportunities for layups.
Maumelle with the 7-point lead. Down the lane goes Rochelle, took a little contact, no foul call. Up and in is McGuire.
I tell you what, the refs have been letting these 2 teams play. I mean, the aggressive defense, you know, the refs are letting them play.
And I mentioned this on one of our broadcasts earlier, but head of officiating Robert Dowling as a 3 on the way is short. We'll get to more of that point in a minute. Here comes Maumelle, three-pointer! Number 3 gets 3 more. Darren Fleming up to 14, a game high.
He is on fire, folks.
He's hitting from everywhere.
He's a point of emphasis at halftime, that's for sure.
Off the back iron. Rochelle tries to save it. Back to Alexander. Down low, wasn't tipped. We'll see what stays with. Ref's call is going to go back to Maumelle. And they'll have the last shot, 3.9. Who do you dump it off to here?
I dumped it off the linear.
They're not going to go to linear.
They're not.
He is going to get the ball. He's going to shoot a deep three. Almost had it. Good call there, Michael. Nearly a big three-point make.
Hornets, 31.
And Hornets lead 31-19. Alexander, a slow second quarter, struggled scoring the ball, a lot of turnovers. You mentioned point of emphasis at halftime. We can talk a lot about a lot of things, but you mentioned that transition defense, something to keep an eye on, as well as some players to also keep an eye on as well.
Darren Fleming, for sure, he's been on fire from deep. He's been scoring a lot of points. He's got the game-high 14 points, like you said, Gavin. And like I said, the overall defense of these two teams have been good. You know, both teams like to play aggressive defense, and when you play aggressive defense like they've been playing, it flusters the offense, and when you fluster the offense, you get a lot of turnovers.
Certainly do. And as you mentioned, Darren Fleming of Maumelle, the game-high 14 points, but not too far behind. Got to give a big shout-out to Michaelan Rochelle, who's got 13. They account for just about all the points that Maumelle has, a little more balanced on the other side of things for the Cougars. Alexander currently led by their prolific senior Braden Liu, who you mentioned is headed to Kennesaw State. Liu had that big alley-oop slam back in the first quarter that I almost didn't even catch there, Michael. I don't know if you had looked away either for a brief second, but he just came out of nowhere on that inbounds pass.
He's just showing off his athleticism. They can use him in a variety of ways.
And I think he's always looking for a dunk or some big play. He jumped for a lob about 4 or 5 times in that first half. So if you like dunks, some legacy solar slams, come back for the second half because we may see a few more of those. Braden Liu could be dialing them up at halftime. Little halftime action, and we'll get a quick word for our great sponsors.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Thanks to all of our great sponsors here at the OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. A really special moment, as you see right there on your screen, the check presentation to KB Strong, the foundation fighting against glioblastoma, started in honor of late boys basketball coach of Washington, Kevin Brown. And many players, rather people of the tournament, I should say, we're ready to hand out the check of all the money that's been raised for KB Strong. Head coach of Washington, Eric Schermerhorn. Assistant coaches down there, Kevin's wife, Jody Brown. Brad Mahoney of Morton Community Banks. And a number of other great people that help make this tournament possible. Ready to hand the check out. And Michael, of course, this tournament's bigger than basketball. I've learned a lot about this KB Strong Foundation as well as glioblastoma in the past couple of years. It's truly a devastating thing, but this foundation's done a great job.
It's done a great job, and along with the foundation, I mean, how they set up this tournament, along with helping out the foundation, it's a great cause. I mean, Washington, this community, this tournament, I mean, it's really great.
It means a lot to a lot of people, as did Kevin Brown. If you're perhaps watching from Georgia, Arkansas, or abroad, this is something that's devastated not just Kevin, but other members of the Washington community, teachers, family members, mothers, fathers, and really good friends across this tournament. This tournament has done a great job raising funds for this foundation and hopes to find a cure, to find treatments to help those affected. Certainly, if you're able, go check it out. Check out what it's all about and what you can do to support things. Over $11,000 raised being presented to KB Strong right now, as I believe a lot of this money being presented right here has to do with the kids camps. I talked to Brad Mahoney about it just a little bit ago in our studio. It's more, again, than just these four walls of this tournament and raising money here. Almost 500 kindergarten through 8th grade kids in 8 different cities in 2 different states were part of kids camps over the past couple months. That's yet another fun way for kids to get involved with basketball and also raise money for a great cause.
That's great. I mean, I did not know about that going into this tournament, but that's amazing. I mean, just getting the kids involved with the sport, you know, in a good way, that's amazing.
Truly is, and if you want to learn more about it, again, there's plenty to learn about this tournament. Head to the official website of the Washington Tournament of Champions to learn more about all the ways you can get involved in the KB Strong Foundation. If you're so inclined to donate some funds, it will also be greatly appreciated if you weren't able to make it out to this tournament, or head on out to this tournament. A lot of the proceeds are going towards research as well as OSF Healthcare, as you see right there on that banner. They help make it possible with their new cancer institute that'll be opening in 2024, providing revolutionary treatment and technology to so many people, not just here in Central Illinois, but across the nation. Couple minutes before the second half gets underway, Maumelle and Alexander. And a good one so far, as Maumelle up by 11. Let's get a quick word for our other great sponsors that help put this tournament on, starting with Jake Weston, State Farm in Washington. Like a good neighbor, Jake from State Farm is there. Also by SunPower and Legacy Solar. If you want to learn about how going solar can work for you and more about that, you can go to legacysolarpower.com. And all of our other sponsors, including but not limited to SethQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. Keps is the official sports bar and the hangout before or after the Tournament of Champions. Stop by, enjoy with your ticket in hand. Keps, a great atmosphere and great food. PJ Hair, another great sponsor of the Tournament of Champions and the city of East Peoria, located just down the road. Head down Washington Street to check out all East Peoria has to offer. Back here about a minute and a half or so before things get underway. Michael, talking a little bit about what both of these teams can expect in the second half. Maumelle played pretty solidly, led on the heels a couple of their stars. Darren Fleming with 14. As he's had a fantastic first half to go along with Michaelan Rochelle, who has 13. But you mentioned that 1-3-1 zone for Maumelle that has been keeping the Alexander offense at bay.
It's a great zone to use. I mean, you can execute it. Obviously, if you execute a defense, it's good. But when you execute a 1-3-1, it can be very tenacious, especially at the top, where you have a guard up on top that runs back and forth between the 2-guard front the offense runs. He usually is the difference maker between the 1-3-1. And when you get the ball into a side of the court, so say if you get onto the right side of the court, the left guard needs to drop, because if he does not drop, we know that Braden Liu can throw down some massive dunks, and if he does not drop, he does not cover the weak side guard on the offense, and that weak side guard, it could very well be Braden Liu. He could throw down some massive dunks.
Liu is very capable of that. We've seen him both do it and attempt it here in this first half. But I would say overall, Michael, so far it's worked pretty well for Maumelle. What do you do to exploit that? You know, you can't just wait around for Maumelle to have a lapse here and there. You got to be able to figure out ways to exploit that. What's the call?
For every zone, you have to move the ball. And if they move the ball, the defense has to move with the ball. And when you move the ball, a lot of times, it'll tire down the defense. And when you tire down the defense, you know, it creates openings in the zone. But the only caveat to doing that is that there's a shot clock now. So they don't have all the eternity in the world to move the ball. They have 35 seconds.
Indeed. So ball movement is key. We talked about transition defense in the first half. We'll see what both coaches have dialed up in the locker room. And we're ready to go for half number 2 as Maumelle will go to the right side. Alexander to the left, flip ends, and the Hornets start with the basketball. Lanier, the prolific sophomore, handing it off to McGuire, who played great defense in the first half. Liu tried to save it, and they'll go out of bounds. Shot clock at 13.
Alexander and, you know, they're playing good defense. They're playing good man-to-man front defense. You know, they've had times here and there where they've let some easy baskets go with their defense, but for the most part, they play good defense.
Here's Lanier. Lost it, and it's stolen away. Here comes Alexander. Down the lane. Down, up, under, and a foul. You can hear the smack from up here as McGuire will pick up the foul.
It's one of those fouls where you just don't really talk back to the ref. You know you committed the foul. The fans know you committed the foul, and it's obvious.
Michael, in your time in high school basketball, did you do a lot of back talking to the ref?
You know, at times, you know, not every game goes your way, and when games don't go your way, sometimes you get frustrated. And I was one of those players that got frustrated, and I would talk back to the ref. Got to tee it up once, not the best feeling in the world, but it is what it is. That's just frustration.
I appreciate you admitting that, although I would have pegged you as somebody that would have been very reserved on the court, the calming factor for the team.
It just depends who I played. So if I played a high school rival, it just means a little bit more to me. So if I get frustrated against a rival, you better know I get some back talk.
Only natural. That's a tendency that I think a lot of players would tell you. 3 on the way on the other end. No good. Here comes Alexander in transition. Up and in. Was able to just get it. Just a roll.
He was harassed the whole way to the basket. It was unbelievable seeing him finish that shot.
Alan Stoddard with a nice finish for the Cougars as they draw within 9.
It's another fast break bucket. Alexander, and wow. I mean, knowing these two teams and how they played, I expect a close game, and I mean, at the first half, I was caught off guard, but Alexander, they're coming back.
Jermaine Freema was the last man on the bucket, and it's suddenly a 7-point contest. A lot faster than we expected this to go. It was just not that long ago. As we started this quarter, it was 31-19. A quick 5-0 run has this one a ball game for Alexander. Maumelle looking to get their first score of the second half. Again, all their scoring, 27 of their 31 to be exact, have come from just 2 players, Darren Fleming and Michaelon Rochelle, the men responsible.
Interesting that Jacob Lanier has held scoreless to this point, and we're in the third quarter. He's held scoreless in the first half. Interesting to see how he's used in the second half.
And a blocking foul. He'll help up his opponent, Jermaine Freema, who got knocked over. I wonder, though, it may be hard to scout teams really well, being from out of state, not being a common opponent, but I almost wonder if the scouting report, if there was one, was to stop Jacob Lanier.
They probably had said in their practices and their film sessions that Jacob Lanier is the guy that like to stop, and if they stop him, that they have a good chance of winning. And obviously, they're coming back. They're only down 7, but it's interesting to see how Mamel has gone this 9-point lead without Lanier even scoring a bucket.
Darren Fleming is making up for the difference, though. And nothing but net right there. That was a smooth-looking floater from Gregory Dunson. Just a 7-point contest. Still lots of time left to go. Tried to drop the Rochelle. Saves it just by a hair. Down the lane, another up and under. Couldn't get it to go. Fights for it. It's volleyballed around. Volleyball match. Finally won by Maumelle. Here's Lanier. Gets it down to Rochelle. Up and under. Finishes it off.
Both teams running back and forth. Transition offense. They're running. They know they have numbers.
Hesitation 3 off the mark as Lanier collects the rebound. He's bumped and nearly an and one. He'll go to the line to shoot 2 and try to get his first points of the evening.
Sending Jacob Lanier to the line.
Lanier will shoot his first charity stripe shot, and it is good.
Checking in for the Hornets, number 1.
Well, there he goes. His first points of the ball game.
Michael, being a former player, maybe if you got stopped up a little bit, you weren't scoring, the shots weren't falling. How big can free throws, just seeing it go through the hoop, play?
Any shot I see go through the hoop is huge. It just helps your confidence knowing that, hey, today I can actually score. If you don't make your shots and you're scoreless in any game, your confidence is an all-time low because you don't see the ball go through the hoop. But just seeing a simple free throw going through the hoop is huge.
Every good hooper knows you got to end your session in the gym on a make. Here's Lou. Couldn't make that one. Back to an 11-point game as the Hornets are in front. Lanier streaks down, kicks it off. Rochelle tries a 3, no good. Taken down, recovered by Maumelle. Down the lane, Lanier gets his first bucket. And right on cue, there's 4 straight points from Jacob Lanier. And a blocking foul and 2 shots going to be coming up for Jermaine Freema.
Speaking on Lanier, if he's the reason why you have your scouting reports and you say that he's the player to stop and he all of a sudden gets in the groove, then you better look out for this team because right now they have the 13-point lead and Lanier's just starting to get hot.
Freema will shoot the foul shots and make the first one. Really balanced scoring for the Cougars, though they trail. 3 players on the court with 7 points, and Freema, who's at the foul stripe with 5, could make it 6. He does.
Freema makes it low. Checking in for the Cougars, number 24, Terrence Bowen. And for the Hornets, number 15, Justin Caldwell.
Alexander, actually the bigger school in terms of enrollment, about double the size. School just shy of 2,000 students. Alexander gets the turnover, goes up and slams it home. One-hand Legacy Solar slam.
Christopher Hutchinson, oh my goodness. He knew what he had in mind and he knew what he had to accomplish.
Harassing Lanier, and it's going to be whistled. No call yet, no signal. Jump ball is the call. So attacking Lanier, you mentioned it right there though. Christopher Hutchinson getting after him.
Just showing off the athleticism on this team. Alexander, I mean, they got a lot of athletic guards, a lot of athletic forwards, and you just see it there. I mean, they have Braden Liu, which we've already seen. You can lob it up to him and throw it down. Hutchinson, we saw there. You know, we've seen Prima, you know, get up there a few times for some acrobatic layups. And we've just seen a lot of athleticism for both teams, really.
They've been exciting to watch, and dunk's got to be one of my favorite parts of the game. I can't say I've ever dunked a basketball, but I sure like watching others do it.
I gotta ask you, would you rather go on a hot streak of 3-pointers where you make 5 3-pointers in a row, or would you rather throw down a dunk to let that, not a dunk, a poster, excuse me.
A poster, oh boy. You know, depends on the situation in the game. If it doesn't really matter, I feel like the threes would just be more impressive. Just for the consistency of it. Although the poster, that's a good question, Mike. Racking my brain on that one. What about you?
I'd go with the dunk. I'd go with the poster. I mean, just the feeling of posterizing someone, the feeling of owning somebody doing that, man, that would let me, like, that would just make me ecstatic.
Michael's been dreaming of postering somebody. Maybe we'll see somebody else do it. Not a poster, but a big-time Legacy Solar Slam from Alan Stoddard.
No one's getting away with that. Oh, my goodness. He got up and he threw it down.
And now we're going to start counting dunks. There's 2 in as many possessions here in the third. Another steal. Alexander coming up. Another one up and off the mark. Tipped out of bounds. What could have been another big bucket just rolls off the iron.
Dunks galore for Alexander. I mean, oh my goodness. If they have an opportunity to do it, they will. They are not afraid to throw it down.
Sometimes that's a spark that you need. Maybe I've thought about your question there, Michael. Maybe a poster would be the more exhilarating thing, especially in Alexander's situation. They're looking to fire their side up. A lot of time left in this game to score points.
Big momentum booster. When you get your team rallied up after a dunk, it's different.
Lanier tries to go down the lane. Wild shot is off. And almost a take foul there from Rochelle. As Dunson gets the foul on him.
Not really the smartest foul committed. I mean, I know he's faster than you and he blew by you, but I mean, they had numbers, but you know, your defense has been good the whole night, so not really the smartest foul.
Lou up and in, pushes the body, bumps McGuire and puts it in for 2. We've got a 5-point ball game. Little soft full court pressure in that 1-3-1 zone.
Looks like they're matching a man-to-man.
They switch out of it. It looks like they almost go like a zone press and then move man-to-man. Jump ball right there. And we've seen some of these more complex defensive setups where we'll get some of this half full court pressure followed by some man-to-man matchup or some 1-3-1 depending on what you're running as a team.
If you're a coach and you can disguise your defenses and do complex defenses that, like, you know, go from a zone to a man-to-man or vice versa, it does help your team out a lot because it confuses the offense.
Wide open in the corner, Hutchison bangs it in for 3. Hutchison's been on fire. He's got a dunk in the corner, a couple other buckets, and that big 3-pointer. It's a 2-point ball game. Alexander is roared back. Maumelle trying to break the hot streak, no good. McGuire finally finds the hoop. And it's a 4-point game again.
This is exactly what we're hoping for, Gavin. A really close game against 2 teams that are exactly alike.
Nearly a turnover. Spin around Jay, air ball, and a foul. And we'll go the other direction. Neither side in the penalty yet. Maumelle has gotten out of rhythm, Michael. What do you do to find it again?
You just have to execute an offense. You know, if you need to slow yourself down and not be so aggressive on offense, then that will help you out. Then so do it. I mean, you know, you don't have to be in such a hurry. You know, Maumelle, you know, they have the lead. They don't really need to hurry up with any shot. So just need to be patient. Take your time sometimes.
Lanier being harassed and nearly another steal. This little team-on-team violence goes crashing into the bench.
I'll tell you what, the Cougars have made it a point of emphasis to harass the sophomore. You know, they probably think the sophomore, you know, he's not poised for the moment, he's not built for the moment. But Lanier, I mean, he's only been up to 4 points, so they've been doing a good job at stabilizing him.
Really nice job, and another steal right there. Up and foul, and one.
That is huge. Oh my goodness.
Jermaine Freema gets the and one after the steal. And they're not just picking on Lanier, they're picking on anybody that has the ball.
Good team defense. You know, it could just be Lanier, it could just be the team, but Alexander, you know, they're playing good team defense.
He can bring it within one. This was an 11-point game, rather 12-point game at the half. It was in favor of Maumelle. Now it's a 1-point game. Blocking foul right there. So next foul on either side will be the penalty. And it'll be 2 shots on any foul. Third foul on Freema, I believe. It is. Something to keep an eye on. Just a touch over a minute left in the third frame. Blue trapping. Hornets move it around. Drives down the lane. Rochelle had it tipped away, and it's stolen by Alexander. In transition to Lou. Tried to go up and under. Up and almost slammed home. They wanted a foul, and it's going to stay with Alexander. Well, there was no regard for human life on that one by Alan Stoddard.
Stoddard, I mean, when he sees the opportunity, he goes up there and he tries to emphatically finish it. I was surprised that Braden Lou didn't shoot it, but I mean, if you have another guy like Braden Lou who can dunk it, then why not take that chance as well?
Just couldn't quite finish it. He'll try to go from beyond the arc. Couldn't hit it right there. And 41 seconds left. Not quite the last possession with a 35-second shot clock, but they can run it down pretty good if they so choose. But Michael, probably the biggest thing to focus on for the Hornets is just breaking this full court pressure.
It's hard to break a full court pressure when the team providing the full court pressure is really aggressive. It takes a really good press break to do it.
It can be one of the biggest things to really take a team off balance. A foul right there on the floor, but it'll be 2 shots with 5 fouls. And Lanier will head back to the stripe. He's got 4 points in the quarter, but overall, much quieter than I think a lot of people would expect.
You got to credit the Alexander defense for what they've done to Lanier. So he drops down his free throw for his 5th point of the game. You know, Lanier, he probably has had games where he's been held, you know, not scoreless, but a low amount of points. So this might not be nothing new to him, but, you know, just credit the team's defense. Credit Alexander's defense.
He's been good from the charity stripe, though, 4 for 4. Alexander has the last shot if they so please. They're down by 3, and they've clawed back from a 12-point deficit.
So again, the Hornets running a 1-3-1.
3 on the way. They don't wait for the last shot. They can't hit it. Now Maumelle has it, a little behind the back action.
My goodness.
Lanier looks up at the clock. 10 on the clock. He may take this last shot himself. Bumped, crossover, down the lane, and he's fouled, a reach-in foul, and he'll go back to the line with a chance to get this one up to 5-point lead. As Maumelle is caved a little bit, but they still haven't given up the lead, which is pretty important.
You know, I mean, Lanier isn't the guy you want to foul. I mean, I know he's got 6 points, excuse me, but, you know, he's not the one you want to foul. He's been perfect from the charity stripe so far. Almost thought I had an announcer's jinx there.
Almost. But Lanier probably doesn't believe in that. He just believes in going up there and making foul shots.
It's all he's focused on is making the charity stripe shots.
And there was the announcer's jinx. Last second shot is way over. And that's where things end in the third. After three, it's a 4-point lead for Maumelle. And we're in store for a great finish, folks. And we'll start the fourth quarter by giving a word for our great advertisers, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. For all your insurance needs, auto, home, or life, you can give Jake a call. You know the jingle. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there, and Jake is there for you. Stumbled over my words there a little bit. I said I know the jingle and then messed the jingle up. Also by SunPower and Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. Also by all of our other great silver sponsors. We'd like to thank Sefcu, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. Also by Kep's Sports Bar and Grill. Kep's the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Great atmosphere at Kep's. Also by PJ Hare and the city of East Peoria. Fourth and final frame, bell about to ring. We've had a great matchup so far, and Alexander will start off with the ball. Michael, it's a close game. 4 points, not that far of a margin. As we get a steal early on, we'll get back to that in a minute. Rochelle blows a tire out of bounds, but what do you do for both teams heading into this final frame? Maumelle bent a little bit there in that third. Alexander's got the momentum. How do you rein things back in for both teams?
If I was Alexander, I'd figure out a way to break that 1-3-1 pressure that they've been having. And Maumelle can amp up that 1-3-1 press to trap up high, which does not bode well for the offense if you do get trapped up high. And for Maumelle, I mean, you just gotta score when you get any opportunities because they're down, or they're up. Looking at the wrong team, they're up. You just gotta be patient with the ball. You gotta score trap opportunities.
Little impatient there, throws it over the head of Lou. Although we know Lou can throw it down, he may not always be ready for a lob slam. Wasn't in position there. Lanier drives all the way. Stuffed by Lou. Lou going the distance and slams it home. Brayden Lou, a Legacy Solar slam. Stuffing it home.
Oh my goodness, out of the 2 days I've been here, that's gotta be the play of the day. That's gotta be the play of the tournament so far.
Catch my breath as Maumelle trying to answer. He went up with two hands. No mercy.
Coast to coast, basket to basket. He had one goal in mind and now just slam it home.
The Hornets trying to find an answer. Lanier drives down the lane, floater no good. Tipped around, and Alexander comes out with it. A shot to tie or take the lead. Over, three-pointer, off the mark. Maumelle comes out with it. They hand it off to Fleming. He's been quieter in the second half after leading the team with 14 and half one. Up is Rochelle. He's got 17 now, leads all scorers.
It seems like they're staying with the 1-3-1 zone. And it's definitely been working. How about that?
Timeout is called and a little scrum on the floor. Coaches scurry out to figure things out as emotions starting to run kind of high.
I tell you what, coach for Alexander, Jason Slate, is not pleased at all with the refs.
It's one of those things that some incidental contact can turn into, somebody thinking, oh, hey, you pushed me. No, it's just we bumped into each other. We're playing basketball, so can't let the incidental contact boil over with the emotions, especially in a big game like this. Hurt player going to head out over to the trainer's room for Alexander. That's Christopher Hutchinson, who's had a couple big shots. Looks like he sustained a bit of a leg injury, was able to walk off with some light assistance. So hopefully he gets worked on, maybe a cramp or something.
I tell you what, if I was Alexander this time out, I'm already talking about how to beat the 1-3-1 zone. And you know how you can really beat it? You move the ball, but you get the ball in the middle. When you get the ball in the middle into the big man in the middle and the charity stripe around that area, it can bode terrible things for the 1-3-1 defense. See what they do here.
Braden Liu is that big man who has thrown down some big-time dunks here in this ball game. If you don't believe me, take your YouTube browser and head back a few minutes. Had everybody in the gym just fired up for that one. Alexander out of the timeout, trailing by 4. Goes down the lane, uncontested. Went for Liu, got bumped, and couldn't make the shot. Here comes Maumelle. Three-pointer on the way. Fleming, no good. Rebounded by the Cougars. They're on the prowl up the floor. Thought about the three. Dumps it off to Dunson. Dunson tries to drive inside, and it's out of bounds off of Maumelle.
It looks like the Hornets are going back to their man-to-man defense. And it's almost like they figured that Alexander talked about how to beat the 1-3-1 defense in their timeout. They figured they'd switch up the defense.
Sometimes you might say if it ain't broke, don't fix it, but fixing it up later on is never a bad idea. Tough drive by Dunson. Alexander wanted a foul. Lanier dumps it off. Rochelle, three. That's a big one.
That goes from a 4-point game to a 7-point game. 1 possession to 2 possessions. That is a huge three.
Dunked on the putback. Braden Liu.
Oh my goodness.
Head taps around the gym. Just a walking highlight reel.
This kid is for real. Kennesaw State, you're getting a great player.
Down the lane, Dunson out and one! Gregory Dunson, a dunk and then now a chance at a three-point play for Alexander.
The two most impactful players for this Alexander team showing off their strengths. Braden Liu with some great athleticism, and Gregory Dunson, a great layup drive, got the foul, and it's an and one.
Chance to cut this back down to a 2-point deficit. Things are really starting to get good here at Torrey. Off, but still a 3-point game. Alexander starting to surge. The momentum has been shifting back and forth constantly on a seesaw. Lanier, the man with the ball. He tries to make a move. Free throw line jumper, in and out. And it still stays out. Liu with the board. Liu trying to go all the way again. Stops, drops it back. Dunson thought about a three. Working it around the perimeter. Nearly a steal. Three on the way. High off the glass and a foul. Looks like they'll credit that one to 24, Terrence Bowen.
I tell you what, every time Braden Liu gets the ball, it almost feels like he's going to do something with the ball. You know, it gets the crowd amped up, like, oh my gosh, Braden Liu has the ball, he might throw it down. It gets me riled up seeing the ball. He looks like he might throw it down every time he touches the ball.
Anytime he starts driving down the lane, I'm instantly thinking dunk. He's making me run out of adjectives to describe the dunk. How about an adjective to describe the three? Triple. Darren Fleming has had a few of those today. Here comes Liu, and he's fouled that time. Denied the entry illegally. And Liu will get a chance to shoot too.
Every time Braden Liu does drive, it's not always a dunk, but it always ends up in something good for this Alexander team, whether it's a made shot or a foul. It almost feels like it's that way. And, it's either a dunk or you're shooting two from the stripe.
And the free throw's up and good. Over 3.5 minutes to go in regulation, so a lot of time left. As we've seen in a hurry, both these teams, in a matter of just possessions, can swing things 5-7 points like that, snap of a finger.
And I love how you use the snap of the finger to describe it, because that's how these offenses have been going, just up and down the court, up and down the court. You know, they can score in a hurry.
Somebody can master the art of not blinking, let me know, because I need it. These teams are moving at the speed of light. Lanier steps in, three-pointer on the way off the iron. Going the other way, 2-on-1. Up is Bowen, no good. Lou with the tip-in. That time he shows a softer side with this little putback tip.
Same result, 2 points. Doesn't matter if it's a throwdown or just a tap-in.
Fleming's three, no good. Alexander another chance to tie or take the lead. Dunson holds it out. Alexander will try and set things up now.
This is one of the rare instances where Alexander does set something up on offense.
Usually in this to a motion or trying to score in transition, they turn it over that time. Maybe both teams starting to get a little gassed. You can only move so fast for that long without refueling. Both teams with 3 timeouts. Wonder if they might use one to just try to recuperate a little. Lanier, it's tipped away. 10 on the shot clock.
You gotta do something.
And a foul. Maybe a little bailed out there late in the shot clock.
They're trying to do a little pick and roll action to try to get something at the basket, but like you said, it got bailed out. And they'll have a new shot clock.
Really not the way Alexander wanted that possession to finish. They were playing good defense. But you can definitely tell with the man-to-man going away from the zone, more or less. They're definitely starting to get a little tired. Drive then blocked away by Lou. And it'll go to Alexander.
Lou has played the entirety of this game, and it's almost at the end of the fourth quarter, almost the end of the game, and he doesn't look like he's tired at all. He looks like he's energetic. He looks like he just got off the bench. But no, he's been playing the whole game. He's everywhere in the court.
Whether or not one of his amazing dunks ends up on SportsCenter Top 10, I think everybody in the nation deserves to know Braden Lou's the real deal, and he's just a game changer.
He's the one that gives Alexander confidence that they can win these games. He's the one that can give Alexander motivation that, you know, hey, we can win these games. You know, they're down by so much, but have no fear, Braden Lou is there, and he can throw down some massive dunks, raise the gym roof with those kind of dunks.
I mean, I saw countless people stand up for a head tap after a couple of those dunks. Many others just taken back by what we saw. And while he's made some of those game-changing plays, it's not been a one-man show for the Cougars. If you look at the rest of their team, I mean, they have 2 players with 9 points.
Gregory Dunson and Braden Lou have been the difference makers for this team, but you also have to talk about Christopher Huntington. You know, he's been shooting a lot of 3-pointers. He's also throwing down some dunks. You also talk about Jermaine Freema. He's throwing some acrobatic layups. He's shot some threes. It's definitely not a one-man show for this team. They're a very complete team.
That's what you love to see, especially after a year winning state. And of course, all of these guys back from a season ago. Definitely with big aspirations on hand down in Georgia. So anybody that might be playing Alexander in the Douglasville area in Georgia, take note. Gregory Dunson, Braden Lou, Christopher Hutchinson and company are going to be a scary sight for it.
They're definitely looking for back-to-back titles. And, you know, any high school sport, any high school state, it's very hard to do. And this team, you know, I don't know much about the Georgia high school basketball company, but, you know, like, they can definitely do it. They got a lot of talent.
Up and almost under. Lou gets the board. They kick it back out. Hutchison thought about a 3. Kicks it back. Freema got it to go! Jermaine Freema gives Alexander the lead.
And they come all the way back thanks to another big 3 by Freema.
12-point deficit erased for Alexander. stepping in, up and in, regains the lead for Maumelle, under a minute to go.
And now we're lead switching back and forth. This is the game we wanted to see. This is the game we thought we'd be seeing.
And to regain that lead, Maumelle, it was Bubba Johnson who retakes the lead for the Hornets. Just a sophomore also, so the young fella stepping up in a big way. Shot clock still on. Alexander still down by 1. Dunson moving it around, tries to pass it. Back to Freema. Freema trapped, gets it back out to Dunson. Dunson, long 3! Off the iron. Recovered. Shot clock is off. Need to foul or make something happen. 1 point game, and finally a foul comes in. A couple to give for Alexander. They'll need to pick up 2 more before Maumelle gets into shooting free throws, and probably wisely, Maumelle calls a timeout. In this situation, Michael, you're just probably putting in your best free throw shooters.
When it comes to Maumelle, when they have the lead, they have a 1 point lead, but they know what they're going up against in Alexander. They know that once they give the ball to Alexander, if they turn the ball over in a matter of a second, you know, Braden Luke can come in for an emphatic dunk. They ultimately take the lead if that happens. So if I'm Maumelle, I'm taking care of the basketball, and I'm sure that's what their coach is stressing them, to take care of the basketball. Get fouled. They have fouls to give. When they foul you, get free shots at the line. So just take care of the basketball. And for Alexander, you have to foul.
There's really no harm if they just hold on to the basketball, because there's no shot clock now. Which means they can just hold on to it, not turn it over.
They'll be in great shape for this game if they do that.
They should.
Because if they don't turn the ball over, Alexander will have to foul. Like I said, when you get fouled in this situation, they'll have fouls to get, but when you're in the bonus, you get the shots at the line. And if you convert those shots at the line, the lead just grows.
We'll see what both teams have dialed up out of the huddle. The Cougars are going to be playing very much a foul game here, although I say foul game, there's 25 seconds left. They can very easily try and get a steal, which has been not all that hard tonight. Both teams have picked up well into double-digit steals.
We look for trouble with the inbound, which there was a little bit of trouble.
Tipped away. Maumelle gets it though, and they're fouling. No harm, no foul there. Takes about 3 seconds off the clock, and one more foul will put the Hornets in the 2-shot bonus.
That could have been very disastrous for the Hornets. I mean, he did not grab the basketball. He tried to dribble the basketball. We knew dribble the basketball.
Up and under. No look. Clock still running. Clock doesn't stop on made baskets. Here come the Cougars. Give it off. Hutchison needs to make something happen. 8-7. Shoots. Oh! From 3.
Johnson, the sophomore.
I thought he might try and make an extra move, but he let it fly, and he ties the ball game at 56.
I said it in the beginning of the game. He is not afraid to let it fly. A sophomore. He's not even an upperclassman. He is poised for the moment, folks, and he makes a big shot.
Some might say he's got ice in his veins.
Very much so. That was a huge shot. I thought maybe they'd go for a 2 because they had so much time. Maybe they go for a 2 and try to get his 2 off the inbound because their defense is so good. But a 3 from Dunson gets the job done.
And not only did Dunson make that incredible three-pointer, he's a good 3 steps back from the three-point line, and that was nothing but net.
I mean, he shot that for Metamora. That's how deep it was. And that was a deep shot.
Those that may not be familiar with Metamora, that's a whole town over.
That is a town north of Washington, the town of the Peoria area.
But he got every bit of it. That was a cold shot from Gregory Dunson. Now, if we get a winner here in regulation, it's going to come via the buzzer beater, more than likely. Probably 2 big things here for Alexander defensively. Don't foul, and don't lose your man.
for both teams, I mean, Alexander for sure don't foul. I mean, you don't want this game to be a game of foul shots. So Alexander do not foul. Play good defense, obviously. You don't want Mamel to get an easy point or easy shot, but don't foul. Play smart defense.
Lurking back is Darren Fleming, and another timeout, this one by Alexander. Maumelle took the last one. And I really think there's no shame in this. You might as well take your time. I think this is one of those things where you see what Maumelle's going to run, then you come back to the huddle and set up what you want.
You go into the first timeout saying to your team, do not foul, play smart defense. You just talk about the basics of your defense. And then you tell your team in the first time out, hey, we're going to see what they're going to run, and if they don't like if we don't see what they'll run, and we don't think it works for our defense, we'll just set up our defense in the way they run their inbound.
So now Alexander will make those necessary adjustments.
You got to think for Mamel, I mean, you got to think, they might be changing it up. And, that might have been something they discussed in the first time out, hey, we'll set up this way, fool Alexander thinking they'll spend a timeout. We'll probably change it up, so we'll see what they do.
Maumelle will roll out with Rochelle, Bubba Johnson, Jacob Lanier, Jonathan Frost, and Darren Fleming. Any one of those 5 guys may have the last shot at things here. And a potential buzzer beater, barring a stoppage in play. Here we go. Lanier streaking down the court. He's going to fire it up for 3! Off the back rim! And we will get overtime.
Oh my goodness. What could have ended the game of the tournament to this point, Lanier almost. It just hits the back of the rim. And folks, we have overtime.
Fasten those seat belts. It's been a good one so far. A game of dunks, a game of clutch threes. It's been fantastic.
You can say it overall has been a game of momentum. The Cougars were down to the Hornets very early in this game. Going into halftime, they were down by quite a bit. And all of a sudden, you see the Cougars strike back, and it really, in my opinion, is a game of momentum.
Certainly is, and Michael, what I love about this tournament is even if you show up to maybe support one team, perhaps you're tuned in for a specific player, you're treated to great basketball otherwise, even those teams you don't have an allegiancy or loyalty to. And just for your casual basketball fan out there, you can't help but love this.
I mean, speaking on the fans that have no loyalty to any of the teams playing, I saw some East Peoria chairs here. I saw some Pekin chairs, some Middle Illini people come to support, the Washington Panthers in their tournament and Kevin Brown and what he's all about. The tournament itself is just great. Basketball, the vibes, the hospitality, it's just all great.
Really a first-class tournament here in Washington. Thanks to all the staff and volunteers helping to put this together. Would not be possible without you. But as you mentioned, great community support from all across the greater central Illinois region. That's a lot of towns and a big part of the 300,000+ metro area population that has come out to support the KBM TOC. Free basketball from Torrey. Alexander and Maumelle getting ready to go for 4 extra minutes. Maumelle, I should say, rather. Get my words mixed up there. I'm so excited about the basketball. I forgot who he's even playing. Back to the zone goes Maumelle. Lou from the free throw line, no good. Hutchison tries to throw back up and one!
Big basket for Hutchinson. He's been one of the many difference makers for this team. We talked about Braden Lou, we talked about Gregory Dunson the whole night, but it's really been these players such as Christopher Hutchinson, for example, getting down one, making big shots when it matters, and also like Jermaine Freeman, for example, making big shots when it matters. It's been a full team effort for Alexander.
Can't complete the three-point play, but it gives him the lead. And a stoppage in play. The horn blows on the scorer's table as there is a clock issue.
That's the 5th foul on Malik McGuire.
a scorer's issue. It was 5 fouls on Malik McGuire, so technically he should not have been continuing to play. He'll have to be subbed out as he's no longer eligible after the 5 fouls. Now we'll get back going as Alexander holds the lead. Maumelle will work it up, not in a hurry. Plenty of time to go in this overtime period. Lanier kicks it off to Fleming. Back over to Lanier, and it's through his hands and out of bounds.
That's that self-influenced error from the Hornets offense. From the Hornets offense that you just cannot have in this situation.
Alexander would love to grow their lead. Looking for Lou in the low post, gets up and he's fouled. But Lou can grow this lead. And Michael, I'm not sure the lead has been any more sizable than 2 for Alexander, as Maumelle has pretty much led or been tied most of the game.
We saw in the first half that Maumelle had this huge lead going into the break, and then we saw the resurgence of Alexander. When they got to the point of Maumelle, they just kept it to a really tight game.
Momentum is a big thing, and Alexander's had a lot of it in the second half. Michael, you're smarter than I am. What is the saying that goes something about the immovable object and the immovable force?
I'm not entirely positive.
Well, something about that. Alexander's been the immovable object and force, whatever you want to call it, because they've had all the momentum. And it's off of Lanier's foot. He saves it. Maumelle would like to get some of that momentum back. They're making sure that doesn't happen, though, as Lou may have been thinking dunk had it not been for the foul. But it'll mean more foul shots.
How about the senior, Braden Lou? He's already committed to a college. He's a Division I prospect. How about him putting the clamps on Jacob Langer? You know, Langer's getting all this publicity for a given reason. You know, he's a really good basketball player, but how about the senior putting it on the sophomore?
Sometimes that experience can just outweigh things a little bit. Freema is short on the first shot. Bubba Johnson back in for Jonathan Frost. Freema will try and make this a 5-point game. He does. Full court pressure from Alexander. They barely get it in. It's Bubba Johnson.
Just full court man-to-man press. Your man versus my man, who wins?
Bubba Johnson, a sophomore as well. A lot of sophomores out here. They don't play like a JV team.
A lot of boys between these sophomores.
Fleming, three-pointer, and he's fouled. 3 shots coming up. And Jason Slade of the Alexander coach, not really that happy with this guy Freema, just an unnecessary foul.
It just almost feels like they're tired in a way, like with these fouls. I mean, you got to think, you know, the reason why they're doing these type of fouls is because they're tired.
And I believe Freema's day might be over. I believe he fouled out right there as he'll head to the bench. First free throw's off from Fleming.
And these 3 free throws are huge for Fleming. If he can make 2 or 3, it's just as good because it's just a one possession game. Right now it's a 2-possession game. Can he make it the 1 possession?
Fleming better on the second. Keeping it within 1 possession has got to be the biggest thing in a tight ball game at the end of games. We saw Gregory Dunson with 3 seconds left make a big 3, can't make the second one. So anytime you're within 1 possession, you're always giving yourselves a chance. Down the lane, up, Dunson couldn't get it to go. Back to Lanier, gets it over. Fleming tries another 3, got that one. Now it's a 1-point ball game. And the breathing room gets a little
tighter for Alexander.
A huge shot for Fleming. Only a 1-point game to this point.
The sophomore Dunson being harassed, makes a move, steps back for three, got it to go!
Oh my gosh.
Gregory Dunson can't miss from outside.
You said it, Gavin. He was being harassed, and he dealt with that harassment. He dribbled out of it. He showed good poise, and a huge shot.
And Lanier fouled on the drive. Michael, I have to argue, this may be, as we'll go back and look through the whole tournament, this may have the most big plays that we may see in the whole tournament.
Oh, you talk about two teams that can fly down the court. You know, you're almost set up for big plays. You're almost set up for alley-oops. You're almost set up for dunks. So I mean, I have to agree with you. This has to be the game of the most big plays.
Not to say that we couldn't see another game that tops this, but I think this one by Alexander Maumelle sets the bar rather high. But we can expect a lot of the similar action the rest of the week. Another missed free throw. If they would have capitalized on all their free throws, this could be a tie ball game.
I mean, if you think about it, they capitalized on their free throws, they might have the lead. Because it just changed the complexion of the game.
Up went Lou, went for the lob. He gets that one to go anyway, though. Jermaine Freeman gives a little flex from the bench. 5-point game again. Nearing a minute to play. Up, under, Bubba Johnson gets it to go. The response, one possession game again.
There's been a ton of responses by these two teams. The reason why this game is really close.
Maumelle went to double team. Up is Dunson, gets it to go. Timeout, Alexander.
Wow, I mean, Alexander, the 5-point lead. We saw in the first half, they were down by quite a bit, and now they have that 5-point lead. Talk about a game of momentum, like we said before.
Down 12.
Down 12 going into the break. Now they're up by 5, and you got to wonder, you know, the Braden Lou dunks, the Gregory Dunson three-pointers, they've had a big impact in this game.
That is the biggest difference maker. And from maybe a point of view of saying, there's been a lot of turnovers, some sloppy play, I think that's just how these two teams are organized. You know, Alexander being the reigning state champs in their respective class down in Douglasville, Georgia. Got to give a lot of credit to Maumelle for the kind of game that they've played. Very good team in their own right. They're obviously going to have a lot of success in the Arkansas circuit. Southern basketball has really treated Central Illinois well. Lots of great teams from the southern part of the United States have come and put clinics on here at the TOC. Speaking of Lanier, there was a team that was called Lanier in the TOC last year out of Lanier, Texas. They were the Longhorns. And very similarly to Alexander, they had guys that could dunk and shoot three balls.
These sneaky athletic teams, I mean, they're really fun to watch in the TOC.
Here is the Lanier playing right now, trying to drive in. He's on the deck, gives it up. Alexander recovers. And a jump ball, which will go to Maumelle. So they'll still have an opportunity.
There were 4 Alexander Cougars around Jacob Lanier. That's been the case all game. He's been stopped all game, held the bay.
The game plan has certainly been stop 13 and White. And he's been held much quieter than what we've been accustomed to seeing. Just 8 points for the prolific sophomore. Maumelle needs to score to keep this a one-possession game. Not much time left. Nearing 30 seconds. Bubba Johnson spins up, and he'll go to the foul line. Jason Slate bargaining for a hook.
You know, I talk about having this game go down to a one-possession game. Anytime you go down to a one-possession game in this late of a game, it just lessens the pressure. It allows you to breathe a little bit, knowing that you can score on that. You can score on that offensive possession, and you'll be completely fine. If you're down 2 possessions, like Maumelle is, then you have to score twice. And sometimes scoring twice in a matter of 30 seconds can be very difficult.
A free throw off right there. Second one is good by Bubba Johnson. Alexander can hold the ball. We're gonna try and steal in the backcourt. He's harassed and it's off the foot. It's gonna go stay with Alexander. And whether or not Maumelle loses this game or not, you learn a lot about your team in these late game situations. It's gonna make you better going forward. He's wrapped up right there, but for both teams, you learn a lot about where you are in crunch time.
I mean, I talked about in the earlier part of this game about Thanksgiving tournaments and how it doesn't define your season and how you learn and grow, because for most of these teams, it's the first game of the season and the first tournament season for many. So, you know, in these late game situations, you get to learn about how your team performs in crunch time for the first time for most teams. So, I mean, just the Thanksgiving tournaments in general, just a learning experience for all the teams.
Dunson shoots again, and that one's off. 5-point game. Maumelle needs to make something happen. Rochelle shoots up a three, no good. Rebound by Lanier, and timeout by Maumelle. So now, with the limited time remaining, 10 seconds left, you gotta think that you need to try to steal the ball within a couple seconds and then heave up a prayer for three.
You got to play really aggressive defense. You got to play defense that shows that you don't care if you steal the ball or foul the ball, you're going right for the ball. It doesn't have to be the most perfect steal in the world. You're not showing off for everyone. You're not showing off for any publicity people. You're not showing off for any media people at this point. You're showing off for your team. You want to win this game. So that's the mindset of Maumelle right now. And for Alexander, like I said about Maumelle in the regulation time, they got to take care of the ball. Bottom line is got to take care of the ball.
Both teams will talk it over, and this has been an absolute treat of a game. We've seen some good ones today. And I hate to say it, Michael, but I don't really want it to end. I know we got 2 more great games to play this evening, and I know Washington coming up their next game against Dale out of Dale, Oklahoma is going to be a fantastic matchup. However, I've really enjoyed these 2 teams.
I got to say, when you have 2 teams that are as athletic, as outgoing, and the basketball court as these 2 teams, no action shortage at all. You don't want this game to end at all.
10 seconds left to decide a winner. Lou gets it. They try to steal it. They do. They're gonna get back out, and he's fouled. So now things get a lot more interesting. That's what they needed. Lou turns the ball over. He went up for the shot. Michael, what do you say in that situation? Of course, your mind's got to be racing. Should he have kicked it out to try the 3, or taking the foul, smarter option?
I gotta say, before that, Braden Lou, I mean, he has to hold on to the basketball. You cannot just give it up right away, because when you give it up like that, you're leaving it out with Maumelle to try to steal the ball, and that's obviously what they did. If I'm Braden Lou, I'm holding on to that basketball. Let them foul me, because I'm getting shots at the line. But as for Maumelle, I mean, I take the foul, but it all matters that they hit 2 free throws. Hit these free throws, a 2-pointer after this wins the game. So
they'll try and get another steal. 6.2 seconds. Maumelle does have a timeout. They get it in, and he's fouled immediately. 4.9. So what we're set up for now, depending on how these free throws go from Alexander, we could get a shot that could either tie or win the game for Maumelle.
oh boy,
Brace yourself.
some of the biggest free throws of this game right now.
First one rims out, which means Maumelle with a 2 maybe could tie. We'll see how the second one goes. But anything from beyond the 3-point line would win the game.
4.9 remaining. They have enough time to get the rebound. They got to box out. They got to get the rebound. They have enough time to dribble down the corner and get a good look at 3.
Second free throw is off. It's taken down by Lanier. He travels with the ball. They were bargaining for a timeout, but he turns the ball over with 1.5 seconds left to go.
Oh my goodness. He goes ahead of himself. He walks before he calls timeout.
Gets the ball. The ball is out, and the game is over.
And that's how the game ends.
A 1-point victory for the Alexander Cougars, and they escape here in Torrey.
We talk about this Alexander team. They were down by 12 going into half. They win this game by 1. What resiliency from this Cougars team.
What a wild sequence to end that game, Michael. I thought there could have been a number of things that happened when Lanier got that ball. I thought there could have been a foul. I thought they could have called a timeout. Honestly, I think that if you're Maumelle, you almost wish you would have made that second foul shot so you could have just went straight off the inbounds or called the timeout after the free throw make. It's a lot of woulda, shoulda, coulda at this point, but all we know is it was a great basketball game.
I mean, Lanier, when he got the ball, he knew where to go for the timeout. He had to get across the timeline. He had to get across the midline to call that timeout. And he was just on the midline when he called the timeout. And he walked before he actually made the signal for the timeout. So that's just on him as a mistake. And obviously a great basketball game.
Treat of a basketball game. We really enjoyed it. Alexander escaping with a 69-68 victory. Let's get a quick word for our great sponsors here at the KBM TOC, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington. For all your insurance needs, give Jake a call or visit him on Washington Road here in Washington, not too far from Torrey Gymnasium. Also by Sun Power, by Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit www.legacysolar.com. Also by all of our other silver sponsors, Sefcu, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. Kep's Sports Bar and Grill, the official pre- and post-game stop at the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Kep's, great atmosphere, great food here at Kep's. Shout out to you. Also by PJ Hair and the city of East Peoria.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, seek Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
We're going to send it down to the Upstream Auto Group studio. Charlie Schirmhorn and special guest. Guys, take it away.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Charlie Schimmerhorn, joined alongside the Jones family, Ben, Emmy, Sandy, and Matt. It is great to be here with them. And ladies and gentlemen, they have a special story with three-time glioblastoma warrior Matt. If you guys wouldn't mind expanding on that and sharing us a little bit of your story, that would be great.
Yeah. Go ahead, Matt.
Well, nothing like an abrupt introduction. Going on 3 years now, I was diagnosed with a GBM, glioblastoma, and we've gone through this process. We were diagnosed here in Peoria, at OSF, and then we started off this process at Northwestern, and my family and I have gone through the ups and the downs of the diagnosis. We've gone through clinical trials, and through this process, we've been through so many things that that the ups and downs, the emotional turmoil of all of this, and thanks to the generous support of the KB Strong folks, we've been able to weather these storms and help so many other people as well. Thanks to Northwestern, we've gone to some. We've been able to do some things that we otherwise would not have been able to do, and we've gone through it the other way and gone through the other side of this. And so 3 years in, we're on the other side of this. We're long-term survivors now, and we're living our best lives at this point.
Yeah. I mean, when Matt was initially diagnosed in February of 2021, the doctors were very candid with us, and they told us some very grim news that his prognosis was only going to be about 15 to 18 months. And we were devastated when we got that news. And, you know, one of the things that not even a week out from Matt's diagnosis, I had friends telling me, you need to talk to Jody Brown. You need to talk to Jody Brown, and you need to and talk to her about what she did with her husband, Kevin. And that's really when I got to know KB Strong, and I got to know Jody and her mission and what she has done to really forward not just awareness about glioblastoma, but also raise incredible amounts of funding for research, because there is no known cure for this disease, and the prognosis is terminal. But we were told 15 to 18 months initially. We were told if Matt could make it to 24 months, he would be considered a long-term survivor. And in February, he will be 3 years out from his diagnosis. So he is doing remarkably well right now.
That's incredible. And with you guys mentioned KB Strong, and this whole tournament really is about donating to KB Strong for a cure to help fight glioblastoma. Certainly there's multiple things that you can do. One, just come here and support the TOC.
Yeah.
Once you buy a ticket, that is automatically going to the KB Strong Foundation, if I'm not mistaken. I know there's golf outings, places you can donate, the website, stuff like that, and it's all for a great cause, because it's more than just basketball. So I ask you now, if there's anything, I know you talked about donating, but awareness a little bit also, if you could do one thing to help raise more awareness and more donations, what do you think, what would you like to see done? What would you like to do?
Oh, that's a good question.
Well, I can think of one right now, and my daughter is wearing one of the bracelets that she got. She's very proud of it. Well, Emmy, why don't you talk about it?
The bracelet is very kind of special to me personally, because I can wear it in school and other places, and if somebody asks about it, it's a learning opportunity for those people. And it brings more awareness to something that I personally think people sometimes try to avoid, because it isn't the most happy and joyful of subjects, but it still is an important subject, especially for my age range, which is middle school, because I feel like we kind of get caught up in our own things and forget stuff that is also important. So.
And Ben, we just had an opportunity just, I don't know, about a month ago with Ben and I going to an event with KB Strong. And we had a chance to see some of the research that the funding has been able to do, and Ben got a chance to meet some of the doctors that the research has been able to fund. So Ben, why don't you talk about some of the impact that you just got a chance to learn about with just by happenstance?
Yeah, so getting to meet incredible doctors working on finding a cure for glioblastoma is a huge deal, and it was really inspiring to see them and what they're doing for glioblastoma awareness and all that.
Certainly, doctors are always going to do their best. And for somebody who wants to actually go into the medical field and profession, I can say that it is support that is needed, because truly they are doing all that they can. I know you guys touched a little bit about Northwestern. And I believe, I know for a fact that Coach Brown was in Northwestern, because I went up to visit him a little bit, and how great of hospitality and such a different environment it was, really. And it was great. It wasn't like an ordinary hospital, I guess. So if you want to talk about your stay there.
So one of the first questions I had for Jody when I first talked to her on the phone was, if you had to do it all over again, what would you do differently? And she said, I would call Northwestern right away. And that's what we did. And we called Northwestern. We did our research online. We looked at the providers that are at Northwestern, and there is a doctor by the name of Roger Stoop who is credited with creating the standard treatment of care for glioblastoma, which is temozolomide, which is the chemotherapy with the radiation therapy, and then the Optune, which is the device that Matt is wearing on his head right now. It's connected to a battery pack. And then on top of that, Matt was also given an opportunity to participate in a clinical trial right away. And I think that being given that opportunity is part of the reason why Matt is still here today. I think Northwestern is doing some really special work, but frankly, so is OSF. So are the doctors right here in Peoria. This is a disease that is not being talked about enough. Glioblastoma is a devastating disease, and it attacks the essence of who somebody is. And unfortunately, when you have a disease that attacks your operation center for your body, your brain, it has a devastating effect, not just on the person who has that disease, but also on the family. And if that's something that I want your viewers to know about, is that this is a disease that is impactful on everybody in a family. And, you know, Matt has done a lot in the 3 years that he's had this disease. And I'm looking forward to him doing a lot more, right? But what viewers can do right now is they can go to this tournament this weekend. They can support the mission to raise funds for research, to raise funds to help families who have been touched by this disease by just going to this tournament. And there are exciting games happening at this tournament. There are some really incredible players from all over the country. So this is a great event, and it's impactful.
That it is. Certainly before this, we waited a little bit just because of a double or overtime game that went to. So certainly good games here. You mentioned OSF in the Peoria area that also impacts and donates to glioblastoma funds. And one of the things that stands out to me is the Walk for Mind, which we talked a little bit earlier, which I've been going to for a long time. And I remember I always got a purple shirt. In fact, though, the Optune device that you're wearing is gray, though, which happens to be the, if I'm not mistaken, the color for glioblastoma and brain cancer specifically. So that's certainly a symbol. And like she said, you can just come out and help and support the tournament and everything that you can do. Walk for the Mind is something that is free of charge, I believe. There's like little games and raffle things that you can win there, and certainly it's just a great place to be, and it's all for a good cause for glioblastoma. Jones family, it's been a great time here. Thank you guys just for sharing your story and raising awareness.
Thanks for having us.
For sure, and it means a lot to me, to the viewers, I'm sure to Jody and the whole KB Strong Foundation. I'm going to go ahead and send it back up, though. Enjoy the games.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, Divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back to the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium on the campus of Washington Community High School. I guess I need not say on the campus of Washington Community High School. We're in the gym right outside the studio that you saw that's set up in the school's cafeteria. Uftring Tournament Central, great stuff there from Charlie Schermerhorn, setting the table for the sixth game of Day 2 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The Dale, Oklahoma Pirates and the Washington, Illinois Panthers. Gonna be a good one. I'm Joey Wright. To my left is John Camosa. We'll take you through it. Glad you're on board for what should be a good one. John, when you look at this matchup, the Washington Panthers, they were a winner last night against the St. Lawrence Vikings. Great team out of Burbank, Illinois. The Dale Pirates are in their first game here at the TOC. And everyone's in the gym to see Dayton Forsyth, the Oklahoma commit, the 6'2 senior, a difference maker to say the least. How do you size this one up?
Yeah, you can't say enough about Dayton Forsyth, player of the year in Oklahoma last season, headed to the Sooners, and this kid is extremely fun to watch for people around the area that might not have seen him. Just look him up on YouTube. Lights out shooter, plays with a lot of passion. This kid is dynamite for the Pirates, but Washington, when they play tough teams, they're up for the challenge.
We'll pause for the anthem.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets regulate, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
As always, at Washington Community High School's Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium, a phenomenal rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner. Apologies for cutting off those first few lines of the song. Sneaks up on you when you're doing some 30 games in 5 days when exactly the anthems are placed in there. Of course, they come before Washington's home games here at the TOC, 4 of them this week. And the Panthers are on the floor, ready to go for game number 2. John, we talked about this just a moment ago. Washington and Dale. The scouting report for Dale, simple, stop Dayton Forsyth, although Trayden Chambers, a great player as well. Washington, a year older, so many of these players are from last season. They were relatively young and inexperienced a year ago. C.J. Duncan back in the fold, Braden Vanderheit back in the fold. That's probably where to start for Washington.
Yeah, and we touched on Forsyth, how good he's been for Dale. Led the Pirates to 2 consecutive championships in Oklahoma. He's a great recruit going to the Sooners next season. But for Washington, like we talked about right before the anthem, they're up for this challenge. Beat St. Lawrence out of Burbank, Illinois yesterday by 10. That was a huge statement victory. So I think that gives you a little bit of momentum coming into Torrey Gymnasium. Big crowd behind them, full student section. This one should be fun, Joey.
Really looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. Great win against St. Lawrence. Although an interesting note on the Vikings, they are the only team here at the TOC still alive in the IHSA football hunts. We'll see how that impacts them as the season goes along, if at all. St. Lawrence and Hoover played a good one earlier this afternoon. We wish, of course, the Vikings good luck here on Friday in the Class 4A state title game. That'll be a tough one against Rochester. We'll see how that plays out. But enough about the St. Lawrence Vikings. It's the Panthers and Pirates in front of us, and going to be a really good one. And John, you know, it's maybe simple to talk about, but I think worth mentioning. These environments are the kinds of environments you want to play in. You want to play in them early and often. Washington maybe even had a few more folks in the gym last night, and that says something because this place is packed to the gills and we're ready to go.
Yeah, and I think starting off the season in front of, you know, a raucous environment, you got a full gym and you're playing some really good teams. That's great to do in November, pushing you forward to March. When you get to the postseason, you want to have that exposure and, you know, that kind of experience. So that's really good. This tournament's done such a great job pulling those teams in, and I think, you know, it almost has that playoff atmosphere early in November.
Dale will play in some marquee events this season. They'll play in some big games, although this is a good test for the Pirates. Dale, an enrollment of 198 students. I don't know the Oklahoma basketball scene all that well, but I do know you'd be hard-pressed to find a better gym, a better atmosphere than to play in tonight. And the Panthers call it home. Their enrollment, by the way, is some 1375, 1369 is the official number that it's listed in the program. Head coaches Eric Schermerhorn and Jeff Edmondson going to learn a lot about their teams here in this one. We're ready for the starting lineups. The Dale, Oklahoma Pirates will go first, I believe, is the visiting team. Although they're in their home whites, Washington's on its home side bench in the orange alternates. I imagine they've got to go with Dale first in Torrey, and they will. And the Dale Pirates look like this. Easton Edmondson, a 5'10 junior guard, will wear number 1. Levi Kelly is a 5'11 junior who will wear number 10. Deacon Jones, a 6'2 senior, will wear number 23. Trayden Chambers, a 6'6 junior, clad in number 24 tonight. And Dayton Forsyth is the man for the Dale Pirates, 6'2", a senior, wearing number 33. And as we mentioned, the Pirates are coached by Jeff Edmondson and their principal, J.D. Wyden. A lot of Washington folks in the stands as the Pirates are announced. And we welcome our viewers from Dale who didn't make the trip and are watching live tonight on ClutchSportsIL.com and on our YouTube channel. Glad to have you on board. Let's meet the Washington Panthers as the crowd rises to its feet. They're right across from the Orange Crush student section. We'll hear them all night long, and the lights go out, and the crowd roars. And the Panthers will line up like this as they're announced. The 6'2 senior, number 5, Javon White, made an impact last night. C.J. Duncan, arguably a larger impact, 6'6 junior, will wear number 10. James Johnson, a 6'5 sophomore, in number 12. DeAndre Johnson is a 6'3 senior who will wear number 21. Braden Vanderheit's a 6'4 senior who will wear number 40. John, you and I were on the call for that Washington game last night. Washington dominated at times, led by 10, 15 points the majority of the game. There were times when St. Lawrence would go on a little run, whittle that deficit down to 7 or 8 points. Every time it seemed Washington would pull away and get back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I think that third quarter last night was huge for Washington. Great ball movement. C.J. Duncan had some big threes. Braden Vanderhyde had a couple big shots. Andre Lewis. So Washington just spaced the floor extremely well. Their defense really stepped up big late with some charges, able to contain Josh Pickett. I think they want to bring that same type of offense and defense into tonight's game. You could feel this environment. Obviously, fans are involved. Students are loving it. Should be a really fun game. Looking forward to this one on the schedule.
Going to be a great game. Glad you're on board on ClutchSportsIL.com. By the way, some leaders for Washington in that game last night. Looking at the scoring, of course, it was C.J. Duncan who made a big impact for the Panthers. As we pull up what Duncan did last night, we'll get the stats on board here shortly. But Duncan was the leading scorer for Washington one night ago. We'll see if he makes a similar impact tonight. Javon White is in the circle, and he's ready to go against Trayton Chambers. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. The ball delivered to midcourt. This is going to be a fun one. Game 6 of Day 2, the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by OSF Healthcare. Chambers versus White, and Chambers wins the battle, and Dale will kick things off here. The Pirates from Oklahoma, and it's Forsythe looking for space, guarded by White. Forsythe kicks it over to his man Easton Edmondson. Edmondson gets it back. Edmondson in a little bit of trouble, gives it off, and Forsythe will slow it down. Shot clock in play. If you're just joining us for the first time this year at the tournament, it was in play last year. A 35-second shot clock down to 5. And driving in, scoring, Dayton Forsythe. We'll say that a lot tonight.
Yeah, Forsythe, great job moving without the ball. Some early defense there from Javon White and Braden Vanderhyde, but right there showing why he's going to Oklahoma. Great drive to the cup.
One possession, one score for the Dale Pirates. The Washington Panthers have the ball for the first time. It's Johnson down low, up and under, and counted. And this one's tied.
Great response there from Johnson, 6'5" sophomore.
Forsythe, a handoff to Jones. Jones gives to Kelly. Edmondson. And now driving is Chambers. And a foul. First foul of the contest. It's a Jody Brown State Farm charge.
And anytime you're watching this Washington Panthers group play, you're probably going to see a charge from Braden Vanderhyde. He took one yesterday as well. Loves to lay out there and just play some strong defense.
James Johnson, now it's C.J. Duncan. Duncan looking, scanning. And gives to Jackson. Jackson all the way across to White. White in some trouble. Good defense from Levi Kelly. Driving is Johnson. Kelly a steal. Great defensive possession from the junior. And he gives down low to Edmondson. And that'll be a foul, and slow to get up is Vanderhyde down there under the basket. And a sigh of relief, John, for Washington fans to see Vanderhyde's okay. As anyone, you'd expect a sigh of relief if anyone was okay, but Vanderhyde is going to be a key part of the Panthers here in this his senior year.
Yeah, not a player you want to see go down, but thankful he's backing up. And that was a really nice take there from Easton Edmondson, though, able to get to the line. Strong move there from the junior.
Easton Edmondson looking for his first points tonight in the early stages of this game, the Washington Invitational, presented aptly by the city of Washington. Edmondson off on both. And Duncan. See if Edmondson can redeem himself on defense here as the handoff goes. Fresh into the game, Andre Lewis at the dead ball. 3 on the way from White. Deep 3 wouldn't fall, and the rebound corralled. And the Pirates will start, I believe, their third possession of the night. And an open 3 that doesn't go, wouldn't go for Jones. Deacon Jones a little bit off on that one. Lewis scanning, looking for space, and gives to White. White a drive, it was clean, no call. I think someone was expecting a whistle there. Lewis gets it now for Washington. Lewis driving, splitting two defenders, and he's fouled.
And a lot of similarities early on from both teams. They're going to make you work really hard for a basket. Just strong defense here from both Dale and Washington. Two sound teams, well coached.
Expect nothing less from these coaches, Jeff Edmondson and Eric Schermerhorn. Here's Duncan driving for Washington, lost it. Panthers get it back. Vanderhyde out top. Vanderhyde, a brick wall in front of him. It's Dayton Forsythe. And now it's Duncan running into trouble as he's guarded by Edmondson. Vanderhyde now for Washington. Panthers won't hesitate to shoot it outside. Lewis looks for space. Pirates not letting them have anything inside. Vanderhyde good from the mid-range, but in trouble as the shot clock expires. It's off. And Duncan the rebound. It resets all the way to 35. And a second offensive rebound of this possession. That'll make any coach happy, especially in game 2 of the year.
Yeah, great effort there from Vanderhyde, keeping the possession alive for Washington, coming in for that rebound, and see what they can do out of this set.
Cats have 9 lives. Panthers on their 3rd here on this offensive possession. 4th chance, no. And finally a defensive rebound for the Pirates. They clear it.
Washington also did great at that last night, getting those second chance efforts. Bringing that into tonight's game is going to be big.
And a 3 from Forsythe. He has range, but couldn't get that one to go. And if you like offensive rebounds, this is the game for you. Edmondson looking, kick to Kelly, 3 on the way, off, and the Panthers haul that one in. It's Javon White. And it's stolen, was nearly a steal by Kelly. Instead, it's Washington down to the corner and Duncan.
Washington might try to work something down low here. Lid's been on the basket from outside so far to start. Credit to that good defense from Dale.
John, this has a very different feel from Washington's game last night against St. Lawrence. As White gets the rebound and has his shot blocked and brings it back out. If you weren't with us last night for the Panthers and Vikings, the Panthers played a Vikings team that shot in the first half almost exclusively threes. It worked then. They cooled off in the second half, and the Panthers got the job done. And Vanderhyde a 3 there for the Panthers.
Just continuing to fight for those rebounds, getting those second chance efforts, third chance efforts. That time it falls, and Panthers take the early lead.
Off balance. Dayton Forsythe shows why he's going to play in the, I was going to say Big 12 conference. It'll soon be the SEC conference for the Oklahoma Sooners. Point remains. Forsythe has some game. And a foul. But Washington in that game against St. Lawrence last night, and of course no sample size for Dale just yet, but I think the first 4 field goals of the game were threes. 2 for Washington, 2 for St. Lawrence. If memory serves, it was something like that. And the old saying, John, you live by the 3, you die by the 3. The Panthers, to some extent, got lucky that St. Lawrence cooled off.
Yeah, there's no question that both teams were trading threes back and forth all game, but we talked about that third quarter for Washington. That was really the turning point. They pulled away.
Both teams looking for an edge here. Might as well be tied. Panthers by a point. Nearly 6 minutes gone by in the first. And a loose ball kept alive and fed down low. Pirates kick it out. And a whistle. As Levi Kelly drove inside. By the way, Denton Forsythe, 6-foot sophomore, is in the game for the first time for the Pirates.
Another good player, key part on this team for the Pirates, and no surprise this team's been to 2 back-to-back state championships and won them. You can just tell by this defense early on, so solid.
It's the best part for me at the Tournament of Champions. Well, that's a lie. I've said on the record a few times that the best part of the tournament for me this year is something else. But one of the best parts for me at the tournament is just seeing so many different contrasting styles. I mean, you've got teams that run and gun that can put up 80, 90, 100 points, and you've got some teams that just dig in and their identity is their defense, and they want to win a game 48-46 if they would have their way.
And I think that makes it the most fun part of this tournament. To your point, Joe, you see all these good teams that can score a lot, teams that play strong defense, seeing teams from all over different states. It's really fun.
And a steal. Kelly the other way. Kelly with contact, no. And the rebound brought in by Johnson, and a foul. Jump ball, pardon me. And that arrow will favor the Panthers.
Both teams evenly matched and fighting for this one early on, just nip and tuck.
Vanderheit, who leads all Washington scorers with 3 points, inbounds. A lot of Dale fans here as they watch their Pirates play defense. And they're concentrated behind the Pirates bench here, which is on this side of the floor. You hear them get loud. And a steal. And a three from Forsythe. That doesn't go. Down low in the rebound, there's a foul as Jones went up.
Great effort there from Deacon Jones, a 6'2" junior. That one came off pretty hard on the three there, but just soars in for the rebound. And little plays like that to keep it play alive to the stripe.
Jones at the line has yet to score. And that changes there as Jones knocks it in. Cliche to say the entire town of Dale is here, but with an enrollment of only 198 students, the Pirates, one of the smaller schools we've seen in the tournaments, they might be the smallest school here this year. I have to cue that one up. There are a couple of other small schools in the house this season, but Dale, nevertheless, you love to see that. Their fans have traveled. They've made the trip on this holiday week. It's what it's all about. And they watch the Pirates go ahead by 2, 7-5.
And to your point, Joey, we saw that earlier this afternoon. Metamora with their first loss of the season. Class 3A defending champs to Victory Christian Academy with an enrollment of 238.
North Tampa Christian, who will play Morton next on ClutchSportsIL.com, has an enrollment of 139. So they have a little bit of an edge there, but not by much. Here's Vanderheit. Now looking for Lewis. 60 seconds left in this first quarter of play. Lewis tries to drive, has it stripped away. Ball's been on the floor a lot in this one. Johnson tries to give to Jackson. Jackson was too close. Pirates push ahead, coast to coast, and kicked out by Forsythe. And Forsythe gets it back. 3 on the way, off, and a foul. A charge presented by Jody Brown State Farm.
Man, what a great sequence. Not seeing the points fall early, but a lot of electric defense. Both teams just working hard for some baskets.
Have to clarify the Forsythes for Dale. Denton and Dayton both in the game. As Lewis will push ahead for Washington. 35 seconds left in the first quarter. And again, it's poked loose. Denton Forsythe, a near steal, but it's out of bounds. John, how do you counter Dale's pesky defense? They poked a couple of balls loose here tonight. I mean, is it ball movement that has to improve? It's this press here. Watch Forsythe following Lewis.
They're just hounding him. I think it's definitely going to take ball movement. You can't really slow the pace down. They're on him like glue.
Shot and game clock separated by 5 seconds. Here's Johnson. Johnson looking, turning, driving. No. And we'll see Dale with one last chance. A foul as Washington tried to force a steal loose. Remember, new to the IHSA rules this season, fouls reset at the end of each quarter. If you get to 5, you earn the double bonus. They will reset here shortly. Dale, that's the 4th foul against the Panthers. And the Pirates have 4 as well. Here we go. Forsythe has some space. Feed down low, and the high-low works. Count it. Trayton Chambers and the Panthers can't get it in, and that's how the first quarter will end. 9-5 Dale.
Unbelievable look there from Forsythe. Typically in that situation, you think he pulls up and shoots it. Nope, great assist. Quick lead for Dale.
And we'll take a moment to thank our sponsors at the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, starting with Jake West and State Farm. Jake from State Farm, a great neighbor to us at Clutch Sports Media. Glad to have him on board. His information on the screen by phone or online. By Legacy Solar, a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. Presented by OSF Healthcare. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank Sefcu Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the KBN TOC. By Caps. Caps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBN TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Caps, great food and great atmosphere. By PJ Hare, proud partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the city of East Peoria. 5 syllables in East Peoria. All of them great, East Peoria. Glad to have them on board at the TOC. That was a play on an ad read that Larry Larson and I had for the city of East Peoria 4 years ago now at the Tournament of Champions. East Peoria.
I love it.
Glad you're with us here on ClutchSportsIsle.com. It's Forsythe with the ball. Dayton Forsythe, to be specific, for Dale. And down low, it's Trayton Chambers off the glass, and the Pirates lead to 6.
And Chambers using that size, 6'6". He's able to get down low. He's been a force early.
Here's Johnson for Washington. Johnson to Duncan. Duncan a free throw. Got it. We saw Vanderheit last night, John, with a lot of mid-range action for Washington. We see C.J. Duncan with the shot there. Panthers aren't afraid to take the deep 2.
Not at all. That's one thing you love to see at the high school level, the mid-range game. Kind of getting back into it. Used to just be a lot of threes and getting to the basket, but more teams now using that mid-range, and such a smart shot. Quick pull-up.
Who cares what the analytics say? 2 points is 2 points.
Certainly is.
Drew Lewis back in for Washington, and he will come in relief. Braden Vanderheit. Just over a minute gone by here in the second frame. Joey Wright, John Camosa with you. John Michael leading our talented crew of camera operators. Patrick Hubert is his technical director tonight. As the pass ultimately winds up with James Johnson of the Panthers, and the Panthers push the other way. Panthers, as Johnson turns and looks. Now it's Duncan. Duncan looking for Lewis, didn't have him. White has it now. White looking, driving, kicking. Jackson a 3 in the corner, got it.
You got to think in that first quarter, exerting all that energy on defense. We're seeing it slow down a little bit both ways, and Washington found that open 3. That's big time.
Pirates by 1. Here's Dayton Forsythe driving, and a whistle. And they ought to call that on the floor, and it'll be an inbound for the Pirates as they make 2 substitutions. Out comes Denton Forsythe. In comes Levi Kelly, who started for the Pirates, and Deacon Jones is back in as well. And here's Forsythe loose. Forsythe couldn't finish. Had he finished, it would have been a Legacy Solar slam. Instead, it's Washington basketball.
Yeah, he wanted that one. I think all the Dale Pirates fans did as well. Maybe not what the Washington student section wanted right in front of them, but back to the Panthers.
Boy, we have seen a number of high flyers here already through 10 games now of the TOC. And really excited to see Forsythe all week long.
Might have cut his finger on that one a little bit, getting tended to with some tape was Forsythe. when you get that high above the rim, you know, it's
hard not to.
Yeah.
You look at who's played in this tournament in years past, go up and down the list. Way too many NBA players to name all in one fell swoop. Some big ones: Zion Williamson, Andrew Wiggins, Anthony Davis. Chandler Parsons has played here. DeAndre Jordan, fair to say he was a high flyer.
I don't know if you mentioned Anthony Davis.
Yeah, Anthony Davis, of course.
A lot of dunks throughout this tournament.
And you go back, a little early to tell from last year, as those players make their way through the college game. We have an offensive foul. Jody Brown, State Farm charge. Dale gets it back. A little early to tell from last year, what those players will do as they work their way through their college careers. You go back 2 years ago, Hansel Emmanuel was here, had a lot of fun watching him. I go back to 2019 when Larry Larson and I were involved with the tournament for the first time, not through Clutch back then, but Walker Kessler, J.D. Davison, number of guys on that tournament roster now playing in the NBA.
And it's really cool to see all that eventual NBA talent right here in the heart of Washington, Illinois.
It's going to be a fun week here as the Panthers, another foul there, and that'll be Washington's third foul of the quarter, and attribute that foul to Javon White. So Dayton Forsyth will bring it up for Dale if you're just joining us. Not a lot of offense in this one. It's been a defensive struggle. Dale making Washington earn everything on the offensive end. Washington doing the same. Here's Edmondson with a drive. Did he step on the line? He did.
There's good defense right there from Washington, able to cut off the baseline, force the turnover, and now a chance down the floor to take the lead. Just 5:28 left in the second quarter.
Hand off to Lewis. And the Panthers march ahead. Lewis guarded by Kelly. Into the game for the first time tonight. Luke Kaminsky for the Panthers. Here's Vanderheit, a floater off the window, won't go. And Kelly for the Pirates.
That's one thing with Eric Schumelhorn and this Washington Panthers team. Got a very deep bench.
Three on the way. Count that one, a deep three for Dayton Forsyth. Pirates contingent loves it. And there's a lot of Pirates fans here tonight. Timeout called by Washington.
That's a guy that can pull the trigger from deep and knocks that one down, and that's the spark that Dale was looking for going into this timeout.
This is a Jake Weston State Farm timeout, a 30-second timeout for the Panthers. .453 left. Vanderheit will inbound. John, what are you looking for on this Panthers possession?
Yeah, try to move the ball around. I'm playing for a three here. I want to cut back into this deficit by one. Try to get to the corner. Got to get it up first, though.
Johnson can't catch up with it, out of bounds. And that's not what the Panthers wanted. Dale now has a chance to build on its lead. DeAndre Jackson coming back into the game. And Braden Vanderheit will get a rest. See if Dale starts to open it up here. We saw that three from Forsyth on the last possession. See if maybe they continue to spread the floor and tool things toward their playmaker. Here's Forsyth, gets a screen. Forsyth passing down to the corner. Baseline drive and a foul. Or I think John pardon me, he stepped on the line, no foul.
And I think that's what Washington wants, is to force them underneath there. That's the second time they've stepped out of bounds. Washington is giving them a little check without the foul, and another turnover there. Works out for the Panthers. Now you got to get the ball down the floor and try to get a quick basket.
Here's Duncan. Duncan looking for Johnson. And Johnson will slow it down. Haven't seen a lot of shot clock violations this week. I've seen a couple teams run into trouble late in the shot clock. Panthers in no hurry yet, down to 12. And a Quick three on the way from Kaminsky. No. Vanderheit soars in to get the rebound. Duncan gets it. Lewis has a three, and he got it.
Just a great play there from Vanderheit. Grabs the rebound as he's falling away, able to save it in, and then one more kick to Lewis. What a possession.
Forsythe has a size advantage on Lewis. Lewis has the momentum. Both these players scored the last basket for their teams. It'll remain that way as a foul is called away from the shot. Forsythe and Lewis both hitting threes. And DeAndre Jackson back in for the Panthers. And he'll grab Braden Vanderheit, no subs for Dale. To the game now for Dale. They will make a substitution a little late. Traden Chambers is back in. Chambers, one of the 30 intriguing players to watch as named by the tournament. It's Forsythe on the inbound, and that's just so hard to stop.
Yeah, great move there. Fading away, nobody on him, and that's a shot he's going to make 9 times out of 10.
Johnson trying to drive past Jones. Panthers get it out to Lewis. Lewis and Forsythe, that's been the matchup to watch lately. And knocking it in for Washington, James Johnson.
Bank is open, might as well take it. Brings this back to 1.
And not Morton, they're coming up next. Dale can't answer there on the offensive end. Ball's loose, Johnson gets down, looking for it. They're all knotted up. Look at that. They try to sort that out.
Little scrappy.
Yeah, no kidding. Arrow favors the Panthers.
And it's scrappy, but it's clean, and this is what you love to see early in the season. Both teams getting on the floor, going after it. Just that will to win, and it's what the fans come to see. 2 teams that are fighting hard.
This gym is packed. If you're just joining us, Washington in its 16th year hosting the Tournament of Champions, which is in turn in its 18th year. And Dale has traveled really well behind the Pirates bench where they're getting ready to inbound the ball. Johnson inbounds to Lewis. Lewis drives over toward Forsythe. Lewis pulls up a deep three, and it's short. And Forsythe, John, he's got so much ability. He's going to run point and hoist a deep three that goes in on the run.
And he's really heating up now, and it's a tough player to guard. He just falls into that three.
Just getting ready to say it's a little easier to game plan for someone like that plays under the basket. Not so much when he's running point, bringing it up the floor. And a three on the way for Johnson. Bank not open there. Jones driving. Jones to Lewis, and Lewis a steal. Lewis the other way. And he's fouled as he steps through traffic. Good defense from Easton Edmondson and Traden Chambers, but they can't finish. And they will call that foul on Chambers, not Chambers, Edmondson, his second.
White, after a little bit of rest, back into the game. He's another key part for the Panthers. Big possession coming up here, just under 2 minutes.
Johnson handing off to Lewis. Edmondson picks him up. Lewis doesn't really have the size advantage against Forsythe, does against Edmondson in that matchup. Here's Duncan. Duncan looking, handed off to Lewis. Lewis to Johnson. Johnson a pump. Shot clock down to 5. Panthers in trouble. Lewis and Johnson, and bailing him out is White with a three that doesn't fall. A little too strong.
Good effort, just couldn't get it to go, and this is who you want to have the ball right now if you're Dale, your star.
Shot clock and game clock. They could get a couple possessions if they want it, especially if they go quick like that. It's Forsythe again.
Just a matter of time before he started to heat up, and Washington's got to find an answer there if they want to stick around in this first half.
Lewis turns it over. Pirates going the other way in transition. Floater won't fall. Second chance. No, it's loose, and Vanderheit has it. Panthers can go 2 for 1 if they want. No, they turn it over. Driving. Pirates looking, and a foul. And that's Easton Edmondson fouled on his way up. Edmondson's yet to score. He'll have a chance for his first points here.
Joey, how about this defense? Just relentless right now. Taking everything away from Washington. Another hard take to the basket for Edmondson. Into the line, but you can see Dale came into Washington's home gym wanting to try to sneak this one out.
Edmondson off on the first. Hoping to hear from sideline reporter Michael Savoy in just a little bit. See if we can make that happen. And of course, we'll go down to Offering Tournament Central at halftime, so stick around for that. 30 seconds left in the half. Shot and game clock almost identical. Washington can bleed some time off if they want. Shot clock at 22, game clock at 24. Here's Johnson, here's White. Into the game for Dale, by the way, Jet Higdon. First time we've called his name. Higdon guarding Johnson, turning around. No, it's loose. And White trying to clean it up for the Panthers. Can't. Dale the rebound. Here we go. Pirates have the last shot. Edmondson driving. Edmondson stepping and scoring at the buzzer.
And what a take there from Edmondson. Wow. And just like that, Dale pulls away a little bit in this first half after a very close start.
All the credit in the world to the Dale Pirates. They brought the energy in this one. A great not home crowd, but what feels like what I imagine a home crowd might at Dale, because they have brought this school of 198, a lot of folks with them here to the Raymond Artori Gym.
Yeah, you look to the left of us, and a lot of red and white, Joey, so they're fired up for this one, traveled a long way.
They got a good one here in game one for the Dale Pirates. OSF Healthcare Tournament of Champions. Michael Savoy is our sideline reporter. He is standing by with Dale head coach Jeff Edmondson. Michael, take it away.
Dale coach Jeff Edmondson. There's a big student section. The gym is packed to capacity. How do you guys deal with all the the gym being packed?
Yeah, it's a great atmosphere. I mean, we're happy to be here. You're absolutely right. It's very loud. It's tough to play under these circumstances. We've been a little bit sloppy, but I'm proud of our kids for hanging in there and fighting hard and finally making some shots and playing some really good defense.
Dayton Forsythe is your leading scorer. How valuable has he been to this team?
He's a great player. We've said all along he's the best player in the state. He steps up in big games, so real proud of him and all of his teammates.
All right, Coach. We appreciate the time. Good luck in the second half. Back to you guys.
Michael, thank you so much. Good stuff there from Dale head coach Jeff Edmondson as he takes his team into the locker room with a 24-15 lead. We'll thank some of our sponsors here at the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We'll hear from them now.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And we'll go down to Uftring Tournament Central. Gavin Russell standing by with Washington legend Matt Roth. Down to Gavin. What do you got with Matt?
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Alongside me is Matt Roth. Matt, you are a little well known around this school. You know this school pretty well. Thanks for joining us for a little bit.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Always great to be back at the TOC and celebrate Thanksgiving all in one trip.
Absolutely. You are spending your days now up in Fort Wayne doing a little coaching yourself. Blackhawk Indian Trail, I believe, and you're doing some good things up there.
Yeah, we've got a great program. I was fortunate to be an assistant there, learned from a great coach, along with my background with Coach Brown. And now going into year 2, we're ready to get started. Tuesday can't get here quick enough for us.
Certainly, but of course, you're best known around here for your time at Washington High School. 2008 graduate, you did some great things. You hold the all-time record for three-point shooting. But what does a school community mean to you? I mean, getting to come back, spend it with friends and family, as you mentioned, just a really special time.
Yeah, I mean, Washington's such a big part of my life. Growing up here, seeing the community rally around sports, whether it be basketball, football, even baseball, it's a special place anytime you step in Torrey Gym. And now with this event's taken on, what it stands for, the fight against glioblastoma, it's a special time to see the community rally around a great basketball program, but for a bigger cause.
Certainly, and we've had many guests come through here. We've had a couple former players. We've had people that have been friends of Kevin Brown. But you personally, what did he mean to you? Being able to just be his friend, be coached under him. Just talk about Kevin Brown, what he meant to you personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a unique relationship. His first year at Washington was my freshman year. So coming in, trying to just make the varsity team, let alone get off to a great start that we did that year. So we really started at the same time, and relationships grew. He was a tough coach, pushed me to be my absolute best, and certainly as I graduated and started a family, he became a dear friend.
Kevin Brown obviously meant a lot, and this KB Strong Foundation has done a fantastic job to put things together to help continue on his legacy. The KB Strong Foundation, of course, you know Jody Brown oh so well. Again, we always remind our audience, and a lot of people are going to know about KB Strong already, but tell them just how much Jody means to you and why people need to get involved with this cause.
Well, I mean, Jody's the best. I mean, she, in my life, was a rock. She was a second mom. I was blessed with a great mom, and Jody came right on and vetted everything out, all the way down to vetting my wife. When she was just my girlfriend, Jody made sure she was a good one. Coach was quick to give me the thumbs up, but Jody, she did her homework, and I know this means so much to her. I know her relationship with Kevin was so strong. You can see the fight in her still, and I'm just happy to be a small part helping in that fight.
Sure, and you can come out here whether you're watching online or you're able to come out in person anytime this week. Lots of opportunity to support KB Strong. We've got the tent over here. You can wear merchandise. You can just go talk to them. Raising awareness just by talking about it. I also know, I'm not sure that you know them personally, but there's also been a number of other people in Washington, teachers and administrators that have suffered with this same disease. I think it just speaks volumes, though, to how much this entire community has rallied around all those who are suffering from it.
Yeah, I mean, I think with any great cause like this, the more you raise awareness, the more aware you are, the more in touch you are with the community and just how present this disease is. I think back to when Coach was diagnosed, not knowing anything about it, to now knowing so many in the program. Even this year, I know the basketball programs have been hit with more people being diagnosed, and it's a terrible disease, and we want to fight to find a cure, and that's what this is all about.
Sure, and that's a big part of it, but of course the basketball is what got us here, and the basketball is what enables us to put it on. I was speaking with a couple people earlier, and they said it's the great equalizer, so to speak, is basketball. Let's talk about your experience with the tournament. You were able to participate in this great tournament, not just as a player, you also mentioned as an official 1 year. From those different perspectives, how awesome was that for you?
Well, I mean, the tournament's so special. I can remember my first year when we started. It wasn't here. It was in Peoria at Robertson Fieldhouse in the Civic Center. So when it transitioned here, there, I think it was my senior year, you could just see the community instantly gravitate towards it. The talent we were able to bring in was top notch, and that's only amplified over the years. And it's so neat to see. I can remember back, I believe 10 years ago when the tornado hit, and just how much this tournament meant to the community, how much it rallied around. And it took another turn when Coach got his diagnosis, and now what it stands for with the fight against glioblastoma. I mean, it's a tremendous event, tremendous community feel, and we're just grateful that this event is strong and alive.
Sure, and we got to send it back up here soon, but one last thing for you. I know you got a good eye as a coach, a former player, a former official. What do you look at in Washington this year? What makes them special?
I mean, they've got a lot of depth, a lot of athleticism, a lot of long guards. With all those things being said, you know, I haven't seen them in person enough, but shot making is so important. When that ball goes in the basket as a coach, it makes everything look better. So that's a big key.
Certainly. Well, Matt, thanks so much for coming on and talking to us for a few minutes. Yeah. It's been Matt Roth, Gavin Russell here from the Upstream Tournament Central. We'll send it back to the booth now.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back to the Raymond Dartori Gymnasium on the campus of Washington Community High School. Joey Wright and John Camosa hanging out with you. Going to be a good second half and entertaining into the first half that has Dale ahead 24-15, I should say. John, just underway here in half number 2. What are you looking for the next 16 minutes?
Yeah, I think you continue to run that offense through your most dynamic player, Dayton Forsyth. Right now he's tied with Washington for total points. He's got 15 on his own.
Oh, how about that? A 3 with contact. Counted for the Pirates. And going to the line for one more, getting the crowd into it just as they were at the end of the first half. It's Levi Kelly. I don't know how he hit that, John. More importantly, I don't know how he didn't tank an ankle on the way down. Landed on 2 people.
That was an impressive shot. You know, you heard from our sideline reporter Michael Savoy interviewing Jeff Edmondson, Dale's head coach. He said, we like playing in front of this electric crowd right now. These guys are certainly showing that Dale carrying that momentum over here into the third quarter.
I'd love to take in a Dale home game, you know, unabated by the, how it's got to be a, I haven't mapped the exact distance from Dale to Washington, but a couple-hour drive. Of course, it's got to be 7-8 hours down there to Dale, Oklahoma, at least. I'd love to see what the barrier is if they can just, you know, make a short drive from their homes to a game.
Yeah.
Looking at the Panthers now, driving and unable to finish there. Javon White. Here's Kelly, the man of the hour. See if he has another one left in him. 7:15 now to play. And driving and a kick out. 3 on the way. Count that one. 2 in a row. Denton Forsyth.
Great baskets with his brother, the other Forsyth. The sophomore, the big 3.
3 for number 3 and a foul. Dale wants a clear path foul. Let's see.
How fired up are these Pirates, Joey, coming into Torrey Gym. 15-point lead, looking really solid.
Pirates come out of the locker room and have come out of the locker room, I should say, and you can tell they want it. Panthers in an answer here in the early stages of the third. Dale just starting its play here, the 2023 TOC. They're in action tomorrow against Hoover, who looked really good earlier. And a layup, count that one. And the Pirates are in business. That's Trayton Chambers.
That's the type of start you want in the second half if you're Dale. Just continue to extend that lead. Now Washington still scoreless in this first half. They really need an answer here, Joey, to get some of that momentum back under their feet.
They get a break there from the Dale foul. First foul of the quarter for the Pirates. Remember, they now reset at the end of each quarter. And with now 2 fouls for the Pirates is Denton Forsythe, who had that big 3 a moment ago. Out top now, here's Pierce Martin. Played big minutes yesterday. Martin driving. Martin has to pick it out. Javon White passes up a 3. And the Panthers lose it out of bounds. Nothing going to plan for Washington here in the opening 2 minutes and 30 seconds, 1 minute and 30 seconds, I should say, of the quarter.
Just turning that defense into offense. Dale in full control right now.
Let's see, here's Denton Forsythe down and a travel there before the shot from Trayton Chambers. As Dayton Forsythe gets ready to graduate, they do have another year of Trayton Chambers' services.
It's a player you love to bring back next season. He'll be the vocal point.
Here's Vanderheit. Vanderheit now to Martin. Martin in trouble. Martin giving to Lewis. Lewis looking for Vanderheit. Fakes past one defender. Can't get the mid-range to go that fell so well for him last night. And it's Forsythe. Running point here as you'd expect. The 6'2 leader in trouble. And he finishes. And John, that's a high major player right there that can make that adjustment in the middle of his shot and respond accordingly and knock it down.
Yeah, he has been so consistent. A little slow to start early in this game, but once he found his groove, he has not let up, Joey.
Scoring from everywhere, now has 17 points. And Washington has yet to score here in the half, which is now 3 minutes old. Lewis looking. Will Martin in the game for the Panthers. Panthers looking for a spark. Martin lost it, another steal. They were in trouble with the shot clock, and Dale doesn't need much shot clock for Denton Forsythe in transition. And Dale explodes into the timeout, my word.
Dale bringing the crowd and the energy, and right now, all that noise is gravitating to the red and the white. Washington student sections silent.
Orange Crush doesn't have much reason to cheer so far here in the second half. 21 points, Dale's lead. John, that keeps with the trend we've seen. Local teams not faring all that well today. Still time for the Panthers left to turn it around, but you look at what happened earlier. Thayer, a great effort against Hayworth. Victory Christian Academy came in and toppled Metamora, the defending IHSA Class 3A state champions. Victory Christian from Lakeland, Florida. And now it's the Dale Pirates' turn to come in and play spoiler.
See if Dale can hold on to this one. They got to like this lead, but Washington trying to cut into this one. They got to get something going here on offense, so still no points.
And here's Duncan. Duncan trying to shake off his defender, Easton Edmondson. Pass caught by Javon White. And it's It's Lewis, Andre Lewis, looking, kicks it down to Jackson. Look at this Dale defense. It's going to have to be a deep three from White that falls, and some life for the Panthers.
And it's big plays like that and shots can start to get you back in this game. Starts with one. Now you got to make a stop on defense.
Still an uphill battle for Washington. Going to start with a stop, and they haven't had many of those here in the second half. Dale, 24 points entering the locker room. It's been a 12-3 run since then. Here's Forsythe looking, trying to drive past Vanderheit. Down to the block and going to work. And a charge. Presented by Jody Brown State Farm from Chet Higdon, who did not check in until late in the first half. Now picks up a charge, and John, this is a critical sequence for the Panthers, who are doubled up. They've got to get out of it.
Yeah, it is right here. Starts with one. We'll see what they can do on this possession. CJ Duncan, a big-time player yesterday, only 2 points tonight.
And Duncan picks up a foul there, so the Panthers have picked up 2 fouls in quick succession. And a reminder how the new rules work. If Dale adds 2 more fouls to the scoreboard, Washington's in the bonus for the rest of the quarter. Which I guess isn't really it's not dramatically different from how it was a year ago, except the 1-on-1 bonus is eliminated. And the road to get, so it is quite different. You know, no 1-on-1 bonus, and that barrier to the bonus is dropped by a foul.
I think teams have adjusted to it pretty well, though, to start the season. Same with the shot clock that was implemented last year.
Panthers, speaking on that, have gone deep into some shot clocks as of late, down to 5. Jackson a 3. Short, tipped out. And it's still loose. Javon White recovers it. White a 2 off the mark. And it's knocked out of bounds by Vanderheit. And the Panthers unable to extend that possession.
Good hustle there, but couldn't get the save. And now Dale, chance to extend this lead.
Here's Forsythe. Forsythe over to Forsythe. Dayton to Denton. Denton picked up by CJ Duncan. Free throw and a foul.
Dale's done an extremely good job all night. Able to draw contact, get to the line, making it tough on Washington.
Yet Forsythe, 5 points, including a 3-pointer tonight. His first free throw, and he got it.
Been a big part of their defense as well. His brother Dayton's been big on the boards, hitting threes, but Denton able to collect some steals, and just a well-rounded team, and probably having your brother on the team helps as well with that camaraderie.
In for the shooter, Trayton Chambers back into the game. Or, pardon me, not for Forsythe. Chambers in relief of someone else, but John, I'm just so impressed by this Dale defense, not letting Washington have anything easy. The Panthers haven't been terrible on the defensive side of the ball in their own right, especially in the first quarter and a half. But Dale's offense has adjusted, as of yet, a little better than Washington's offense has.
Yeah, they just pressure you, and it's hard to play through that.
And they'll tie it up, and the arrow favors the Panthers. Down 20, and hope is not lost yet for Washington. Still plenty of time, and you go back to the game we saw earlier between Hoover and Metamora. Not Hoover and Metamora, pardon me. That would have been Metamora and Victory Christian Academy. Got my teams all jumbled up here late in day 2 at the TOC. But Metamora trailed by as many as almost 30 at one point. It was darn near a running clock in the third quarter. And then all of a sudden, Metamora stormed back, and a 3 from Javon White inspires hope that Washington may do the same.
And we talked about this yesterday during one of our games, Joey, but it's not over till it's over. We've seen some crazy games here at the TOC throughout the years, and certainly would not count Washington out just yet if you're watching at home as a Panthers fan.
Floater wouldn't fall there for the Pirates. And Washington will inbound. Evan Vanderheidt will trigger this possession. And the Panthers, if they go quick, can stack a couple of possessions together. No, Forsythe the steal. Look out, Forsythe. No, cleaned up. Yes, count that one for Chambers, the 6'6" standout junior, who may well play himself into contention for a great future, as Dayton Forsythe cleans that one up in a timeout called, a Jake Weston timeout, with 1:36 left to play here in the third.
And Joey, I've been extremely impressed with Dale's defense in this game. Not only that, so many different playmakers. Obviously on paper you see Dayton Forsythe, the Oklahoma commit, but Denton Forsythe, Trenton Chambers, a lot of guys on this team that can play.
The Dale Pirates in their first Tournament of Champions appearance. You look at the Washington Invitational. Victory Christian, a first-timer as well. Gray Collegiate, first time in the TOC for the War Eagles. The St. Lawrence Vikings and the Hoover Buccaneers, all new to the TOC. The only returners, Washington in year 18, as White knocks down a 3. Metamora Redbirds in year 3. And the Notre Dame Irish of Peoria in their 10th Tournament of Champions.
That's exactly what Washington needs, like yesterday, heating up from 3.
And a response, how about that from Dale? Levi Kelly, a 3 to silence the crowd. Washington is going to have to work to get it back. 50 seconds left to play in the third.
Great response there from the Pirates.
Vanderheidt driving. Vanderheidt off the glass, no. Another offensive rebound for Washington. Duncan has a 3, would have been the third straight three-point field goal. Had he made it, he did not. Shot clock is off.
See if Dayton Forsythe keeps it himself. Tries to play for the last one.
15 seconds left for Dayton Forsythe. Slowing it down, jetting ahead. Look at that no-look pass down low, and finishing Dayton, or rather Trayton Chambers. Lewis driving. Lewis at the buzzer, had one last night. No, and that's the buzzer. That's the third quarter. Dale leading by 21, 45-24.
Thought that pass was almost going to go to the corner there, but no look right down to Chambers, and the Pirates with a commanding lead headed into the final frame.
How about some recognition for our sponsors, starting with Jake Weston State Farm in Washington, Illinois.
OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF.
There we go. Great look at the bridge there in Peoria. Yeah, how about that beautiful night? Where were we? Jake Weston State Farm is a proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions, locally based in Washington, by phone or online, JakeWestonInsurance.com. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit LegacySolarPower.com. We'd like to thank our silver sponsors for their support of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. SEFQ Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial. Keps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand for a discount. Great food, great atmosphere by PJ Hare and the city of East Peoria as well. They are proud to support everyone in the gym here this year. Here's Edmondson looking for Forsythe and a turnover. And John, as we get back to action here, Washington's got some hope left, but they're running out of time, as well as Dale has played here in the second half.
Yeah, they're going to have to string together some offense on their way to it. It's going to start with getting one of these possessions to work. Dale's defense not slowed down one bit throughout this game.
Lewis turning around, can't knock it down, and Dale will push ahead. Again, it's Forsythe, who has 17 points. Forsyth with 17 leads all scorers. 10 from his teammate Traden Chambers. 9 from Javon White to lead Washington. Shot clock down to 5. And Forsyth pulls up a 3. Seemed to have the right line, but it's off. And a turnover. Thrown to nobody. Orange Crush will field that one. On the way next, keep an eye on what should be a good one. North Tampa Christian is in action against Morton. From North Tampa to Washington, Illinois to face the Morton Potters, who are some 15 minutes away. That'll be a good one. Have that for you next on ClutchSportsIL.com. And that is the final game of day 2. 5 games tomorrow on Thanksgiving Day. A happy early holiday to you and your family and friends. Tomorrow's slate begins at 2:30. North Tampa Christian back in action against Thayer. And then it's Victory Christian Academy and Gray Collegiate Academy. Dale and Hoover at 5:30. Maumelle and St. Louis Vashon at 7. And Heritage Christian and Alexander at 8:30 to close down a good slate on Thanksgiving. 3 on the way for Dale, pardon me. No, down low, off the mark. Or on the mark, I should say, from Traden Chambers.
How about that second chance effort? That's really been the story of the night for Dale. Just attacking the rebounds. Chambers once again with the finish.
6:10 left here, and White running the Washington offense. White a deep 3. Can't get that one. And out of bounds, it'll stay with Dale. Or stay with Washington. Apologies. Lewis for Washington. Lewis in trouble. And a give to White. White to Johnson. White gets it back. White fouled there by Levi Kelly, who's had a nice game. Kelly for the Dale Pirates, 7 points, and that's his second foul.
If Washington's going to make anything happen, it's got to happen after this timeout. And really, they have not found a way to get through this high-pressure defense of Dale.
Full timeout on the floor, presented by Jake West and State Farm. Stick around after the game before Morton and North Tampa Christian play. Offering Tournament Central has you covered. Should hear too from our sideline reporter Michael Savoy once this one winds down, presumably from a very happy Dale Pirates squad, unless Washington has a terrific comeback left in them. A 23-point lead for Dale here late in the second day of the TOC. And John, this is such a great event year in and year out. I imagine some folks will stick around after this one winds down to see, of course, another local team, a Mid-Illini Conference rival for the Washington Panthers in the Morton Potters. And I would imagine that Dale will stick around too. Why not? Or go back to the hotel, I guess, at this hour. But such a great tournament. You bring in teams from across the country, and we see that here. Dale from Oklahoma putting on a show.
Yeah, I mean, Joey, what's better than turkey tomorrow and basketball all week, right?
I know. Gonna be a fun one here. We'll have all 31 games for you overall when it's all said and done on ClutchSportsIL.com. Johnson down low and unable to hold on to that one. It was DeAndre Jackson. Jackson, one of a handful of seniors on Washington's roster. One of 3 seniors in the starting lineup, along with Javon White and Braden Vanderhyde.
Washington another chance at it.
Vanderhyde into Johnson. Johnson immediately picked up by Chambers. Down low, White is fouled on his way down. That is the 4th foul on Easton Edmondson. He'll have to be careful. He's going to come out. Denton Forsythe's back in the game. Vanderheim looking, scanning. And he inbounds to Jackson.
He's got to try to space the floor and get some open looks.
White, a 3 on the way. Doesn't go. Gets his own rebound and loses that one. And watch out, here's Denton Forsythe. Panthers get back, plenty of contact, and a foul. Javon White fouling Denton Forsythe on his way up.
You know, just like his brother, like Denton Forsythe has a pretty bright future, just a sophomore. Standing at 6 foot, still a little room to grow, but man, the ability to get to the basket tonight, he has been impressive.
He's off on his first free throw, but he has been, John. He's looked really good in the minutes he's played. Did not start, but has made an impact off the bench. 7 points now. Against only 2 fouls. He's had a clean game. He's been in on a lot of plays, especially on defense. And I think if we talked to Eric Schermerhorn after the game, he'd probably credit this Dale defense that just seemed to be in on every play, not giving up, swarming defense. And Washington having to settle for a deep 3 just to get something, and that falls for Will Martin. 20 points.
Just under 4:40 in this game, Joey. It's going to be a tall task, but he's got to get some stops. I think Dale's wanting to close the door.
Here's Forsythe. Forsythe picks it up and can't drop it down. The Panthers get out and run. Now everybody's back. 20-point game. Will Martin heat check. And that's off the mark. Too strong. Edmondson kicking out to the corner. And Levi Kelly. Kelly now out top to the Oklahoma commit, Dayton Forsythe. Doesn't have to go far. Sooner State has a good one. Going to play for Porter Moser and the Sooners. And he lost it at a foul. Will Martin hits the deck.
A smart player with the basketball too. Had the open 3, elected not to take it instead. Moves it back out, turns into drawing some contact. Fresh set here for Dale.
Forsythe into Forsythe. Denton to Dayton's been a good connection tonight. Dayton stuck on the numbers, had 17 points for some time now. 47-27. Forsythe past Lewis. Kick out to the corner. 3 on the way from Jones. Left that one short. It's still loose. Arrow favors Washington if it's a jump ball. And it is.
Going the other way. Chance for the Panthers now. You got to think, do they just continue to shoot threes? They really haven't been able to get to the basket, Joe.
At this point, you might have to. 3:13, not a lot of time to pivot to something else. Maybe if Dale puts a new personnel group on the floor, maybe you try something then. Well, they'll go down low to Johnson now, and Johnson up. And how wrong was I? And 1 for Johnson. And slow to get up, a player for Dale. We'll hope he's all right. Head coach Jeff Edmondson out onto the floor.
Hard contact there, and it's Levi Kelly. A little shaken up.
And he's up, looks to be okay. Wouldn't be surprised if that spells the end of his evening. And Jeff Edmondson will help him to the bench. We'll hope the best for Levi Kelly. 47-29. And John, of course, you never want to give up on a game. Realistically, though, Washington and Dale probably, unless Washington can get a couple of really quick scores here, but if Dale can hold on, it's going to come a point where both teams play for tomorrow for Dale and Friday for Washington.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to take Dale's offense to really let up, which hasn't happened. Washington's going to have to find buckets through that defense, and, it's ultimately too little too late.
Here's Easton Edmondson. Over to Jones. Jones picked up by Duncan. Jones driving. Jones splitting and can't finish. Rim not so kind. Here's Washington. They've got to push it. Johnson steps back and a three. Doesn't go. Jones the rebound and the Pirates will clear it with 2:15 to play.
They don't have to play fast here.
Edmondson looking, and a free throw, no. And a foul there called on the rebound. DeAndre Jackson will go to the line. That's the 5th foul against Dale.
Maybe not the play that Dale wanted right there. Didn't have to force a quick shot. They do. Turns into a foul, sending Washington to the line.
30 points for Washington here, 17-point game. Free throw would cut it to 16. And Jackson missed, but Johnson the rebound. Duncan brings it in. Duncan turns around, no. And Forsythe there to stop it, shovels ahead to Denton, and Denton lays it in. And Dale looking really strong here.
They've played 4 fantastic quarters in this ball game.
A complete game for the Pirates, who are just north of 90 seconds away from winning their first ever Tournament of Champions contest. And the Dale Pirates are going to be a tough out here down the stretch in the Washington Invitational, which will conclude on Saturday. 4 different events here as part of the KBM TOC. Here's Forsythe. Washington Invitational, the largest bracket. Here's Forsythe, no. Forsythe out top. Denton, Forsythe 3, won't go. Lewis the rebound for Washington. Lewis to Martin for 3, too strong, and Vanderheit takes a shot against the wall as he keeps it in. Lewis will drive. Lewis a nice move, and a finish for the Panthers.
Dale can try to just eat away at the clock here. If Washington tries to foul, maybe send him to the line.
And a quick 30-second timeout called by Dale, presumably to work in a new personnel group, and Washington see if they do the same. 51 seconds left. And what more can you say, John? Dale coming out looking the real deal.
Yeah, it's been an impressive team to watch. And I don't think that, unless my memory serves me wrong, that Dayton Forsythe has sat the bench this entire game. He has just been the spark plug and great facilitator, great shooter. Chambers and Denton Forsythe.
You could say only 17 points for Dayton Forsythe because it seems like he's had a little bit of a scoring drought here in the second half. Has been stuck on 17 for a little bit, but jetted out to those 17 points early and did what he needed to put the Pirates ahead, and then kind of facilitated, helped his teammates get better, and in all likelihood has helped the Pirates out to a big lead, and a big win, I should say.
We might see some of these subs come in now as this game is going to come to a close.
Some new faces on the floor for Dale. Maddox Caldwell is in for the first time. Also the first time we've seen Keldon Mealy. As Caldwell, the junior, looks for something. Caldwell gives back. It's Jackson Womack, pardon me. And Caldwell watches as Dale calls a timeout. John, our next game, North Tampa Christian and Morton. What are you looking for in that one? Going to be a fun one.
Yeah, Morton first-year head coach Abe Zeller had a nice win over Hayworth yesterday. You know, longtime coach over at Roanoke Benson. Gus Rugard, great point guard there. Evan Barlow, Trip Rugard. I think a lot of players to watch on this Morton team. Haven't done my scouting too much on North Tampa Christian, but I know both these teams are going to come out and want to play hard in the final game of the night.
Stick around. We'll have that for you next on ClutchSportsIL.com. Once we take care of business here and Dale and Washington finish up. Here is Jackson Womack. Womack in trouble. Giving to Jet Higdon. Higdon and a shove. Vanderheit goes into the wall. Incidental contact, and that's the second time Vanderheit's been in the padded wall there behind the basket. First time down in that end zone. And a timeout called with 25 seconds left.
Not all but over, and Dale came in here into Torrey Gymnasium, and a little bit of a slow start, like we said, but they relied heavily on their defense. That turned into offense, and Washington could just never find that answer like they did yesterday against St. Lawrence. So Panthers going to fall to 1-1, but definitely a game you can learn from.
Remember our charges at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by OSF Healthcare, brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm, Jake Weston State Farm sponsoring timeouts like this one. Legacy Solar. Anytime there's a dunk this week, it's a Legacy Solar slam. I like that. Rolls off the tongue nicely. We've seen some bright dunks, to say the least, this week. And a floater falls. Count that for Keldon Mealy over the front of the rim. Could be the last possession of the game for Washington. It won't be. Well, it might be Washington's last possession. We'll see. Ball still loose. And the Pirates can dribble it out if they so choose. They will. And Maddox Caldwell will hold it as Dale wraps up a 51-32 win over the host Washington Panthers. Dale 1-0 all time in the TOC. Washington now 35-30.
A nice statement win there from Dale.
Zeros on the scoreboard. We'll see if anyone's standing by with Michael Savoy. We'll hold for him and let him get settled down there. 17 points to lead all scorers for Dayton Forsyth. A terrific game for the Oklahoma commit. Porter Moser's got a good one. We'll next see Dale tomorrow at 5:30 against Hoover. Hoover will play Washington in the Panthers' next game on Friday. North Tampa Christian is up next. They play the next two games at the TOC. Morton coming up in about 15 minutes. And Thayer of Missouri tomorrow at 2:30. John, your final thoughts on a good win to start out the Dale Pirates' time at the Tournament of Champions.
Yeah, well-rounded defense, great offense. You know, Dayton Forsyth, the Oklahoma commit, just shined tonight here in Washington, and impressive game. Washington going to bounce back, though.
We'll hear from him now. Dayton Forsyth is with Michael Savoy. Michael, take it away.
And Dane, how does it feel beating the hometown team on their home court?
It feels really good. As you can tell, it's a really cool environment. It's an environment that we don't get to play in a whole lot back in Oklahoma. But I knew it wouldn't be a problem for us because we've been playing together for so long. We trust each other, and we just did what we did, and it took care of the rest.
You scored a game-high 17 points. What went right for you?
It wasn't me. My teammates were finding me when I was open. I was finding them when we were open. That's how we play. We find each other, we trust each other, and it leads to victories.
in describing the way Illinois and Oklahoma basketball intersect and how they are related to each other, what are the differences between the styles of basketball?
It's really physical. That game was super physical. They had a bunch of athletes that could really shoot it. However many they played, everyone that came out there could shoot the ball. So it was just us having to settle in on defense, and that created our offense.
Great win, Dayton, and it's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet the Dale Pirates.
Yes, sir.
Back to you guys.
All right, Michael, thank you so much. And Dayton, nice to meet you as well. And thank you for your time there. A great performance from the Oklahoma commit, leading all scorers with 17 points. Great effort from Dayton Forsyth tonight. We'll go down to Offering Tournament Central before we come back to Torrey Gym. Morton and North Tampa Christian are next. Down to Tournament Central. Take it away, guys. Gavin Russell's down there.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central alongside Mr. Ryan Luganbiel. I'm Gavin Russell. Ryan, thanks for stopping by.
Thanks, Gavin. Thanks for having me.
It's always a blast. I know you came by last year when we came out here to the Tournament Central, but it's another great season of the KBM TOC, sponsored by OSF Healthcare, and we've enjoyed some great games so far.
Seriously great. Just watching every team come from all over the nation. Incredible job, incredible tournament. Me and my boys, we look forward to this. They keep talking about it for months even afterwards. So it's been nothing but awesome so far.
I know a lot takes going into the planning, but I wish we could have one of these like every month or something like that.
No doubt.
It takes a lot of effort to plan this, but it's also, again, for a great cause, more than basketball, as we've talked about all week. KB Strong Foundation has done a great job, but of course, you as well over at OSF Healthcare. You guys are revolutionizing things, just doing great work. Talk a little bit, tell our audience what's going on with OSF.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. The OSF Cancer Institute's unveiling its brand new building and center in February. This has been a 2+ year long construction project coming to fruition. We will have the most cutting edge therapies and cancer treatment options for our patients, not only from around here but all over the U.S. And with our new Breakthrough Treatment Center, we'll bring the most cutting-edge clinical trials that's from around the world. We'll bring it right here to the Peoria area for the first time in our history. We will be treating patients from everywhere. They will be coming here to seek care, and we're really excited about that opportunity. More importantly, we're excited to just treat the people here who live here. Our community means a lot to us, and we're just excited to be able to further our mission at OSF to really serve just everyone local so they don't have to leave town to seek care.
Indeed, and it's pretty, unusual to see just this high level of care. But Central Illinois has become a hub for, medical treatments, for revolutionizing things. And I think one of the things I heard was, are you guys starting to do some research trials on many different things? Actually?
Yeah, that's right. So we're partnered with a company called Origin. Origin's experts in translating what happens in a lab to a patient. And they search the whole world. And they're our partners to really help ensure that the trials that we get here at the Cancer Institute are the best. And so we've already started some of those trials. The first one was in the early detection of lung cancer. We really care about more than just treatment. We care about detecting cancers early. So think about glioblastoma, the cancer that we're here for to cure. If you could catch that cancer early, it's much more treatable. Same with more deadly cancers like pancreatic cancer. These difficult to treat cancers, if you catch them early, that means cure. And so we're on a bold mission to cure cancer in Peoria. We're on a partnership with KB Strong to cure glioblastoma, and we just couldn't be more excited to have the real opportunity to bring curative therapies and early detection trials that really help us become revolutionary when it comes to finding these deadly cancers early. So it's really exciting.
That is awesome. And, you mentioned glioblastoma because that's the reason we are here, for Kevin Brown, who tragically passed away. Now, I mentioned the word glioblastoma a lot, and everybody's probably like, I may have never heard of that word. You probably do a little better. Explain to our audience, what that is and just how devastating it can be to just so many people we may not even realize.
That's right, yeah. Well, glioblastoma, or term GBM, is a very, very deadly brain tumor, and it silently grows. And so, and when people find out they have it, it usually is pretty far advanced, and it becomes very difficult to treat. It's just resistant. There's, to this date, no cure, but the bold vision of KB Strong is inspiring to us at the Cancer Institute. We have a mission to cure cancer as well, so why not just work together with all our might? And this community, this tournament, the people that are donating money here, just everyone working together to find a cure for GBM is critical. So the more time, effort, and money that we can dedicate to it, the better.
Indeed, and I know we'll have viewers not just from Central Illinois, but from across the nation. As we've got teams we just saw from Oklahoma. They're pretty talented as well out of Dale.
Team.
Great team, but we'll have viewers from Oklahoma, from Georgia, California, even as far as that. How big is that word of mouth and even just a small donation or just recognizing what this foundation is doing, whether you're here in Central Illinois or abroad?
It's incredibly important. Like I said, KB Strong's mission was so, you could just tell why we work so closely together between OSF and KB Strong, because they're just fiercely going after this. I think that KB Strong will be the next Susan G. Komen of GBM. And it's an exciting foundation to be working with. They have an incredible group of people that are just dedicated to searching the earth, and so are we. So I just encourage anyone, just donate to KB Strong. It is a really great cause with incredible people inspired by Coach Brown here of Washington. And hopefully as these teams come, I saw many of the teams, their first time appearances. So this might be the first time that you hear about this deadly cancer. I just encourage you to look it up, learn about it, and then really consider donating to KB Strong Foundation.
Very good point there, Ryan. I think that a lot of people will continue to learn about it, and it's something that I think we're all kind of just continuing to learn about. But maybe a special shout out. I know you may not be able to mention everybody, but you work alongside, I'm sure, several other people over at OSF that are helping to make this possible. Maybe shout out just a few areas or groups that are making this possible.
Well, so our team at OSF is made up of community members that live right here, not only in Washington, but the surrounding Tri-County area here in Central Illinois. The incredible team of doctors, Dr. Jim McGee, Dr. Mackenzie McGee, Dr. Smile, our surgeons, Dr. Wilfong, Dr. Sung, our neurosurgeon who really does all of our primary brain tumors. Just an incredible amount of support staff. Tennille Oderwald, she's from the Metamora community. Tom Cox from our Morton community. Just incredible leaders all dedicated to this.
Fantastic. And we thank you all of the people that you work alongside, as well as you, Ryan, for all the work you do. Again, your funds and your support is not empty to KB Strong and to fighting this fight, because, again, we don't have a cure yet, so there's a lot of work to still be done.
It's just getting started.
Yes, exactly. Well, you can do your part to help out, but you can also help out by watching some great basketball. Ryan will have to go quick, but what's one thing you're excited for the rest of this week?
Oh, man. Just all the dunks. My kids love that, but just really good basketball and just the community of people that love basketball and are committed to killing this disease.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for stopping by, Ryan. For Ryan Luganbuehl and Gavin Russell,
thank you.
We're going to send it back to the booth now for the final game.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UpstreamAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And welcome back inside the Raymond R. Torrey Gym at Washington Community High School. It's the 2023 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. Joey Wright and John Camosa back with you to take you through the finish line of day 2. A good one in the Gray Ribbon Showdown. The North Tampa Christian School Titans all the way here from Wesley Chapel, Florida. And the smallest enrollment, one of the smallest enrollments you'll find in the Tournament of Champions field. Just 139 students in town to take on the Morton Potters from about 15 minutes down the road. The Morton Potters, a 961 student strong school, a program that's been a contender in the Mid-Illini Conference in recent years. Same conference as the Washington Panthers, who we just saw. John Camosa, how do you see this one playing out? How do you size it up?
Yeah, I think it's going to be another physical game like we just saw. Morton coming off that nice win against Hayworth. They're looking to, bring some noise here in this last game of the night. But North Tampa Christian, Joe, you touched on this, one of the smaller enrollments. And we saw Victory Christian play earlier. And one thing that really stands out to me, and we've covered the TOC years past, 2 8th graders on this team. Same as Victory Christian. So guys that are stepping up playing. It's impressive, but there's some size on this North Tampa Christian team. I think that's going to match well with Morton tonight.
When you look at North Tampa Christian, you've got to look at Tony Bryant, who has an offer on the table from Brad Underwood and the Illinois Fighting Illini. Bryant, only a sophomore, already has offers from the likes of Florida, Iowa, Florida State, Central Florida. He could go on down the list. Colorado and Nevada, Las Vegas, UNLV in there as well. Tony Bryant's going to be a problem, a 6'10 power forward. Does Morton have the size to shut him down?
Yeah, it's going to take a lot of key defense. I think that starts with Gudeman down low for Morton. Really strong physical player. And then obviously if they switch off ball, Gus Rugard, really good defender as well. But Morton's going to have their hands full with him down low at 6'10". Tony Bryant, he is a force.
Looking forward to seeing Tony Bryant play. Got a lot of interest in the gym from the local fans, who, of course, always take an interest in a potential future Illini. We'll see what Bryant does tonight. He is wearing number 14 in white, but he's tough to miss, a 6'10 sophomore. And North Tampa, one of a couple of schools here that has an 8th grader on the team. Dallas Oliver, number 20 in white tonight, is playing up with the Titans. Saw that earlier, John, and of course, Illinois, you don't see that here in Illinois, but some states you can do that. If you've got a really talented 8th grader, skip middle school, skip JV, just come on up and play with the varsity team.
Yeah, it's neat, and these schools with smaller enrollments gives them a good opportunity and, some extra exposure. And Tony Bryant, one of those players, we don't know if he might have got called up at 8th grade, but right now as a sophomore, the focal point for this varsity team. I think this game's going to be a fun one, just like we had last game.
And we're just about ready to go. Game 7 of day 2 of the TOC. Such a great event year in and year out. John, do you think you have one more in you? I've got a little caffeine. I'm ready to go. The basketball should be more than enough, but I've got reinforcements just in case.
Yeah, I'm good to go. Looking forward to this game, and one more, but then we got a whole week left of basketball. But looking forward to seeing Morton for the first time.
5 tomorrow, 7 on Friday and Saturday to close down the TOC. Going to be a lot of fun. The Morton Potters are being introduced. The visiting team, despite being by far the closer team to Washington here, and their starting lineup looks like this for the Potters. It'll be Evan Barlow, a senior wearing number 2. Gus Rugard, such a key part of the Morton attack in seasons past. He is a senior wearing number 11. We'll call Trip Rugard's name a lot too, a junior wearing number 22. Looking forward to seeing him play. Also looking forward to seeing Wes Gudeman, who you called out earlier, as a junior wearing number 32, and that is how the Morton Potters will line up tonight. North Tampa being introduced, and they line up like this. We'll keep our eye on number 1, Landon Collier. He's a sophomore. He'll wear number 1 tonight. Number 2, Archie McFadden, also a sophomore on this young North Tampa squad. Number 3 is Evan Kramer. He's a sophomore as well. That's a common theme. We'll see another sophomore in Tony Bryant, and we will see a junior in Brody Cuffle to round out North Tampa's squad. Zach Reynolds, the coach of the Titans, and the Potters are coached by Abe Zeller, who you alluded to earlier. John is in his first season at the helm of the Morton Potters program. Looking forward to it. Coming over from Roanoke, Benson. Ball being delivered to midcourt. We're ready for one more here on this Wednesday of the TOC, day 2 of 5. OSF Healthcare, the presenting sponsor of this tournament, that supports the KB Strong Foundation. We'll talk a lot about that as this game unfolds. We're underway here in Washington. Glad you're with us. North Tampa with the ball first. Jude Zeller. Or pardon me, not Jude Zeller. As we look at North Tampa here, it's Collier. Collier to Bryant. Out top now. Collier gets it back. McFadden, and a swing to the corner, and a 3 from number 3. That wouldn't go. And Morton will chug ahead. Here's Rugard.
A good box out there from Gudeman. Morton with a fresh set. Chance to put the first points up on the board.
See what Morton can do. 3 on the way from Gus Rugard in the corner, and he knocks it down. Gus Rugard, the senior, starts with a bang.
One player, he was so big last year, moves so well without the ball, gets to that corner. He loves the spot up there.
Looking for a 3. North Tampa doesn't have a response. And the rebound brought in by Trip Rugard, and here we go. And down low, Gus Rugard lays it in off the window, and Morton's out to a 5-0 lead.
A quick 5 points there from the senior Rugard.
Here's North Tampa moving from left to right. And down low to Bryant. Tony Bryant looking. Bryant in trouble. And here's Collier with a 3 on the way. Doesn't go, an air ball. And Morton has brought a good student section. They love it. Potters, a proud athletic program here in Central Illinois in the Middle-Illini Conference. Football team had a nice run through the Middle-Illini Conference. And a 3 that won't go there, off the mark from Rugard. And a foul, first whistle of the game. For a foul, comes with 6:01 left.
North Tampa Christian still looking for those first points. You know, and early on this opening 2 minutes, Morton doing a good job of containing Tony Bryant down low with his large 6'10" frame.
Here's a float to Bryant, and Bryant right on cue almost gets that one to go. See if Bryant can spark a little bit of a North Tampa run here shortly, as Rugard has another opportunity for Morton. Potters in the pass, so good along the perimeter. Rugard keeps his dribble, fires a pass to Trip Rugard. Rugard driving, Rugard lays it in.
Good take there from Gus's brother, Trip. It's a brother connection out there, Rugard to Rugard.
And here's Bryant out top for North Tampa. See if he can spark the Titans here. Moves so well for a 6'10" frame. And he'll pull up a free throw. Got it. So smooth.
And it helps too when you're that big. Not only are you a force down low, but you can hit those perimeter shots. You love to see it out of your big guy.
Tony Bryant, all of North Tampa's points so far. Trip Rugard wanted a deep 3, didn't take it. Gus Rugard passes up a 3. Trip will drive. Trip looking, finding Gus. And back to Trip here, who will set the offense up. And a handoff. And space, unable to finish there, but a good effort at the rim. That was Evan Barlow. His first field goal attempt, no dice. Bryant kicks it out, 3 on the way for the Titans, and that won't go. From McFadden.
Good ball movement on Morton's possessions. He's playing for a good shot.
Rugard to Rugard. Both teams still finding their footing here in the early stages. Here's a drive from Gudeman. Gudeman turns around and knocks it down.
The lefty goes up with a strong finish on Bryant. Just like that, Morton jumps out 9-2.
Zach Reynolds calling out some audibles to his team. 4 sophomores in the starting lineup for North Tampa Christian. Just north of Tampa, as you'd imagine, in Wesley Chapel, Florida. Here's Kramer looking. Kramer, they swing it around. 3 on the way in the corner. Won't go. And the Potters slow it down. Here's Gus Rugard running point. There are names synonymous with schools. If you follow them long enough, you start to pick up on the trends. And Rugard, one of those names at Morton, as is Gudeman.
Definitely household names there for the Potters. Really helped propel Morton through the Mid-Illini throughout the past few seasons. You know, it's no different under first-year head coach Abe Zeller now that he is their key players to go to.
John, what can we expect from the Potters in year 1 under Abe Zeller? You mentioned his tenure at Roanoke Benson. Led RB to a lot of success. Moving up the ranks in terms of enrollments. And maybe, I don't want to say prestige, but you know what I'm getting at. You know, larger schools, expectations are a little bit different. What can Abe Zeller do with the Morton Potters here in year 1?
Yeah, he coached at Peoria Christian over a decade ago. JV led that team to an undefeated season, then went to Roanoke. Right before the pandemic was just kind of starting, got that team to the state championship game. Unfortunately, that IHSA tournament was canceled. So didn't really get a chance to see if they could have won one or not, but he's always going to come and be a hard coach.
Down low and a finish and flying through. Count that one for Evan Barlow and a foul.
I think, too, he's just one of those guys that he's got the will to win, that drive, and no matter what team he gets, he's going to coach these guys up and have them play to the best of their abilities.
Morton's old coach, Matt Franks, now back in his alma mater, Unity High School, over in my neck of the woods, just a little bit outside of Champaign. Rockets, a proud tradition of athletic success. And we'll see what Abe Zeller can do. I know a lot of folks are excited not only for what he brings to the table, but just the Mid-Illini Conference in general, and we'll talk about that as the game unfolds. But the team you see in red going to have a lot of big games in front of them this season. There's a shot off, and the rebound brought in by Morton. North Tampa still trying to find its footing here as the Potters have jetted out to an 8-point lead in the early stages. Gray Ribbon Showdown game. Potters in game 2 this season. North Tampa in its first game at the TOC, and Wes Gudeman's been tough to stop for the Titans. He's got another one down there, John Camosa.
Yeah, just a big body down there, able to finish again. And Morton, this is the type of lead you want to start out with. Almost forces a turnover.
Little contact there. Can't finish at the rim. North Tampa unable to do anything. At the rim, but a foul is called and free throws on the way. For Ezekiel Odoro. And he got his first.
Kind of a line change here for Morton, and that's one thing too. Likes to rotate a lot of different players in and out, Joey, and keep fresh legs out there.
Trip Rugard stays on the floor, as does Evan Barlow. But a lot of new faces on the floor for the Potters. And here's Barlow. Barlow in trouble. Gives to Gudeman, and the Potters do push it up. If you're just joining us, watching your first game of the tournament You'll notice as we go along a shot clock. Right now it's down to 20 from 35. Second year of the shot clock here at the Tournament of Champions. And an air ball from Evan Barlow. A rare miscue on offense so far from the Potters.
I haven't seen that quite yet from Morton, but now a chance for North Tampa Christian to try to cut into this deficit. So far, Morton's defense has really been holding strong.
Archie McFadden, handoff to Max Slavic. And now Bryant gets it back. And here's Bryant. Shot clock at 15, game clock just under a minute. Bryant looking for space. And he gives. Here's McFadden. McFadden now out to the corner. 3 on the way, short. And the rebound's cleared by Morton as the shot clock expires. Titans can't answer. And a whistle will stay with the Potters. All told, John, could be worse for the Titans. Morton only out to an 8-point lead. They've only scored 14 points. Morton has been the better offensive team tonight, but not by a large margin. Or a large enough margin to where you feel like the Potters have put this one away early. Still plenty of time left.
Yeah, there's way too much time in this game. But I think Morton's got to like obviously having that lead to start and try to build on it. Just got to be smart on offense.
Gudeman for 3. Had a couple of points down low in the paint. Can't knock that one down. Bryant for the Titans. Bryant looking for space, and he's fouled. Also keeping our eye for North Tampa on Brody Cuffle, who was named to the tournament's 30 intriguing players list, as were Evan Kramer and Landon Collier. So 4 of the Titans' 5 starters earning all tournament recognition before the TOC. Tony Bryant was a dandy dozen selection, and he's got the ball now. 10 seconds left. Down low, turn around, unable to count that one, and the rebound corralled by Rugard. Half-court prayer at the buzzer is short, and that's the end of the first quarter at Torrey Gym. 14-6 is Morton's lead.
Morton got to be happy if you're Coach Abe Zeller with his team's defense, only holding the Titans to 6 points here in the opening quarter. On their way to a big lead.
See how it plays out here. 1 in the books, 3 to go. Jake Weston State Farm, proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. His information on the screen by phone or online. Jake Weston's got you covered in Washington. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank Sefq, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's Elite Sports Recovery, Tagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the TOC. Caps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Caps, great food, great atmosphere. By PJ Hare. Yep, there's PJ Hare, proud to support everyone here at the TOC, players, coaches, and fans, and the neighboring city of East Peoria. Plenty to do in Washington while you're in town for the TOC. Same is true for East Peoria. A wealth of options there in East Peoria. Great restaurants, businesses, things of the like. As we get ready for the second quarter here, Morton has the first crack at it here, looking to build on an 8-point lead. John, how do you see this second quarter playing out?
I think we're going to see, a lot of physical defense. Both teams still trying to get at the basket. Morton, another big turnover.
Rugard off the window, won't go. And the rebound brought in by North Tampa. Duro has it. As the Titans look for some space. Here's McFadden looking for a screen. Drives, kicks, 3 on the way, and that's off. And Morton fighting for the defensive rebound, not letting North Tampa get any second chances. And John, that's how you beat a team that's got a little more size. You got to fight for those rebounds.
Yeah, you certainly do, and they have done that here early in this game.
Three on the way, just a little bit short from Gus Rugard. Rebound brought out ahead. North Tampa getting out in transition. Bryant, they can't get it to him down low. Morton deflects it. It'll stay with North Tampa. It'll stay with North Tampa, John, but that's probably a better alternative than letting Bryant get out and run.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be big in transition. Obviously, they want to get in front of Bryant. They do that right there to disrupt. Because that's one guy, he gets space, he could jam one in.
Turn around, off the mark, it's still loose. Second chance won't go. And Trip Rugard hauls it in, he clears it. Gus Rugard and Wes Goodeman. Tripp's got it back, now down to Gus, who bobbled it and throws down to Goodeman, turns around, hooks it in. Wes Goodeman looking good in the early stages, has 6 points.
I've been impressed with Morton inside, too, their interior defense. Leading offense, so you can tell they're fired up for this one.
Bryant, a free throw. Couldn't connect. Morton has clawed ahead to a 10-point lead. Offense not coming easily in this one. The Potters, though, have 16 points and looking to build on it. Here's a pass down to Calvin Boker, fresh into the game. First time we've called his name. Also into the game is Grant Selke. And Gus Rugard will take a three in the corner, in and out.
Rugard so quick to pull the trigger, almost gets that one to go. But nice patient possessions here from the Potters.
And the Potters force another turnover down low. To your point, John, I'm impressed with the Potters' interior play on both sides of the ball, offensively and defensively.
They might not match up quite the same in size, but Morton, it's not an issue right now. They are asserting their dominance down there, and North Tampa's still looking for some points here.
10-point ball game, 5:20 and ticking here in Q2. Here's Gus Rugard over to Trip Rugard. Wes Goodeman's got it. And here's Rugard. Now Goodeman. Rugard looking for space, trying to float one in. And he got that pass into Boker, pardon me. Boker can't connect. And North Tampa can cut it to single digits with a score. Screen sets up a lane for McFadden, whistle, and 2 free throws on the way. McFadden at the line, his first is good. With 4:41 to play here in the first half. Offering Tournament Central has you covered at halftime. A lot of great stuff down there in our studio show all tournament long. No different here. McFadden got them both. It's an 8-point game.
Looks like they're going to apply some of that full court pressure on Morton. We'll see how the Potters can break it.
And a whistle. And a foul there as Morton tried to get it to Boker, who had a touch on the last possession. In fact, the last possession ended with the ball in his hands. And Morton will bring in a sub. It's Alex McKee. Here's Morton trying to push it back ahead to double digits. Trip Rugard, right place, right time. Boker doesn't want the three. Rugard doesn't have much an option either. They go all the way over to McKee, and now they get it back to Rugard for three. Off the mark, and the rebound brought in by the Titans. Titans go ahead, and a floater. Count that one. Archie McFadden knocks it down.
Cutting it to 6, and how they want to.
Almost a block. There's the size that we've come to expect from Tony Bryant, but he can't block it. Off the glass and down for an 8-point Morton lead, and a foul away from the ball.
Just like that, North Tampa Christian cut it to 6. Chance for Morton to go back up 10 with the basket.
Morton by 8. It's been a defensive battle here in the early stages. Morton playing along the perimeter, but has had success inside. McKee's 3, he got it.
Big time shot there.
Alex McKee gets the Morton crowd into it. Saw Dale, Oklahoma travel well one game ago, and Morton doing just the same tonight. Of course, Dale is hundreds of miles away. Morton is 10, if that, not even that.
Just right down Washington Blacktop. You're in the back of the high school. Short trip for Morton. I don't think they're staying in any hotels, I wouldn't imagine.
I wouldn't think.
They're right back home.
I doubt they flew in like I'm sure North Tampa did. Down low and out, and a 3 on the way. Gudeman off the mark. Can't knock that one down. It's loose and out of bounds. Back into the game for North Tampa. Max Slavic comes in. And McFadden up ahead. McFadden now to Bryant. Bryant brings it back. Bryant goes to work, gives, and a drive and a turnover and a foul first.
Another opportunity here for Tampa Christian, but offense a little bit stagnant here for the Titans.
Quick 3 out, off the mark. And Gus Rugard will run point here for Washington. Gonna have a fun Uftring Tournament Central here. Teddy Ball is gonna play Pop-A-Shot with James Johnson, Washington High School standout at halftime. That'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to that. We'll have a timeout first with 2:20 to play. A quick 30-second timeout. And Morton, we'll see what they can do out of the break.
See what Abe Zeller draws up here. You know, no lead is too comfortable here in the TOC, up 11 with 2:20. I think you want to just keep attacking the basket. Good ball movement from Morton.
Love to see a good crowd on hand for the Morton Potters across the way and behind the Potters bench, North Tampa. A lot of supporters, even if not from North Tampa, a lot in the house to see Tony Bryant. And a young North Tampa team that has a lot of great players. A young team, 4 out of their 5 in the starting lineup sophomores tonight, and they've got 2 8th graders on the roster. But nevertheless, you'd expect North Tampa to have a great future here in their respective play in Florida.
Head coach Zach Reynolds for North Tampa. He's going to have a promising team for seasons to come, being so young.
He absolutely will, and he gives instruction to a young team, and a good opportunity for a young team to gel a little bit and come together against good competition. It's always fun seeing how teams from different states kind of meet each other and size up physical styles, different styles. You know, the different states offer. Some are more physical, some are less, more finesse-based. It's always interesting to see. I mean, you go back a few years ago, J.D. Davison's squad coming in from Alabama did not fare very well. I think they lost every game they played by 40 points or more, and then went and won a state championship in Alabama. Roger Holzhauer and I talked about that enough for Tournament Central earlier. And I believe those 4 losses they suffered in Washington were their only 4 losses, and they were big ones. Oh, look out, John. Sorry to cut you off, but Tony Bryan had other ideas. Go ahead.
It was well worth getting cut off on that one, explosive. But, you know, to your point, Joey, you talked about teams playing such good competition. Metamora last year on their way to a state championship. There are only 2 losses all year. We're here at TOC. I mean, so it is a learning block, and this is really where you get your exposure.
I'd rather lose twice this week and win a state title than go undefeated and find out when it counts what your weaknesses are.
I agree 100%.
Morton on the other end. And John, state titles aren't won in November. Of course, you know, what these teams look like now could be very different than what they look like in February or March, but still a great opportunity to learn and grow early as opposed to scheduling a little easier and, you know, not testing yourself to your full capacity. These coaches at the TOC, they've got one thing in common. They all want to win.
Certainly, and you know, even last game we talked about Kale. You know, they're trying to get their 3rd consecutive championship, and what better way to open with Washington? You know, perennial power here in the area. So these are teams you want to be playing.
Morton with a few answers. McFadden trying to answer for North Tampa. Over an outstretched defender, won't go, and Morton can hold for the final shot. Early indication, they will. Here's Rugard. Gus Rugard, 12 seconds left. Trip Rugard, 10 seconds left. And it's out to Gus Rugard. 3, 2, Rugard, outstretched floater. Finger roll, he got it at the buzzer. Morton 27, North Tampa 12 at halftime.
Another explosive take there from Rugard, able to extend his lead 27-12. Been really impressive here with 9 points. Good opening half there for Abe Zeller and the Potters.
Potters have to like what they saw there in the opening 16 minutes. We'll take a quick break to thank our sponsors before we go down to Uftring Tournament Central. Here's our sponsors.
The 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Healthcare. OSF Cancer Institute will offer the area's only proton treatment, a revolutionary way to target tumors with extreme precision. Proton therapy treats many types of cancer and is more effective with milder side effects. Proton beam therapy, only at OSF. Teamworks is honored to bring you the Teamworks by Holzhauer Ball Boy and Girl of the Game. For all your sporting needs, see Teamworks, located at 2168 Washington Road in Washington. At Teamworks, you're not a customer, you're part of the team. Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2023 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Get thousands of year-end savings at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Choose from 11 franchises, 6 locations, and the year's best offers. Get an incredible year-end deal at UftringAutoGroup.com. The City of Washington welcomes you to the 18th Annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Your local hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. Local people, local decisions, local success. Everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC.
And another thank you to all of our sponsors here this week at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Uftring, one of them. We'll go down to Gavin Russell and Uftring Tournament Central now. Gavin, what do you have for us?
Thanks, guys, and welcome back to Uftring Auto Group Center, or Tournament Central here. I'm Teddy Ball, along with James Johnson Jr. He's a sophomore here at Washington. He's a varsity basketball player, and I'm going to ask you a few questions about your current season, you know, the season very early on, but how are you guys feeling so far early on?
We're pretty confident. We think we have a high ceiling, a lot of room to grow and stuff. Me and Andre haven't had a lot of practices. We came off a football season, so we feel like we have a lot of room to grow.
Absolutely, and looking back from last year, you're a varsity player. Last season, how did you think you played individually?
Last season, I feel like I was more of a role player, you know, like do my thing, like get rebounds, pass out. But this season, I feel like it's different for me. I'm trying to score the ball, keep my teammates open,
etc.
Absolutely, you got to prove yourself year one. You come back and get better and better every year. As for football, you had a really good football season. You guys went far in the playoffs. One of the best teams Washington's had in a really, really long time. How do you guys? How was the thought process going from a really good football season switching over to basketball season with high expectations?
Well, our plan was to carry over the winning over to TOC in our season, but me and Dre worked a lot. We worked hard off season. We got in the gym a lot, kind of like silently as much as we could. That was about it.
Absolutely. You got some fans over here. You got like a bunch of your Washington friends, or I think Washington fans is what I would describe them as. But, we talk about your basketball season. You seem really confident. I'm pretty confident in my basketball ability too. Beside me, we got a Papa Shot, and I'm going to challenge you. You're a varsity basketball player. I don't play basketball. I've never played basketball, but I'm so confident. I think I'm going to win.
All right, yeah.
Last year, I unfortunately lost to Chuck Schermerhorn, but I think he cheated. So we're going to see how you do.
All
You
right,
ready?
let's go. Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. Here we go. Hand the mic over here. Ready? Yeah, you got it.
I got you. Hey, let me know when y'all ready. Yes, sir, ready.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Are you sure?
Bro, I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay. All right.
3, 2, 1.
Oh! It's not working. Oh. It's not even going.
I got it. 3, 2, 4, 2. 5, 2. 6, 2. 7, 3.
Oh my God.
8, 3.
We'll go first to 20. First to 20, Aiden.
9, 3. 10, 3.
You got 9. I got 3. Oh my God. Oh, there's 4. They're all gone.
4.
Oh my.
13. 14. 13, 5. 13, 6. 15, 6. 16.
Oh.
17.
Oh my.
Nobody's
missing anything right now.
Oh.
Oh
no.
Oh,
More, James. Bro. On James. Hey, I'm going to grab, I'm thinking James on.
Oh my God.
Hit the celly. Bang.
So I did take the L. I'll give that to you. I think you didn't cheat as much as Chuck, but you still cheated a little bit. All right. Well, thank you for your time. Maybe next year I'll beat you. I don't know. I gotta really train. I'm getting bad at this.
Yeah, you gotta train up.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. We're gonna bring in Aiden Jones, but we got a early birthday. So early birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday. What are you turning? 16?
16, yeah.
Big 16.
1-6.
Stay off the roads, guys. All right. We're gonna send it back up to you guys. And James, thank you for your time.
How about that? An entertaining Off-Ring Tournament Central with Teddy Ball and company. Teddy's got to hit the gym there. He's got to do some work ahead of next year's Tournament of Champions. Maybe we'll get the Papa Shot back out later this week and keep an eye on how all that plays out. But appreciate Teddy's efforts as we welcome you back up to the booth here in Washington. I'm Joey Wright alongside John Camosa. John, an entertaining first half, especially if you're a Morton fan. The Potters ahead 27-12 over a good, if young, Titans squad from North Tampa Christian in Florida. What are your takeaways there from the first 16 minutes of play?
Yeah, I mean, when this game started, we talked about containing Tony Bennett, the sophomore, a lot of Division I offers, one of them being Illinois, Brad Underwood, but I thought Morton did an incredible job inside, just allowed that one big dunk from him, another basket, but Gus Rugard, really been the story here for Morton so far, to power the Potters. He's got an early 10 points, up to that 27-12 lead. We'll see if they can continue that momentum into the second half. Try to go 2-0 here in this TOC, but I think North Tampa Christian and Coach Zach Reynolds want to try to come out here and have a response for that, turn things up here.
Halftime adjustments can sometimes be overrated, but I think they are more fair to talk about on the basketball floor than, say, a football team that might be a little harder to adjust at halftime. What does North Tampa adjust here at the break to make the next 16 minutes go a little smoother than the first 16 minutes?
Well, I think first it's going to start on the defensive end. Morton's doing a great job of moving the ball. Gus Rugard's moving well off the ball. Trip Rugard, they're finding their open guys in the corner. I think that's going to be big to try to get outside, guard those a little bit better, and then try to work the ball inside to Tony Bennett. We saw when he was able to get space down there what he can do. Similar to what we saw with Washington and St. Lawrence, and Josh Pickett started to, get inside for the Vikings over there. So this is the tournament where big guys, need to shine, and this is the type of half that Tony Bennett can try to turn up here and do those things.
See how it plays out in the second half. You can hear the clanks off the iron and the swishes as Morton warms up here in the second half. And those are because we've got basket microphones affixed to the back of each backboard, and then there's a microphone that we run up through the pad and tape to the cylinder itself. And those are courtesy of Brian Scheffler and Rem Show, a production company based out of Morton. They handle all the Valley on ESPN broadcasts for Bradley, in addition to a myriad of other things. And we want to thank Brian for his help in renting us out to most all of the equipment we're using this week to make this tournament a reality, as he's done the last 3 years. So we appreciate his help this week, year in and year out. Wish him and his family the best here this week. A happy Thanksgiving, and a happy Thanksgiving to all of our viewers who are tuned in. Hope tomorrow brings you a lot of feasting and time spent with family and friends. Football and basketball. Of course, we'll have 5 games for you on ClutchSportsIL.com starting at 2:30. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
NFL slate tomorrow, John. Who you got? Detroit's hot. Cowboys looking good at 5-3.
Those Thanksgiving games, you never really know, but I think an intriguing matchup's going to be Packers-Lions. Obviously, Packers coming off that big win over the Chargers. The Lions had to come back to beat the Bears last week, but I think that one could definitely go down to the wire. Also, I think San Francisco is going to get things going against Seattle, and then can you really, bet against Dallas on Thanksgiving Day? It just feels like Dallas could pull out another big win. And Joey, I know you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, correct?
Absolutely. I'll have to have a second screen pulled up here in the booth tomorrow. But of course, the main focus tomorrow, the Tournament of Champions, and we'll have 5 games for you, starting at 2:30 and going into the evening. And the first game on Thanksgiving will include these very same North Tampa Christian Titans that you see right now. They'll play Thayer, Missouri at 2:30. And then it's Victory Christian Academy and Gray Collegiate Academy. Little battle of the academies there at 4 o'clock. Dale and Hoover at 5:30. Maumelle and Vashon out of St. Louis at 7. And Heritage Christian and Alexander at 8:30. Times, of course, subject to change if we get some overtime games or maybe another fire alarm delay, as we had last night and last year at the Tournament of Champions. But all told, if all goes to plan, it'll be a good stretch of 7 or 8 hours there from 2:30 until probably about 10 o'clock at night. So underway here in half 2. North Tampa Christian also opens Friday's slate, by the way. They'll play Hayworth at 9:30. Nothing for North Tampa on drive number 1. To borrow from football, Morton a foul. They take the ball up for the first time.
Talked about some of those adjustments on the defensive end, and Tony Bennett twice there in the first half. Gudeman finish on him with the left hand. He was not going to let him finish that time.
Unable to knock that one in, the Morton Potters. Now the Titans go the other way in transition, looking under the rim, and count that one. A response there from Landon Collier. Landon Collier, that was the piece North Tampa was missing in the first half, was some transition game. Here's Gudeman kicking it out. Would have been an open 3, and it's a deep open 3 for Rugard, who can't connect.
Good job there by Bryant to corral that rebound.
North Tampa to the free throw line. Kick out and looking for space. Now out top, here's a 3 on the way, showing the range for Bryant. No, and it's cleaned up, and North Tampa has cut it to 11, just like that. Both offenses coming out firing.
Yeah, North Tampa, finding their groove a little bit more on offense here to start this second half. Morton looking for a response.
And down low, Rugard is fouled and one. Gus Rugard says hello. And Rugard, that's far from his first impactful play tonight. Now has 10 points, could stretch that to 11 as he's entered double digits, the first player to do so. 12 points, pardon me, for Rugard. So he's already in double digits, and now 13.
And coming off a big junior year last season for Rugard. Really been a breakout player for Morton. Just so dynamic.
Morton, as North Tampa answers, Landon Collier a three. Both teams trade threes. Morton first the old-fashioned way. Morton, though, John, it always seems like when you look at the Mid-Illini Conference, they've got shooters. They've got guys that can burn you along the perimeter if you leave them open.
They certainly do. And how about guys that can score inside? Almost there for Gudeman.
And they'll whistle that out of bounds off Gudeman. Gudeman's a nice compliment to the likes of the Rugards and the players we've seen tonight more along the perimeter. Morton 1-0 on the year. Big win yesterday over Hayworth, another local team. Just east of us in Washington, a little bit south of Bloomington. Three on the way. Deep three wouldn't go. Rugard can't get the rebound, and a foul on the way up for Ezekiel Udra.
Chance to cut it to 10, and North Tampa is certainly still in this game.
And a great attempt there, the first one up and good. So Ezekiel now with 3 points, and he got the second to go. It's 30-21. .5:25 left, Q3. Gudeman runs baseline, gets it in. His foot was nearly on the line as he got it back. Gudeman looking, Gudeman stops and fires it over to Gus Rugard. Now Trip Rugard, and the Potters play catch. Here's Barlow driving, Barlow spinning, Barlow can't connect.
Tough shot there from Barlow, well contested from the Titans.
McFadden, now a kick and a three falls. North Tampa firing back. It's a 6-point game.
Just like that, Joey. Spark right under North Tampa is gonna, thought that almost forced a timeout. Something on the court.
Yeah, a little bit, and they'll get that cleaned off so the players can have a surface free of danger. Big possession here for Morton as they look to build this lead back, and it's instead a turnover. North Tampa looking, three, no. They'll drive in, and a baseline J won't go, and the rebound brought in by Grant Selke. And a timeout called by Morton. Potters want to talk things over. John, take us inside the huddle. What's this timeout all about?
I think Coach Abe Zeller is going to tell Morton, you know, just settle down a little bit. They're kind of getting away from their game in the first half, turning the ball over, giving North Tampa some wide open shots here. So I think it's going to be big for Morton to just settle down, get the ball up the court, play for some good shots. For North Tampa, obviously, Coach Zach Reynolds got to be happy. You are right back in this ball game. You get a couple stops just like that, could be tied. But they really did a good job of cutting their way through that deficit outside of the halftime locker room. And Joey, we got ourselves a good game here to finish our Wednesday night.
4:21 left to play, and John, we do. And you can't ask for much more than that. A close game to cap off a busy day of action here at the Tournament of Champions. 31 games in 5 days. And I want to shout out our entire crew right now because our guys, John, and gals who've helped us out today have put in the work. Many of us been here all day long, from 9:30 or so this morning to now going on 10 o'clock at night, a 12-plus hour day. It's long. A lot of our guys spending Thanksgiving here in Washington at the tournament, not going home for the holiday break, and it takes a lot of dedication for our guys to do that, and we appreciate their help as Trip Rugard lays it in. But it's a lot of fun, that said.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, just a chance to be able to spend the holidays watching some basketball, and you really can't find a better atmosphere than this, Jim. This tournament, such a good thing for the community, great cause. And what better way to, you know, see some top talent that could potentially be in the NBA. Some of these guys we're watching tonight even. The
Statistics say there are players playing this week, maybe even right now, that could find their way into the highest level of the basketball in the world. There's another three there, makes it, they'll call that a deep two, pardon me. Oh, no, that was a three. I don't know what I'm talking about at this point in the day, but it is a 32-27 game and a 5-point game.
And you could really see they are turning up that full court pressure, making it tough on Morton. Going to spread things out here, see if they do a little pick and roll action. Just try to get somebody open.
32-27 score. Officials will confer and talk things over. You see that conversation there.
Looks like Gudeman was originally going to inbounds. Now he goes to the half court.
And here's Gudeman, gets the inbound. Gudeman walks it up, now speeds ahead. Gudeman stops, fires, turns it over. North Tampa, all of a sudden, look dead in the water. The Titans have fired back. A turnover down low. It'll stay a 5-point game. Here's Rugard driving. Rugard stops and fires a pass out to Gus Rugard for three, in and out.
Good rebound there to keep the play alive.
Colin Barnes. Yeah, before a miscommunication, Grant Selke and Calvin, or Alex McKee, I think that was, not on the same page. No, that was Boker and Selke. And they just were not connected, John. They weren't on the same page. A pass essentially thrown away. We'll see if North Tampa can capitalize. Not immediately, not now. Trip Rugard up the sideline for Morton. Rugard up ahead. Rugard looking. Rugard now back to Gudeman. Gudeman and Rugard exchange it. Rugard drives, looks, finds Gus Rugard, who dribbles in, can't lay it in. And the rebound brought in by Bryant.
How about that? Bryant not wasting any time, throwing it down the floor to his teammate, Landon Collier, and trying to get something going on this possession.
Tony Bryant gives, three on the way. Not quite a 3-point game just yet. And both offenses cooling off a little, feeling each other out. Playing out similarly now to how it did in the first quarter. Rugard steps through and draws contact. And you heard that under the basket, the contact. And that'll send Rugard to the line.
2 shots here coming up for the junior.
Start at the line, and he got it. Or he missed it, pardon me. Wrong word.
And I think Morton knows how crucial these points are, whether it be coming at the rim or at the stripe. And North Tampa Christian has really came right back in this ball game.
He did get the second one, 6-point game. John, we talked earlier about contrasting styles. Some teams like to get out and run with it offensively. Others like to put the clamps on the defensive side of the ball. 50 points might win this game.
Yeah, there's a travel. And we'll shoot for that number. I think you're right, Joey. First to 50. Just the way this defense is putting the pressure on. Both teams working really hard to try to find the basket. Sounds like a good number.
I was on it yesterday when I said it would take, 60 points for Washington to topple St. Lawrence?
Sure did.
forget the final score. I think it was 69-59.
69-59, yep.
St. Lawrence was stuck on that. They didn't even get to 60. They were stuck on that 59 number.
And I think especially, at the high school level and, even looking at the Mid-Illini, some lower scoring games, I think 60, you get to that number, that's going to win you some games.
That's the sign of a good, consistent offense. Of course, and I can't speak for North Tampa, but in the Mid-Illini Conference, some of those non-conference matchups between Big 12 teams, it often takes a little more than 60 points to get the job done.
Ooh, what a give and go.
And Rugard finishes. Gus Rugard at the rim. 35-27, 15 points now for Gus Rugard. Trip Rugard has 8. They lead Morton. Minute 15, 75 seconds left here in the third. Bryant looking, connecting with Collier for 3.
Big time shot there from Collier.
They get it into Goodeman. The intensity picking up now. Morton finds Evan Barlow. Barlow to the corner. And that pass to Silas Steffen. To a cutting Gus Rugard, and he knocks it down.
No fear there from Rugard going against the 6'10 Bryant. Takes it right to him.
Bryant's open out top. Instead, it is Collier for 3. No, doesn't get the bounce. Rugard gets the rebound. And Morton, if they shoot a 3, could stretch it to double digits. Shot and game clock off by about a second and a half. 20 on the shot clock. Goodeman, right in the middle of the highway, turns around and converts. 9-point lead.
How about Morton now really finding their rhythm? Jump started by Rugard. Goodeman adds to it in a turnover.
And Morton could have the last shot. They will have the last shot. 3 seconds left. Potters can push it to double digits.
Really nice stretch of offense there for Morton in that final minute. Gotta like having a 9-point lead, if not more, if you can put some points on the board in these closing seconds.
Let's see, 3 seconds left. Morton, can they drive the length of the floor? Can they get it up across midcourt? Good chance to practice an end-of-game situation here, should it ever arise.
Treat it like an end of the fourth quarter situation.
They get it into Gus Rugard. Rugard contested 3. Almost got it. Almost got it.
What an effort.
3/4 court shot didn't go. I like their odds, though, if they run into that situation late in the game, though. Rugard, double coverage, and he almost got it, but almost doesn't count. Tell you what does count, though, so many great sponsors here at the Tournament of Champions, starting with Jake Weston State Farm. There's information on the screen. Jake Weston, proud partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, played basketball for Kevin Brown during his time here at Washington. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank CEFQ, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. By Keps, the official pre- and post-game stop of the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Keps, great atmosphere, great food. By PJ Hare, proud to support all the players, coaches, and athletes here at the TOC. And by the city of East Peoria, neighboring Washington. A lot of great businesses and restaurants in Washington and East Peoria. Check them both out while you're here for the TOC. I know a lot of teams. I haven't seen a breakdown of this year's tournament. I don't know where everybody's staying, but I know in years past a lot of teams have stayed in East Peoria. I would think that's the same. A little more hotel space over there. And a travel.
And I think my memory serves me correct, Joey, that usually is where teams stay, and some restaurants they can go to over there.
Of course, and so many folks attached to Bradley Bradley University graduate now, class of 2022. Spent a lot of time down in that neck of the woods as a whistle. And 2 players hit the deck. One of them is Bryant.
Gudeman pops back up too. It's just 2 tall players going at it.
A lot of great stops in Washington, and I'm excited. The TOC year in and year out at Countryside Banquet Hall. They'll put together a big Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow at, I believe in years past it started at 11. I should check on when it starts so I'm not late tomorrow, because they invite us and all the teams and coaches and their attached travel parties for a turkey dinner, and it's always a lot of fun. Some folks will speak, and it'll be a good time. Kind of set, of course, they'll compete on the hardwood later that night, but good to set the rivalries aside and have a good-natured Thanksgiving dinner there. And they do a good job. I always like to guess how many turkeys it takes to feed some 400 hungry high school basketball players and coaches and volunteers and who have you.
Can't remember that exact number last year, but we had plenty of food.
I think it was 16 turkeys, I think, which surprised me. I thought that number would have been higher, but there was plenty of food.
Yeah.
16 was more than enough to get, they must have been 16 big turkeys.
Yeah.
I think that's what the number was. Here's Trip Rugard driving. Rugard shifting. And they go down low. And almost a goaltending violation there for Bryant, but Morton's able to finish. That's Calvin Poker, 6'6" forward, making it happen. He's only a junior. Here's a corner 3 on the way. A couple of those fell earlier for Landon Collier. Can't get that one. Bryant 3 at the top of the key, off. And Goodham in the rebound.
Another big rebound down there for the Potters, and kind of like where they're at. If you're Coach Abe Zeller, 11-point lead, still got to play hard on these possessions.
Trip Rugard out top, 3 on the way, off the mark. Rugard, or rather Gudeman, the rebound. Look at him go to work down there. Still going to work on the defensive side of the ball.
Not letting up.
And a timeout called by Zach Reynolds, and North Tampa Christian will want to talk things over.
And just the effort down there from Gudeman. Waits for that ball to take another bounce so he didn't get over the back call. Snatches it, and then able to play some tight defense to force a timeout from Coach Zach Reynolds and North Tampa Christian. But right now, you got to think Morton really likes where they're at.
41-30 with 5:53 left in the fourth quarter. Morton's in a good spot. Joey Wright and John Camosa up top with you here at Raymond Artori Gym. Last game of day 2 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. John Michael, our director. Charlie Schermerhorn, our technical director. Brock Engels on a camera for us. Corey Scott's on a camera for us. John, do we have Gavin Russell on camera 3 down there? Gavin on camera 3? Someone's on camera 3. Well, we appreciate whoever's running camera 3. Who is running camera 3, John? Patrick Huber's on camera 3. We appreciate his work as North Tampa answers with a 2. I don't know where Gavin Russell went. He must be taking this one off.
He might be hanging out playing Papa Shot out there with Teddy.
With Teddy Ball.
Maybe getting some leftover food.
Timeout on the floor.
And we'll take a minute with that too, Joey. You talked about the hospitality here. The Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow. How about the food tonight?
Yeah.
Full taco spread.
Oh, you're going to I didn't get a chance to go down there. I saw them setting up. It looked great.
Man.
And that's it. Well, it looked fantastic. They had like decorations and everything too. It was awesome down there.
Refried beans, rice, guacamole, pico de gallo.
Getting hungry, John. I haven't eaten. I didn't get a chance to pop down there. It looked fantastic.
They might have saved a plate for you,
sure. Well, there will be more great food throughout the week. It's a great segue to talk about the hospitality overall, though. At the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, OSF Healthcare, a great sponsor. You see the logo for KB Strong on the basket pad there. We were here on Sunday. John Michael and I were setting up, and they were setting up concurrently, and they did a great job of hanging those. They look great. The KB Strong Foundation, of course, we've talked so much about it already. We'll talk so much about it the next few days, but it truly is a remarkable organization. More on that here next dead ball as Trip Rugard goes up and under, and how about that for the Morton Potters? They continue to answer the call. Calvin Boker, right place, right time.
That's a nifty pass right there. Highlight reel play from Trip Rugard.
Manning Collier for North Tampa Christian. Bryant down low. Tony Bryant finishes. Back to 9.
And they've really made it tough on Bryant tonight. It's his 10th point, but he's had to work for him down there.
Here's Gudeman. Gudeman looking and finding Rugard. Gudeman gets it back now to the corner. And Grant Selke. On top, here's Trip Rugard. Rugard over. Rugard tries to drive. Looking for space, and he lost it. It'll stay with Morton off of North Tampa. On the KB Strong Foundation, though, John, such a terrific organization. It's for a great cause, glioblastoma, a form of brain cancer that doesn't matter who you are, how strong a fighter you are, your odds are pretty much zero. It's an aggressive form of brain cancer, but OSF Healthcare, presenting sponsor of the Tournament of Champions, doing great work to help find a cure, and there's Grant Gudeman for 3.
Yeah, just drills it right at the shot clock buzzer.
North Tampa can't exchange threes. Trip Rugard up ahead. Rugard to Gudeman. Gudeman down low and 1. He'll get a 3 the old-fashioned way.
How about that? Gudeman really asserting his dominance up to 15 on the night. Chance to make it 16 at the line. And back to your point, Joey, just this tournament as a whole and what it's meant to the community. The late Kevin Brown, and it's trying to shed light on this terrible disease, but raising money for this cause, it's been a really wonderful thing inside the community. A lot of lives have been touched.
Absolutely. For more information on the KB Strong Foundation, kbstrong-fightingthefight.org. We've weaved this conversation into some Grant Gudeman highlights. We'll see if we get another one here, but it truly is a great cause. And it's been such a great part of the tournament, is talking with so many people throughout the week about what Coach Brown meant to them. Everyone's got a Coach Brown story. We've heard so many of them in our Tournament Central studio show. Rugard cleans that up. No, not quite, and it's out of bounds.
Look at the Potters, though, on the boards. Second chance, third chance efforts. They are relentless. In just a short span of time, they've really pulled away in this one.
KB Strong is a great cause for this tournament. I also want to give a shout out to the tournament volunteers, too, who have given up just as much time as our crew has, if not more, here late into the night, early in the morning, setting up, cleaning up, making sure everything is as it should be for these teams that have traveled, some from as far as Tampa, Florida, to be here with us. And it truly is remarkable. I mean, you just talk to anyone about the tournament here in Washington, their eyes light up. It's such a cool thing. Everyone takes so much pride in it. Had a chance to be involved with the tournament now. Clutch has for the last 3 years, and each year we look forward to it just the same. Bryant can't finish, but he's fouled.
Just got that one.
Takes a village too. I'll have to ask Eric Schermerhorn or Sean Powell, somebody, just how many volunteers actually help out? I know it's a large number. I wonder if they keep track of that, right? I mean, How many people have helped out even for just a little bit on one day?
Well, I think throughout the years it's only grown. More people coming out to volunteer. I mean, certainly you see the fans have came out in droves, and more sponsors, and it's just been a really neat thing to see each year how it continues to progress. And even some fans late into the night, if they have to travel early tomorrow, still hanging around at 10:15 at night.
I was going to say Thanksgiving's tomorrow. It's 10:12 now in Washington, and there are a couple hundred people here still in the gym making some noise. Of course, Morton right down the road. wish everyone safe travels back home tonight. But great crowd on hand and so much fun to be a part of. Not over yet. Morton, though, with a couple of baskets, can ice this one. There's Rugard. Has it blocked, but a little contact, so not a clean block for Collier.
Rugard went right up and challenged Collier on that one. He draws the contact.
Gus Rugard listed at 6'2".
Collier, what, 6'6"? About a 4-inch difference there.
Yep.
And Collier, too, been impressive tonight. Only a sophomore, so he's definitely going to be a big part of this North Tampa Christian team season. Like you said earlier, Joey, a lot of young guys on this team under Coach Zach Reynolds.
Rugard got the free throw to go, and I'm excited to see this North Tampa Christian team tomorrow. They'll open up our slate at 2:30. It's going to be a fun team to keep tabs on over the years, too, with so much young talent, headlined by the sophomore Tony Bryant, who may well have some important people in the gym this week to take a look at him in person. That's also great fun this week, is looking around, seeing who might have a clipboard, who might be wearing a team-branded hoodie. At odd hours, too. It might be at 9:30. You know, we don't have any real early games this year, but there have been times in the past. 9 a.m. game. Someone's, set up, kind of trying to be discreet, but wearing a
hat of that team.
Just say wearing an Illinois hat or a Texas A&M hoodie or what have you. It's hard to blend in. It's a lot of fun. It's a great aspect of this tournament, too. Here's a steal. Rugard the other way and lays it in. And a whistle.
Got an and one.
Rugard will go to the line to make it a 21-point ball game. Under 2 minutes left. I'd say the Potters are well on their way to win number 2 of the year.
Oh, yeah. I definitely agree with you here, Joey. And just as North Tampa Christian got into this game, Morton really turned it on. And huge effort here tonight from Trip Rugard, Gus Rugard, Grant Gudeman, who really stood out.
And the free throw good from Evan Barlow. And Barlow can't connect. Down low, up and no good, but a cleanup there. North Tampa adds a bucket, 19-point game. Good confidence boost for Morton, John, to come out game one, beat Hayworth. Well-regarded local team here. A little smaller enrollment, but they'll be a competitor in the IHSA's lower classes this season and in their conference. And then to come out and look really good against a highly touted North Tampa Christian squad. It's got to be a great feeling for Abe Zeller coming out of the gate strong, 2-0.
Yeah, keeping the starters in there, but now he's going to clear the bench. And you got to be happy with this win over a good team. But only their second appearance here in the TOC. I think that'll put them at 4-2 for their career here so far.
Not a bad start.
3-2, pardon me. Getting late in the night.
So we look forward to tomorrow, John. Grant Gudeman's at the line. Favorite Thanksgiving food? Everyone's got an answer. What are you going with?
Mashed potatoes and gravy.
Oh, you got to. I like it. With the dinner roll?
Oh yeah.
Man, I'm hungry.
Some stuffing. definitely got to go stuffing.
Turkey's not bad.
No, get the turkey in there. But that's That's a household favorite. You know, you got to think outside of the box a little bit.
White meat, dark meat?
I like white meat, sure.
I like to get a little dinner roll.
Put a little turkey on the dinner roll?
A little sandwich, little mashed potatoes on there. Yeah, that's where the magic is.
That's the thing. You eat your dinner on Thursday. Depending on how many turkeys you make, you have a big family or not, you know, you're eating turkey. I feel like we've had turkey 3-4 days after Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
It never runs out, so then you're turkeyed out. But yeah, it's going to be a fun day tomorrow, and fans will definitely be back here after their dinners.
Would expect a good crowd on hand tomorrow. I would expect a lot of North Tampa Christian fans who maybe didn't travel to be tuned in tomorrow at 2:30 when North Tampa Christian opens the slate. It's going to be a really fun one to keep an eye on. They play Thayer, Missouri, who looked great against Hayworth this morning to kick off day 2. Victory Christian and Gray Collegiate are at 4. Dale and Hoover at 5:30. Maumelle and Vachon out of St. Louis at 7. And Heritage Christian and Alexander close down the joint at 8:30. North Tampa Christian again, they draw the early game on Friday against Hayworth. Morton is in action next against Thayer, Friday at 3:45. And that is all for Friday, or that's all for these teams, I should say, here at the TOC. One more left for Morton, who played yesterday and beat Hayworth. 2 more left for North Tampa Christian, and a slam there with 35 seconds left.
Oh, late night dunk to cap off TOC.
It's a Legacy Solar slam and a block on the other end.
I think he was waiting for his chance to come in and play here. He's ready.
Could hear that one. 24 seconds left. Morton's shot clock is off, and we'll see if they hold it and dribble it out. Titans won't let them. A turnover. Here we go. And a slam, a Legacy Solar slam with 15 seconds left. See how many of these add up in the last 13 seconds. Morton back to the line with 13 seconds left. And it's Jude Zeller, the sophomore. Handful of sophomores on Morton's roster. Owen Adams among them. Silas Steffen, Alex McKee, saw them earlier. Colin Burns. And Jude Zeller gets a pair of free throws here, knocks down the first. Got the second, and 10 seconds remain. A drive and a layup to ice it, to end it. Morton's going to win by likely 17 if they don't add 2 free throws here from Preston Sledge.
Just an impressive effort from Morton tonight, Joey, and it's a team that's going to be fun to watch in the Mid-Illini this season. You know, we saw a little bit of Metamora, Washington. I think it's going to be definitely those 3 teams at the top. You got East Peoria. Teams willing to make some noise.
Sledge got the first, 2 seconds left. Sledge's second doesn't fall, and that's all she wrote. Morton 61, North Tampa Christian 43 to end day 2 at the TOC.
It's a fun day of basketball. Saw some really good teams capped off by a Morton win. They're going to go home happy about 15 minutes down the road.
Good night for the Potters. An 18-point win in the 11th game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. Our I don't think we saw a charge in that one. If we had seen a charge, it would have been a Jody Brown State Farm charge. The timeouts were Jake Weston State Farm timeouts. Legacy Solar, the presenting sponsor of all the dunks we saw. Let's thank our sponsors. Starting with Jake Weston, his information on the screen. Proud supporter of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Jake played high school basketball for Kevin Brown at Washington. We appreciate his support. SunPower by Legacy Solar. Legacy Solar is a proud supporter of the KB Strong Tournament of Champions. To learn more about going solar, visit legacysolarpower.com. We'd like to thank Sefcu, Vision Logistics, Jody Brown State Farm, Jimmy John's, Michael's Italian Feast, Casey's, Elite Sports Recovery, Dagger Creative Studio, and Pat Sam's Country Financial for their support of the TOC. Caps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the KBM TOC. Stop by before or after you head to the tournament with your ticket in hand. Caps, great atmosphere, great food. By PJ Hare as well, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the TOC. And by the City of East Peoria. While you're in town for the TOC, swing on down to East Peoria and check out a great mix of businesses and restaurants. John, that's all for me. I got to go home and sleep. Get ready for Thanksgiving tomorrow. 5 more games at the TOC. 7 on Friday, 7 on Saturday. Appreciate the chance to call 2 games with you tonight. We'll do it again as the week unfolds.
Definitely. It was a fun night. And, go home, get some sleep, get some turkey in you tomorrow, and should be a fun one. 3 more days of basketball. Always looking forward to this time of the year, and what a good day of basketball. That was fun night.
Can't ask for much more than what we get the chance to do this week. Watch some hoops and bring it to you live on ClutchSportsIL.com. For our entire crew, quarterbacked by Jonathan Michael, our director, Charlie Schermerhorn, our technical director, all our great camera operators, and everyone helping us out all around Washington Community High School. I'm Joey Wright. Happy early Thanksgiving, and congratulations, Morton, on a great win over North Tampa Christian to end the night. Thanks for watching. Have a safe rest of your Wednesday night.